Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Operated Completely Incognito? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A few days after the sludge villain attack, there was talk of a new vigilante running loose on the streets. What most people expected when they heard the news was another puppeteer, a talented young vigilante of 2 years who relied heavily on his unknown quirk and popped up sporadically. Despite the time gaps, whenever puppeteers showed up, those in the wrong automatically knew there was no way out. No one knew what his quirk was, but he always managed to subdue the villains and criminals in record time, turning them in without a hassle. This new vigilante was not like puppeteer. This vigilante was known for taking down small-time criminals, to mob bosses, to supervillains, tying them up with a nice bow, and leaving them on the police's doorstep. This vigilante was quickly identified as the same vigilante that had gone MIA a few months ago after a staged murder. They had gone by the name Spider. They now called themselves Machiavellian. Because no one has actually seen them. There have been many people claiming they have seen Machiavellian, but every alleged fact never helped the police find them in the slightest. Most of them were the same, they were too quick for me to see. Meaning exactly what you're thinking. The police had absolutely no lead on who they were, and weren't they happy about that? The only thing that let everyone know that Machiavellian's vigilante work was theirs was the symbol that was pressed into every turned-in criminal's shirt. It was a simple M made out of a silver-colored substance that shines like a mirror, but wiped off like pancake batter on a spoon. No matter how many times they test it, the substance they're calling Machiavellian's mark, or M mark for short, seems to dissolve and evaporate into thin air as soon as they touch it. It only left those in on their case more and more frustrated, because they had absolutely no lead on the vigilante that was swamping them in paperwork. If only they were ready for when Machiavellian actually decides to make an appearance. A figure clad in all black slipped into an abandoned building, unnoticed by all around them. The figure walked deeper into the building, stepping over decaying tables and chairs, along with spray paint cans from some delinquent who decided to leave their mark on the building, before being way too creeped out at the shadows that seemed to claw at you. They stopped in what could have been a conference room, and lifted a well-oiled trapdoor that was hidden behind a decaying couch. The figure then began climbing down the steps, silently closing the trap door behind them. The person dropped down to the ground in a crouch, completely silent, ears straining to pick up any sound, before determining they weren't being followed, and they stood back up and continued walking. As the figure walked down a seemingly endless corridor, with a million different tunnels on either side, it seemed to get brighter and brighter, as if they were walking towards a light. It was a fake, to throw off people who weren't supposed to be there. They counted hallways, left arm outstretched to graze the walls, before suddenly turning a corner to continue their journey down a pitch-black hallway. Near the end of the hallway, there was a barely visible ladder hanging from a hole that would take them back above ground. The figure climbed up the ladder, after a quick check around, because you could never be too paranoid, and came up into a small room the size of an apartment bedroom. Instead of taking the door that was right in front of them, they turned around to face the hole they just came out of, and pressed an almost camouflaged button above it. The wall slid silently to the right, leaving a barely noticeable crack between the two walls, big enough for a small person to squeeze through, but small enough to overlook it if you don't know what it is. They slid through the crack and pressed another button, making the wall slide back into place and shutting them in utter darkness. Only when the wall was securely shut, did another wall open up across from the figure, this one allowing almost too bright light to spill out, but the person didn't flinch, seemingly used to the transition of utter darkness to light. The person walked into the light, and was greeted with the sight of a surprisingly clean warehouse-looking room, with mechanical objects strewn everywhere in an organized chaos kind of way. The sound of a monkey wrench being used was the only sound in the room. The person stepped over certain tools on the floor with ease, like a practice dance that was so ingrained into your muscles from so many failures. "Why are you being so quiet?" A sudden voice sounded, making the black-clad figure jump. They hadn't realized the monkey wrench sound had stopped. A head popped up from behind a large, shiny, white thing, her once pink hair dirty with soot from a failed project, along with grease stains smeared across her face, gray shirt, and cargo pants. She pulled the goggles around her eyes up to rest on her hair, allowing the person to see her assess him in suspicion. The sight of the girl with the opposite of raccoon eyes would have amused the figure, if she hadn't figured out why he was trying to be stealthy. Her eyes narrowed dangerously, causing the figure to shift uneasily. Midoriya Izuku, so help me, if you lost one of my precious babies, I'm going to turn your butt in and expose you as Machiavellian. Me thigh, the figure, Midoriya. Why do you have to be so mean? Her eyes glinted with malicious intent. So you did lose one? No. Midoriya cried, tossing his hands up as if he was trying to prevent his death, which he basically was. I didn't lose any of it, I swear. Why are you shaking? She asked, deadly calm. That well. You see. What did you do, Zuchan? The tone of her voice was enough to force him to answer. I may have a hadronine with a nuba criminal and broke the tesser knife. Hatsum blinked. Then she hummed and pushed herself up and out from behind her latest project to stand in front of Midoriya. She silently held out her hand and had to suppress a chuckle when the boy scrambled to grab said knife from his thigh scabbard. He handed it to her, before recoiling as if she was going to hit him. She looked down at her precious baby sitting on her palm and giggled, reveling in the way this famous vigilante, strong, smart, cunning, and dangerous, seemed to shrink into himself at the sound. Don't sweat it, Zuchan. You didn't break this baby. It just ran out of electricity. I might have to install some kind of solar panel that picks up moonlight instead of sunlight to make sure it never dies again. Her mumbling was cut off at the sound of Midoriya slumping to the floor with a relieved cry. I didn't break it. Why would it scare me like that? I honestly thought my days on this earth were over. Hatsum laughed, and they lapsed into comfortable silence. Well, as silent you could get with a salty boy muttering about babies. Hey, Zuchan, she said, getting his attention before Midoriya could start complaining about babies out to get him, and he looked up at her from the floor. You know you're going to have to make an appearance soon, right? Said boy dropped his head back to the floor with a defeated groan. I know, but I don't know how. I'm a quirkless nobody. She glared at him. And if they search quirkless kids around my height, they'll find me. I know it, because there is no quirkless kid my height, and you know one of the police officers has a lie detection quirk, so I'd never be able to lie to him if he outright asks me if I'm Machiavellian. And oh god, what if they find out time me and then people after me, what am I going to dash? Zuchan, she said. Breathe. Heaved in a huge breath and said, sorry. Getting worked up for no reason. It's fine, just remember that no one has seen you yet, and technically, you're dead. Midoriya hummed in agreement, and they both sat there for a moment, lost in their own thoughts, before a light bulb went up over the inventor's head. She slammed her hand down on the table, ignoring Midoriya's instant reflex to grab his knife, and cried, I have an idea. The vigilante looked at her and motioned for her to continue. All right, she said, putting her hands on her hips. But you've got to listen to me all the way, okay? He nodded. Okay, so your main reason of panic was because of your quirklessness and the fact that you're so gosh darn small. She ignored the indignant, hey, and continued. So, what if you dressed as a girl? He opened his mouth to object, but Hatsum cut him off. You said you would listen. So shut your mouth and listen. She started pacing, tapping a finger to her lips. We can finally create an actual uniform for you, but it would be modeled for a female. Obviously, you don't have the bust to fill a female model, but that way we can fill the cups with a strong but light substance to protect you from any bullets to the heart, since it will have to come up to your collarbones for realism. You already have a slim waist and an even slimmer butt, so I'll create pants that have more padding around that area, along with hardened parts for the hips, so if someone grabs you, again realism. You have nicely toned legs and arms, so I won't do anything there except for elbow and knee pads, because heaven knows you need them. And then maybe some sort of high platform shoes to add to your height and throw them off. Mei-chan, you're a genius. Midoriya cried, cutting her off mid-ramble. Hatsum stared in shock, before she grinned. I know I am. I didn't think you would warm up to the idea so quickly. I didn't at first. Midoriya jumped up and bounced up to her, placing his hands on her shoulders and shaking her. But it makes sense. They'll be searching for a quirkless girl, and even then you could fake a quirk because you're so amazing, and then I'll really be off the radar, because of the me in the suit, and the me out of it, and oh my god Mei-chan, you're so freaking smart. Hatsum beamed. I know I am. Now, I'm going to get started on your uniform and voice changer right now, so if I see you're sorry but in the next 5 seconds, you're getting a monkey wrench to the head. Wait. Shouldn't you sleep or something? For 3 Buy in and call me when you're done. The boy turned around and hauled but to get back to the door, and when the wall slid shut behind him, Hatsum set off to start Midoriya's voice changer and uniform. She smiled and thought of the person he turned her into. She was much level-headed now, and it allowed her to think through her babies, instead of powering through them and exploding the entire city. Again. She shook her head to clear her mind before she got off track and got to work. After all, quality products take time to perfect. The walk back to his apartment was peaceful. He took his time getting back, taking in the way the plants, not at all affected by the incoming clouds, shone beautifully in the diminishing light, because he knew that no one was waiting for him when he got home. Well, technically if he went home, he would have his mother losing her sheet and consciousness at the fact that her dead son just walked through the door. She would cry, make him explain everything, call the cops, hug him, and then he'd have the one and only Tsukachi Naomasa sitting across from him, who had a lie-detecting quirk, and, yeah, maybe not. There wasn't a day that passed that he didn't entertain the idea of him going home. Back to his mother's smile and warm hugs, her delicious cooking and giggling laugh, their late nights spent throwing popcorn at each other instead of actually watching the movie, dancing in the kitchen when their favorite song comes on, sleeping in a pillow fort during a typhoon, making silly faces across the dinner table. Something wet dropped onto his face. He looked up at the swirling gray clouds above him, casting a dark shadow over the entire city, the telltale of a storm, and couldn't help but feel relieved at the distraction. He didn't want to think about it, about how strong he was because his mother was so protective. It sounds counterproductive, but Midoriya went from having everything done for him, from having his hair washed and shoes being tied for him, to being 9, living on the streets and working his first job. He didn't blame her. He didn't blame the fact that demed villain Zonghua had decided that he was going to take his rage out on their old apartment complex, that Midoriya was going to get crushed in an alleyway a few streets down due to an explosion from Zonghua's fire reaching a gas tank, that when he finally finds his mother's hospital room, she's crying with 2 heroes trying to comfort her because they found her baby's dead body, burnt beyond recognition, and his funeral is being held next week. That he really tried not to blame her. Because she had so readily believed Endeavor and the water hose in his death, he had to try and work his first job to buy some sort of hair dye to hide who he was, because he had seen his mother come to terms with his death, had seen her move on, and he really didn't want to try and reconnect with Baku. He cut off again. That train of thought would only hurt him. Looking back to Earth, he continued his slow pace back to his apartment, everyone utterly unaware of his seemingly meek presence as they scurried around him with their busy life. Unaware of the danger he possessed, that he could kill 30 people, maybe 40, before any of them could look up from their screens. He could smell the petrichor get stronger in a weak breeze, so he flipped his hood up in a weak attempt to protect his expensive, sound-canceling headphones. It started raining down hard in the next second, and people began complaining about not bringing an umbrella, rushing to get under something to protect their clothes, while Midoriya just stood there. His black hoodie was starting to stick to his skin uncomfortably, but he ignored it. He stood, eyes closed, with his face tilted up to the sky, each raindrop falling on his skin effectively covering 3 of his tears. He took a deep breath and began to squash those feelings back down. He would deal with them later, he told himself, but deep down knew he was lying. Only when they were successfully bottled up with a pretty ribbon did he open his eyes and enter his apartment complex. His years as a vigilante gave him quirk-like senses, which were a blessing and a curse in one. He could hear, smell, and see as well as someone with a heightened senses quirk, which had many downsides, and his flexibility, speed, and agility were off the radar. It was one of the main reasons he had to wear his sound-canceling headphones. Even with them on, he could hear about as well as he guessed a normal person could. If he took them off, his eardrums would probably burst, even if he was sitting in a quiet room, let alone standing in the middle of the street. That's how good his hearing was. His agility and flexibility were the only good parts. His agility had saved his but when the all-amazing Eraserhead almost saw him and allowed him to jump off a 2-storied building. No May, your shoes didn't work, I still hit the ground hard, and twist himself through a super tiny space to wiggle away like some sort of karate worm. Hatsum had found a video of his said karate worm moment from a street camera, downloaded it, deleted it from the camera, and still laughed about it 5 years later. He was going to find a way to delete that horrible blackmail material if it killed him. He could hear all the noise his neighbors were making while he was walking up the stairs, and once again wished he had money to buy a better place, preferably soundproofed. Anytime he begged Hatsum to soundproof his place, she would respond, "You're just gonna move when you have the money, what's the point in me putting in all the extra work?" She would then wiggle her eyebrows suggestively. "What kind of sounds do you need to keep your neighbors from hearing, Zu-chan?" To which he would shove her, she would squawk in indignation, and they would end up in a tickle fight. She would always win, the dirty cheater. He successfully evaded all of his annoying wonderful neighbors, but he could hear the old man across the hall walking to his door, and he did not want to hear another rant from his homophonic butt. He practically lunged at his door like a lion to a deer, and almost snapped his key 3 times before managing to pry open his door. Akatani dash. Midoriya slammed the door shut on his nasty greasy face, and slid down until he was sitting on the ground, curled up into a ball. The man's face was printed onto his eyes, his shocked face, and Midoriya was shaking. He couldn't stop it, the feeling crawling up his chest, no matter how much he suppressed it. Every time he saw Kristoff, it just boiled in the pit of his stomach, and usually he can suppress it, but it seemed that today he couldn't. He threw his head back, and it slammed into the door, making a loud thud sound, but he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he let go. Kristoff's facial expression flashed against the back of his eyes. He laughed. He howled with laughter, letting it rip from his lungs, undeterred by the sound of Kristoff getting increasingly set off, only cutting it off when he heard his heavy footsteps march closer to his door before his disgusting heavy hand knocked on his door. Maybe it was supposed to be knocking, but with all of Kristoff's 1,000-pound glory, it sounded like mini-explosions to Midoriya. He shuddered at the thought of Kristoff exploding, before a flash of red eyes passed his mind and he cut that line of thinking like it had burned him. But it did burn, a small part of him whispered, and he tried shutting it out before it got worse, and thankfully, or not, depending on his mood, Kristoff was still outside his door. "Akatani, when an elder's speaking with you, you answer you brat." "Yeah, not thankfully." He schooled his expression into one of indifference, one that would later rival the love of his life, and opened the door. He immediately wished he hadn't. With about 3 feet between them, Midoriya could smell the alcohol on Kristoff's breath like they were nose to nose, and it immediately made him nauseous. A Midoriya with his head spinning like a merry-go-round on an electrical high made for a very rude, sassy-eyed Akatani. He was currently trying to push that part of him down, didn't want to blow his cover this early in the game. "Can I help you, Kristoff-san?" "Ooch, you seen get your lazy but outta ma house and get a job." Midoriya just stared at him, and couldn't help but wonder why heroes do their job if this is the kind of people they're saving. He pinched his nose when Kristoff swayed on his feet. "Kristoff-san, you're drunk. I think it would be best if you dash. Done, tell me what to do, ya ungrateful brat." He reached his disgusting hand out, probably to try and grab Midoriya, but the boy was already up to his head in irritation. He jerked to the side and snatched the hand, pressing wrist downwards, as if he was trying to show off his nails, and twisted his arm until it made a sickening pop. Kristoff cried out and dropped to the floor like the overweight sack of potatoes he was. Midoriya leaned over him as the pathetic sniveling man cradled his dislocated shoulder and wrist. "Even if you're drunk, Kristoff-san, you should know to never touch me. Try that again, when I'm not level-headed, and you won't have time to regret it." He turned away from the whimpering man and shut the door on his snotty face. Then he snickered. He would tell that one to Hatsum. She loved hearing stories about him messing with Kristoff, before remembering her tiny little threat of him keeping away, and he sulked while taking his shoes off. He wouldn't see her until she's done with his costume and voice changer. At the thought of his costume, he felt giddiness swell up in his chest. He was going to cross-dress and fool the entire police station on who he was. He took off his shoes, before quickly running into the kitchen and snatching a trash bag. He took off all of his sopping wet clothes, chucked them into the bag, tied it up, before tossing it with the rest of his dirty laundry. He looked at the pile with disdain. It looked like he'd be doing his laundry sooner than he thought. He shook his head, and made his way to his room to grab clothes for a shower. Looking at his 2 boxers, 1 pair of pants and a t-shirt, he concluded that he would be doing his laundry tomorrow. He grabbed them before making his way to the bathroom. As he turned the shower on and waited for the water to heat up, curse you apartment complex water, he began putting together an act for when he was in costume. He never really had one before now because no one ever saw him in action, but he decided he would keep his cocky, confident facade in costume, and confident but shy one out. He was lucky Kristoff was so darn drunk. If he wasn't, he would remember the dangerous aura that Midoriya was excluding, and that was a no-no if he wanted to stay under the radar. A part of him wondered if he should fake a stutter, like he had when he was younger, but he would be easily traceable then, and that's bad for business. He sighed as he stepped into the still kind of cold water. If only he could remain incognito for the entirety of his career. Is it even? It's kind of considered illegal, but he also wanted in on the rush of lying to everyone and no one suspecting him. The thrill of tangling people in his metaphorical spider web, lying to them, getting their trust, all the while slipping underneath their radar undetected. But that made him sound wonderful, didn't it? Completing his shower, he continued the rest of his bedtime routine and collapsed onto his bed. He barely had enough time to slip under the covers before sleep pulled him under. He knew that a uniform and a voice changer was a lot of work, but Hatsum had created a freaking teleportation device, so what was taking her so long? Before she smashed it with a screwdriver on accident. And no, it wasn't Midoriya's fault. What was he supposed? Stand there and take the hit? No thank you, he rather likes his face how it is screwdriver dent-free. He knew he was being pushy, especially since it had only been 3 days since she sprouted the idea, but he was bored waiting for his laundry to dry, and he couldn't help but think that he could be in his costume breaking the law to save people. Hatsum built that device in 2 days, but no. You read that right, 3 days since he had also said he was going to do his laundry. And here he was, sitting here in the laundromat sulking. The only good thing was the little boy sitting across from him. He looked super sour sitting on the bench, his spiked brown hair sticking out from underneath a red hat as he glared at the floor like it had just said that his waifu was trash. Every time the boy looked in his direction, Midoriya would make the most bizarre face he could, and at first, the kid had stared in shock before glaring, but after Midoriya persisted in his little game, the boy started smiling and giggling, sometimes making his own faces back. Eventually, he had to end his game, because the timer for his clothes went off, and he did not want to be here any longer. Screw folding clothes, what was a couple of wrinkles? It's not like he had a reputation to uphold. That anyone knows of. After tossing all of his burning hot clothes into his little bag, he waved goodbye to the kid, and promised himself that he would buy a washer and dryer. 3 steps away from his freedom, he felt something tug at his shirt. Looking down, he realized it was the little kid he was entertaining with his amazing facial features. "What's up, little dude?" he asked, before he could realize that this child might not take well to being called little. He was wrong. The boy's eyes instantly glinted mischievously. "I'm little all right. I'm small enough to fit through your windows and steal all of your Snickers bars while you're sleeping." Midoriya gasped as if the boy had just asked if Pepsi was okay when he clearly asked for Coca-Cola. "You wouldn't," he whispered, dropping his laundry bag and crossing his arms, leaning towards the kid with a fake scowl to try and add to the playful intimidation act. "Come at me." The boy smirked, and Midoriya busted out laughing, unable to hold his facade any longer. This little kid reminded him of himself way too much. The kid joined in, before a gasp cut them both off. A woman was standing across from them, with her hands pressed to her mouth as tears ran down her cheeks. She was wearing a simple turtleneck white shirt, with a red pencil skirt covering gray leggings. Her hair was cut into a bob, the same shade of brown as her eyes, and Midoriya recognized her in an instant. Sosaki Shino, hero name, Mandalay. She was a part of the Wild Pussycats, and she was still crying. Midoriya instantly shoved back his fanboying, "Oh my gosh. Mandalay-sen, are you okay? What happened? Why are you crying? Is there anything dash?" "Koda," she said, cutting Midoriya off mid-ramble. "Were you laughing?" The boy Koda looked up to the hero and nodded. "He made me laugh." With the heroine's attention on him, Midoriya didn't know what to do. When she quickly closed the space between them, he instantly tensed, thinking that she somehow found out he's a vigilante, how he's been breaking the law, and oh my gosh, he didn't even get to test Hatsum's uniform. He was going totally unhappy. Was really looking forwards to thought. Warm arms wrapped around him, and his eyes widened when he realized she was hugging him. A hero was hugging him. "Holy usage. Thank you," she whispered, her mouth hovering over the part of the headphones covering his ears. Her voice was soft, the crack loud enough for only him to hear. He hasn't even smiled since his parents died. Who needs a heart anyways? It's so overrated. His not heart clenched in pain and understanding. Even though his mother was still alive, it felt like she wasn't, considering he was dead and she was out of his reach. Those kind of emotions were hard for him to handle, and this kid was going through the same thing. A tear slipped down his eye. The hero pulled back, startled. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, her voice still thick with tears. "I didn't mean to make you cry. I lost my parents too," he whispered. Mandalay paused before looking at him in shock. He turned to Koda, who had a blank look on, and "Didn't that hurt? Someone so young shouldn't have to wear such a mask." He kneeled down in front of the little boy and placed his hand on top of his head. Instead of seeing spiked brown hair and dark eyes, he saw curly green hair and sad green eyes. He said what he wished someone had said to him when he was Koda's age. "You'll get through this, I swear. At first, it will be hard and it will hurt a lot. There will be times when you just want to lay in bed and cry, but eventually, you'll find the strength to keep going, I promise you. Wounds like these just need time," he whispered, placing his other hand on top of Koda's hat. The little boy looked taken aback, searching his eyes for lies, but only finding understanding, before tears welled up in his eyes and he threw himself into Midoriya's arms, wailing out all the pain and loss and misery that he let fester deep in his chest. He curled his arms around the tiny, fragile boy in his arms, and swore he would help him get through the misery that was running through his veins. Koda's hands strangled the back of his shirt, as if he could pull Midoriya any closer than he already was. Midoriya just curled his body around him more, as if he could protect him from all the horrors in the world. Some of the people in the laundromat began to give them weird looks, so Midoriya glared at them until they turned away, uneasy. A kid shouldn't be able to look like that, but unbeknownst to them, Midoriya was anything but a kid. When the little boy had let out all of his pain, it was almost half an hour later and Midoriya's knees were aching from pressing into the concrete for so long. He picked up the drowsy boy and handed him to his teary-eyed aunt. "Let him cry it all out," he said. "Don't praise his parents' deaths, but don't apologize to him. Let him cope in his own time." The heroine nodded, not realizing that he knew exactly who his parents were, and thanked him. As she turned to leave, a thought struck her. "What is your name? How can I get back into contact with you?" Midoriya's heart stopped. A hero was asking for his name and a way to communicate. He really wanted to tell her, but he could be putting the two of them into a lot of danger just by talking to them. He could be the cause of their deaths one day because he failed in his hunting down of that Med villain who killed him, and then what is he going? Koda shifted in his sleep with a small whine. "My name is Akatani Midoriya." The heroine smiled. "Thank you, Akatani-san." She turned around and left after Midoriya gave her his number, leaving Midoriya to wonder why the F. He thought it was a good idea to give a hero his real surname. Before he could put all these bad scenarios through his head, he snatched all of his clothes, leftover soap and dryer sheets. Don't think he didn't see you eyeing them, Sujin-sen, quickly leaving the place and running back home. He almost took out a grandma, 100 points, 2 kids, 50 points, and a dog, 1 point. 151 points anyone? Honestly, he didn't know why he was panicking so much. He should be fine. He normally went by Midori, but 2 letters could literally be the downfall of everything he's worked for. Midoriya wasn't a common surname, and if Mandalay decided to run his name through the system, she would either not find anything, or she would find pictures of 9-year-old Midoriya Izuku and his mother Midoriya Inko. God, that name hurt to think about. He dropped his stuff by the door, locked it, tossed his headphones somewhere behind him, and collapsed on his couch, letting sleep take him into her sweet embrace. He was not going to deal with the stupid thing called emotions, today or ever, no thank you. An annoying beeping yanked him from his nice dream of being asphyxiated. He jerked up away from the couch. A nice Midoriya was drooling here, imprint left in his wake, before stumbling towards the beeping sound. He traced it to his phone, and sleepily put it to his ear before registering the slickness against his cheek. With the most disgust a 15-year-old boy can manage, he wiped off all the drool and pressed the green button. Hello. He slurred groggily. Izuku, you little sheet. Yuuei been calling you for the past 3 minutes. He cringed away from the loud noise, darting into his room to find his smaller earbuds to block out her yelling. Oh, he said smartly once they were in. What do you mean, oh? You stupid, flat-chested cross-dressing little dash. Mei-chan, I'm not a cross-dresser. There was a moment of silence from the girl. Well, starting tonight you are. Get your butt over here and check out my awesome work. She hung up. Midoriya will never admit to the fact that he stood there for a good minute, staring at the phone in shock because it didn't happen, you hear him? It didn't happen, or that secret you've been hiding from your mom will be spilled in an instant. He didn't even remember if he locked his house, because the next thing he knew he was impatiently waiting for the stupid, slow wall to open. Hurry the foo. The wall opened. Where is it? He cried, running into the workshop and almost killing himself on all of Hatsum's unfinished babies. Where is my uniform? Holy crap dash. He didn't shriek like a girl, you're hearing things. The threat, remember it well. Or else your mom will know. Said girl was standing proudly in front of 3 dress forms covered in a sheet. Her hair was disheveled, somehow even sootier than when he last saw her, to the point where she didn't even look like she had pink hair. Did she even shower? Hygiene. She had dark eye bags that looked like they would drown her at any moment. God may, those are worse than mine. But her eyes were shining brightly. Normally, I would scold you for not even greeting me, but I am too excited to even care. Oh my gosh, so kanyuragana hadamibutits so kibi cause you can change anything dash. That he wasn't scared. She ripped the sheet off of the dress form in the middle with a flourish, not unlike a blondie Midoriya would meet later on, and he blanched when he saw the main piece. He was FING scared. The form only had the chest piece, so Midoriya was safe to assume one of the other ones had his pants and maybe shoes and his voice changer? But the chest piece, my god may. It didn't have shoulders and it cut off right between his ribs. Hatsum. Crop top. She was so dead. It was unnerving, seeing BRCS in a shirt but not having it connected to anything, and listening in on Hatsum's rambling. She had made it to look like skin, and it even had a small layer of red dye underneath it that was sensitive to temperature to make this skin flush or pale in certain temperatures. That was besides the point. The actual tough but flexible material was a dark forest green, and it stopped just below his collarbones, before going out like an off-the-shoulder shirt but without the shoulder. There was a triangle cut out in the middle of his chest, showing where his BRs would begin, looking far too real for Midoriya to be comfortable. The material then went down, following the fake curves like a second skin, before cutting off right in the middle of his ribs with a loose V, following the curve of the BRS and would further accent the tiny waist he had. Everything else, his very feminine-looking stomach, his shoulders, up his neck, was that a effing choker? What the actual hell? Hatsum was covered in this black fishnet-looking material that Hatsum said was made of steel-covered nitinol. Flexible but strong. So, Hatsum said after a few minutes of Midoriya gaping at the skimpy outfit he was going to be wearing on the streets kicking butt. Suddenly, the thought wasn't as bad as it was earlier. It's gonna take some getting used to, but it's absolutely gorgeous, Mei-chan. Thank you. She beamed with pride before ripping off the next sheet. And now to your pants. Again, she needs chill on the dramatics, she isn't getting paid for this. Midoriya suddenly felt a not really but kind of pit in his stomach. Hatsum wasn't hacking his bank account, was she? Not that it would bother him, random jobs and under-the-table payments, along with the fact that he wasn't paying to go to school meant that he could live pretty comfortably if he wanted to. That's besides the point though, was she? That well, he wouldn't put it past her. The pants were also slim-fitting, and thankfully had no skin showing. They were a darker, grenade color, but they had a strip of gray running down the side of his thighs, which then connected to a weird-looking rectangle thing. He didn't know what it was, but it looked awesome. While he was inspecting it, she had pulled the boots from the other dress form and Midoriya blanched. "Hatsune," he said, his calm voice not betraying the inner turmoil that was his emotions. "You do realize that those are heels, right?" She shifted at the tone of his voice, before her excitement overran any of her previous doubt. "I said I would earlier, to throw the police off of your super tininess." She again ignored his indignant cry. "Besides, you're 5 feet 5 inches, and these are only 3-inch high-heeled boots. They're form-fitting, and these silver bands right here will cinch the fabric like a second, tougher, layer of skin without any crinkles, guaranteed." She handed them to him and ran off to God knows where, and he took the time to feel the smoothness of the boots, like water-resistant shirts, but harder and minus the discomfort. Gosh, he was so ready. "Zuchan, I got your mask and voice changer." Hatsum came running back with a white top mask in hand and a green bottom mask in the other. She displayed both for him to see. The top mask was a shiny white, looking almost like porcelain but feeling more like plastic. It would cover his face like a basic Columbia mask, but on the left side, it had 3 sections coming up like curved claws. There was a black see-through sheet over the eyes, thin enough for him to see through, but thick enough to keep most things out. The bottom mask covered everything the top mask didn't, and would protrude over his face for extra protection. It had an oval in the middle of it, and upon touch, felt like a speaker. The other 2 ovals on either side of the middle one were smaller, and Hatsum explained that one would take in and purify air, and the other would release the carbon dioxide. "Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get you suited up." His head snapped up, and he stared at his best friend in awe. She tossed her hair over her shoulder with a condescending huff. "I know it's amazing, but let's hurry it up, yeah? I still have to straighten your hair. We don't have all night." Tears welled up in his eyes. "Mei-chan." She shook her head and took the mask from him. "None of that, Zuchan. The best way to thank me is to wear it and kick butt in it." She turned around to grab the rest of his uniform, and Midoriya took that few seconds to wipe the tears from his eyes. He clenched his fists and stared determinedly at the mask. He was so freaking ready. He was not ready. First of all, if you're a woman, and you have to live with the god-awful things called bits, Midoriya pities you. They were heavier than he was expecting, putting a weird weight on his lower back that he did not like, and they limited his movement. And the straightener? Sent from the depths of hell itself. That thing was hot, and Hatsum kept burning his ears, and the hair that Hatsum finished burned his skin. He was so regretting this. "Hush your whining," Hatsum shushed, fixing the top after she squeezed it over his head. It was a shirt for crying out loud. A crop top, sure, but a shirt. It shouldn't need to be squeezed over his head because God, that is so freaking tight. Air, where have you gone? She slipped the sleeves on with no problem, since there was no alteration to them, and the elbow pads went on without much complaint as well. The sleeves connected to the main piece by a strap, and were to provide extra padding if he were to fall on his shoulders. The elbow and new pads had an M on it, and they were lined with gold that would glow depending on how much light it was exposed to. The pants were easier to put on than the shirt, only because he wasn't getting suffocated while putting it on. Well, a part of him was, but it wasn't deadly. Right? Right? Quit your muttering. I swear you're not gonna die. No woman has ever died from putting on skin-tight clothing. That you know of. Midoriya cried, 3 seconds away from saying screw it and becoming a streaker vigilante. Suddenly, the pants become suffocating, and the padding keeping him safe to have children in the far future was suddenly feeling like he was never going to be able to have kids. Mei-chan dash. Midoriya Izuku, if you don't shut your goddamn mouth right now, I swear to God, I will stick a monkey wrench so far up your butt you will thank me when it comes out of your mouth. Remind him to never mess with a girl on her PRD. He wisely kept his mouth shut. Good boy, she cooed, and Midoriya was not scared. Nope, not at all. What is fear? Now, how does that feel? She had finished getting the pants on, because Midoriya couldn't do that himself, hell no, and was grabbing his boots to put on. He brushed the hair out of his face and hesitantly twisted a bit to the side, scared for any pain. He was surprised to find none, that he could move quite easily. The only downside was his breathlessness because, I don't know, his lungs are being squished to a minuscule of their normal size? It's surprisingly easy to move in this, he said in awe, twisting side to side just a bit quicker than before. Hatsum chuckled, coming back and kneeling down in front of him, motioning to put his leg in her lap. Don't sound so shocked. Women do this all the time. Cue the women willingly did this? Granted they have the curves, so they don't need the torture device Hatsum had called a waist trainer, but still. The idea of doing that every day sounded horrible. Hatsum clicked the last boot shut with a, there we go. She stood up and patted down her clothes, dust and soot coming off of her like her own personal ash from a volcano. She grabbed a little container and showed it to him. These are contacts. No sheet Sherlock. The sclera is black and the iris is a luminescent blue that will glow like a light when you press this button. Dimmin, those look badass. She held up a tiny container that looked like a can of spray paint, but was small enough to fit in his hands without being detected. When she pressed the button, the contacts lit up like someone seeing the love of their life. Putting them in was a whole new different story. To save you the trouble, we'll just say Hatsum had to pin Midoriya down like the little sub he was, and put them in herself, ignoring the thrashing and crying. They weren't that bad, so hush Midoriya. Fast forwards, the whole contact problem would see Midoriya pouting on a table with his arms and legs crossed like a petulant child. His eyes were red-rimmed from crying, but otherwise there was no other indication. What once was bright green was now a dark blue iris with lighter luminescent blue flecks and black sclera covering the rest of his eye. He has yet to have seen it, and he better look good because those were a pain to put in. Literally and figuratively. Come here, Zuchan. Come into the white room and I'll take a picture. He turned to look at her in confusion, before seeing the monkey wrench in her hand and deciding that he was not going to question her. He flicked his hair out of his face and pushed himself off of the table before almost breaking his ankle when he hit the ground much quicker than he was expecting to. Hatsum bursted out laughing. Har har, he huffed, throwing his hands out and wobbling over to Hatsum like a newborn fawn. She apparently thought this was hilarious, as her laughter doubled back twice as hard, and she wrapped her arms around her stomach as she fell back against the wall. Keep laughing, don't worry, I don't have feelings. He muttered, before his ankle gave out and he fell to the right with a as his shoulder connected with one of the tables Hatsum just had laying around. He clung to the table like it was the only thing keeping him tethered to the real world, his face probably way too scared for someone wearing heels for the first time, as he tried to get his feet to stay underneath him. He turned to Hatsum and busted out laughing at her face. She had slid all the way to the ground, still clutching her stomach as her silent laughter shook her body, her face turning redder and redder until it was borderline blue. Tears were streaming down her face as she tried to gain her bearings once again. His laughter ended up making him lose his very hardly worked for balance, as he tipped over and fell on his bottom, the cushion that made him look like he had hips making sure he didn't feel anything, and his shock was very clear on his face. Tim Timber. Hatsum wheezed, before they locked eyes, and a new round of laughter sent them both rolling on the ground like it could give them the air they needed. After the laughing incident Hatsum had gotten Midoriya safely into the white room, which was exactly what it was, a room with white walls. She told him the secret to waking in heels. Trust the heel. Which was very helpful, thank you very much. But he had gotten the hand of it, and no longer looked like a fawn. He looked like a little girl wearing her mother's 9-inch platform heels for the first time, according to Hatsum. But, who listens to Hatsum anyways? Cue Midoriya pouting. She dimmed the lights in the room after handing him his mask, and Midoriya was half expecting to hear that old song, Let's Get It On, by Marvin Gaye to start playing from hidden speakers. Half to his disappointment, it didn't happen. Alright, press the top button and pose. For me, she said, putting the camera up to her eyes to take the picture. Midoriya did as she said, slipping on the mask as well, before he put one leg in front of the other, one arm behind him and stuck his other one out, twisted just enough to see the small canister thing that held the button for his contacts. You're so boring, she sighed. A click signified her taking the picture. He excitedly bounded over, ignoring the fact that he did that without tripping, and stuck his face in Hatsume's camera. Let me see, he cried, and Hatsume laughed while she tried putting the camera above his head. A flawed plan, since naturally, Midoriya is 3 inches taller than her, and including the 3-inch boots she made him, 6 inches. He snatched the camera like candy from a baby. He was shocked. It didn't even look like him. It didn't even look like a him. He turned to Hatsume. This is me. She nodded, and he looked down at the picture again. This isn't me. I'm a man. He cried. Not at that suit you're not. You're a female vigilante by the name of Machiavellian. Hatsume snickered. Who wears a skimpy outfit to distract the criminals? He screeched indignantly and began chasing her around the room, screaming about how it was her idea. After he had calmed down, Hatsume walked him to the wall. Are you ready? She asked, her weird canister in hand. He nodded. Alrighty. Remember, you're supposed to be making an appearance, so if you can, when taking down a criminal, let yourself be seen by a camera. She handed him the canister. You already know what the top button does, and the bottom one will give you a distraction if you get caught by Eraserhead. The other end will give you the mark. Just proceed as usual, okay? He nodded again. Hatsume laughed. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Mei-chan, I'm nervous. He admitted. She tilted her head to the side. About what? You've never been seen before, let alone caught. What are you worried about? That I honestly don't know. Thank you for that, Mei-chan. She beamed. No problem. Now, get out there and make your mark. He nodded. Thanks, Mei-chan. He called as he slipped between the wall and disappeared into the tunnels that would lead him to his great debut. This is gonna be great. He really needed to stop jinxing himself. It had started as a normal night. Well, as normal as a criminal-filled society could get. A few attempted muggings here and there, but the majority of people on the streets looked to be adults stumbling home drunk off their butts. Hatsume had put his camera detector in the black part of the mask covering his left eye, letting him see the cameras with a pulsating light changing colors, but otherwise it was a normal thermal heat detector, while his right eye saw what everyone else saw. He had a camera in his sights, it was sitting under the roof of a building overlooking an alley, and the way he had been sitting had him perfectly out of view. He had surveyed his area, and noticed the shady people walking out of a door in the alley, all hush-hush and peeking around at their surroundings. As if it had been cued, a woman walked by the alley, completely unaware of the men until she was slammed against the wall, one of their grimy hands smothering her cries for help. Let's have some fun, sweetheart, what do you say? I need to blow off some steam. Without any hesitation, he had jumped off the building, landing silently on his feet. Eraserhead would be so jealous, but his movement had caught their attention. I wouldn't do that if I were you, he said, almost flinching at the highly feminine voice coming from his mouth. The man holding the woman snorted. Biff, are you gonna do about it, huh? Cried a mommy. Get lost, stupid beach. The other men snickered, as if he had said anything amusing, and for a split second, he saw a young blonde standing with his cronies, as they laughed and laughed and laughed. Hey! One of the men yelled. Didn't you hear him? Puffware. But women went through this. Midoriya wasn't a female, but he was this close to ripping their faces off with his goddamned nails. I'm going to give you 3 seconds to unhand her before dash. Before what, huh? What are you gonna do about it? As if to accent what he was saying, he pressed the women closer to the wall, ignoring her whimpering, and exhaled hot air across her cheek. Midoriya had about 5 seconds to think of a plan before they did something to that woman. There were 3 of them. The one holding the woman was obviously in charge, The other two glanced at him for reassurance in their actions. The one on the left was wearing tight leather jeans, not efficient for fighting in cooler weather, and his right hand was hidden behind his back, probably to conceal a quirk or weapon. His thermal detector couldn't see anything past his body heat, so it was probably a weapon. The one on the right was wearing jeans, but leaned more to his right, as if he had injured his left or favored his right side more. His quirk maybe? Nope, his throat was lighting up a bright yellow in his thermal eye. Electricity? Dear God, please not fire. Whatever it was, he was going to use it, and in that second, Midoriya would jump onto Glowstick and push him into the leather jeans, and Boss would let go of the girl to help them. If he shoved Glowstick hard enough in the shoulder, his head will fling back from the force and smash into leather jeans, hopefully knocking them both out. If the woman was smart, she would take the hint and run away, and he could deal with Boss without worrying about hurting anyone. I'm done with this skimpy beach, light her up. Thank every deity above, it was electricity. As soon as AA Battery opened his mouth, Midoriya ducked down and jumped at the wall of the alley, hearing the shocked cries from the men. Yeah, like he was just going to stand there and become a lighting rod, no thanks. He tucked his legs underneath him, so when he hit the wall, it was with his feet and he could push himself off of it quickly. As soon as he was airborne, he twisted through the second shot of electricity and smashed straight into AA Battery's chest, sending him clean into leather jeans. He landed lightly in a crouch, looking up in time to see the woman punch the shocked man in the face. Turning and bolting out of the alley. She's going to call the cops. He realized, eyes going wide with the urge to run, before the big boss stood up, popped his jaw back into place, and stepped in front of Midoriya, blocking what the man thought was his only exit. Like, seriously. I could kick you in the ball and run. Well, the man said, wincing at the pain from his broken jaw. You got rid of my men pretty easily. This is not the little girl's first time, is it? He chuckled, his low timbre voice making Midoriya shudder. Now he understood the feeling that girls talk about, when they encounter someone iffy and they feel like covering up. He's been doing this for about 6 years. And in front of this man, he felt like crawling under a cardboard box and screaming, I'm invisible, you can't see me. The man swept his hands out. You could take down a quirkless man and an electric user. Congrats. They were stupid though, they didn't recognize you knew what you were doing, that they didn't have a sliver of a chance against you, did they, pretty one? It's okay, I'll finish you off, I'll take that pretty smile off your face and keep it for myself. Midoriya blinked. The audacity of this man. He thinks he can act all high and mighty because Machiavellian was a girl? Thought he could scare the vigilante into SBMson? Oh, he was so on. You can't even see my face, so you wouldn't know if I was smiling or not. I'll tell you, I'm baring my teeth in disgust. Besides, what makes you think you have a chance against me? He needed to finish this quickly. This was caught on camera, so someone would be over soon. Didn't help that woman probably ran to the nearest police station. The man laughed. I have a chance because I will take your quirk from you. Midoriya blinked. Is this guy serious? I'll take that pretty quirk from you, leave you a defenseless, useless, quirkless? Nobody. I'll crush your head in while you beg for mercy. I might even take that pretty suit off of you and have my way dash. Midoriya jerked forwards and punched him in the face. The man's body collapsed to the floor, out cold, a heavy thunk that made Midoriya snicker. He couldn't believe people went through that. He couldn't believe someone would stand there and ignore it. He shook his head. He didn't want to think about how far heroes strayed from true heroism, how corrupt society became since the first kid was born with a quirk. He didn't want to think about how he could have been considered normal if he had just been born much earlier. He pulled all 3 men into the center of the alley and propped them up against each other, side to side like a triangle. He took some of the rope he had in his square pockets and tied all of them together by the wrists. He didn't have to worry about them breaking out since the police would be there momentarily. Then he took out the canister Hatsum had given him and turned it upside down, pressing down on the button until the bottom lit up a dull red. He then pressed it to the first man's shirt, held it there for 3 seconds, and moved to the next man, until a nice, shiny, silver sat nicely on all of their chests. Then his secondary ultimate move. He pulled out a green bow that usually went on birthday gifts, and placed it on the boss head. Then he took out two smaller ones, red and yellow, and placed it on the AA battery guy and leather jeans, respectively. Red was for the most dangerous quirk, green was something you had to watch out for, and yellow just meant they were there for the ride. He stood up, brushing off imaginary dust and pulling down his bottom mask to spit in the direction of the criminals, before remembering that he was being recorded. He slid his changer back on and shrugged. Oops. His shoulders tensed when he heard someone running, and he knew it wasn't the police. He turned around and darted out of the camera's line of sight, slipping into the shadows more than he thought he would be able to with his outfit. Hidden in the safety of the shadows, he ripped off the extra layer he had on his gloves, exposing a quiet but sticky substance that would help him climb vertical walls like an amphibian. It had a name, but he didn't bother to listen when Hatsum went on a rant about it. All he heard was, "Gecko dash," and immediately started picturing himself with the body of a gecko. Yeah, that was fun. He leaned down and did the same for the tips of his boots, and jumped onto the wall, sticking there like he had fallen against the floor, not a vertical wall. He felt so stupid like this, a human acting like a gecko, or a spider, or an ant, and neither of those comparisons made him feel any better. He began to quickly work his way up, but stilled when he heard someone drop to the floor behind him. He tilted his head to the side, cautious of any light that could reflect off his mask, and saw just who he didn't want to see him while he was impersonating an animal. "About how long ago did she disappear?" Eraserhead asked, talking into his phone and apparently looking for someone. The tired hero walked around the three guys, his scarf shifting on his shoulders, checking for signs of life and making sure they were tied up tight. The hero tilted his head to the side as he listened to what the other person on the phone was saying. Well, if it was only a couple of seconds ago, she couldn't have gotten far, could she? Who are they talking about? The woman? Did she not make it to the police station? Midoriya leaned closer, still cautious of his mask, and looked around to see if he could spot any other police officers. We are talking about a well-known vigilante here, but she still shouldn't be able to disappear that quickly. Maybe it's her quirk. Holy crap. They were talking about him. Midoriya's eyes widened with the realization, and Eraserhead began slowly surveying his surroundings, as if Midoriya was an amateur and he left something to track his trail. Midoriya jolted. He left himself. What an amateur, gosh. He moved as quickly as he could without jerking his movements and giving his spot away, slowly making his way to the roof of the building. He knew that as soon as he made it close enough to the top, he would have to bolt because the light would give his figure away. Once he could touch the edge with his fingers, he turned to look down to locate the hero and bit back a squeak. The hero was staring directly into his eyes. "Yeah," he said into his phone. "Found her." Well, crud. Like a godsend, a battery chose that moment to JRK to life, and Eraserhead spun around at the sound. "What the dash," he started, before using his capture weapon to tie up the guy. Ignoring his useless struggling and cursing, he erased his quirk and knocked him back out cold. He whipped around to look at the last spot Machiavellian had been in, and cursed when he couldn't spot her figure. He turned around and glared at the man who made him lose the vigilante. As if he could feel his glare, the man shifted in his unconsciousness and whined. Eraserhead sighed, and sent his location to Tsukachi for officers to pick up the men, and to see if he could find anything Machiavellian left behind. Midoriya would love to say that when Eraserhead turned around to recapture AA battery, he pulled himself over the roof, ran a couple of buildings down, flipped off the side, and disappeared into the darkness like the anomaly he was, forever hidden from the corrupt society he called home. But that didn't happen. Yes, he pulled himself over the edge of the building and sprinted across, thankful that whatever Hatsum made his boots with, they were completely silent, but instead of flipping off the edge like a badass and disappearing, he's shameful to say that he tripped. Off the side of the building. He didn't shriek, because that's super girly and he wasn't girly at all. It was a manly war cry, you hear him? A war cry as he fell jumped off of the building. He twisted himself to land on his feet, but he hit something surprisingly soft and he collapsed to the floor on top of another person. Shit, wait, crap. He cried as he jumped off the person, his voice changer cracking as it struggled to make his voice higher as he squeaked. "Are you okay?" The woman groaned and shifted onto her side, before stilling with an exhale. "Oh God!" he shrieked, his voice changer making it sound like a voice crack as it shifted to his normal voice for a split second. "Did I kill you? Are you okay?" "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." He leaned down and ripped one of his gloves off, pressing 2 fingers to the woman's neck and relaxing when he felt a pulse. A chuckle rang out from behind him. He shrieked, made a very manly sound and jumped up, spinning around to see who was behind him. It was a boy. He was wearing a dark blue hoodie and black pants, reminding Midoriya of his outfit before he was Machiavellian. His black cat mask just gave him away. "Puppeteer," he said, his voice practically grating on his own ears. "Hi." Puppeteer chuckled again, and it sent blood to his cheeks, unlike the way the other man had made him recoil in disgust. He gestured to the woman knocked out cold. "Seems as if you finished my work for me," he said, and my God, he had a deep voice. It took a second for Midoriya to register what he said, mind still spinning from the velvety smoothness that caressed his ears. "Oh," he said, turning to look at the girl. She had a noticeable bruise growing on her cheek, where Midoriya's boots had dug into his face, and he was shocked to see that it wasn't cut open or bleeding. "I'm sorry, it kind of fell." There was that chuckle again. "I noticed." There was a moment of silence, where neither of them knew what to say, before Puppeteer nodded to the girl. "My quirk won't work on someone who is unconscious. You're going to have to take the credit for this one." Even though Midoriya couldn't see it, he could have sworn the other vigilante smirked. "After all, you did swoop in and take him off my hands." Midoriya groaned, pressing his gloved hand to his mask, as if he could erase the moment from his mind forever. "That moment is going to haunt me for the rest of my life." Puppeteer laughed. Midoriya ignored the way shivers raced up his spine and turned toward the downed woman. He slipped his glove back on, pulled out the canister and flipped it over, before pressing the button and waiting until it heated a nice gold instead of red. He wanted this one to shine prettily. He leaned over and pressed it to the woman's shirt, holding it for 3 seconds before pulling it back and flipping the off button, marveling in the way this M seemed to shimmer like a sparkling sea. He pulled out a small amount of rope after slipping the canister into his pocket and tied the woman's hands together. Searching the walls, he saw a camera hidden in a small shadow between the 2 buildings and heaved a sigh. Hatsum would find that video and she'd have more blackmail material. "Why so down?" Puppeteer asked, his voice much closer than Midoriya expected. "There's a camera hidden in between those 2 buildings, but I'll have my friend delete the footage if you want to stay under wraps." He pointed in the general direction of the camera. "Now, what kind of quirk did this woman have?" Puppeteer was silent for a moment. She could turn her fingers into blades. Midoriya paused, a child's face flitting across his memory, before he pulled out a green bow and began taking the wraps off to place it onto the man's head. "Are you really Spider?" Midoriya stilled for a moment, before continuing his bow-making skills. "Yes." Puppeteer hummed. "Really? The last I remembered, Spider was a boy. Well, sheet. You do know that taking credit for someone else's work is the lowest a vigilante can sink, right? Who are you two dash?" He cut Puppeteer off mid-rant by pulling his voice changer around his neck and turning it off. "I know what work is mine, thank you very much." Puppeteer stumbled back, probably not expecting Midoriya's normal, deep voice. Well, deeper than the high-pitched female voice the changer made. "What? I am Spider, but I changed my costume and name to you know what? Follow me, it'll be easier to show you than to explain." He turned on his heel and walked towards the fire exit stairs, slipping his voice changer back over his mouth and turning it on. "You coming?" he asked, probably giving the poor vigilante whiplash on how quickly his voice changed. He heard footsteps starting behind him, and he continued walking. They made their way up the stairs silently, and Midoriya was able to survey the street layout, quickly trying to figure out where Hatsum's base was located. He needed to be quick, he wasn't that far from Eraserhead when he fell. As if it had been cued, a scarf wrapped around his foot and tugged him back. Midoriya fell forwards, slamming into the ground with a loud bang, as the metal creaked under the unexpected weight. He groaned as he was dragged backwards, towards the set-off underground hero. "Eraserhead. So nice of you to join us." he said after the hero lifted him in his scarves, his voice sounding more tired than the chipper tone he was going for. His eye twitched under his goggles. Midoriya would bet $100 on it. What are you doing? Puppeteer asked behind him. Eraserhead turned to the boy. Puppeteer. Release Machiavellian, take the woman to the station, and forget what Puppeteer looks like. Understand, I really didn't want to do this. Amazingly, Eraserhead released Midoriya, the boy thumping to the ground on his padded behind, and turned around, walking towards where the female-looking vigilante tied the criminal up. Midoriya whipped around to look at Puppeteer, and saw the boy shift uneasily, rubbing the back of his neck, like he was expecting a backlash. That was so badass. Puppeteer's head jerked up, like he wasn't expecting that reaction. What? Midoriya stood up and brushed imaginary dust off of his suit, ignoring the irritation when his fake BRS got in the way. He walked over to the edge and continued looking for Hatsume's base. I said that's badass. Knowing current society though, you were probably persecuted and bullied for something you couldn't help but be. Puppeteer was silent. And what am I? Midoriya snorted. Effing you badass. He spotted the base, and turned towards the other vigilante, ready to state the news, before being startled to see him wiping his eyes. Sorry, he said, his voice cracking on his tears. I've never had a good reaction to my quirk. Oh. Freaking genius. You'll make an awesome hero. Puppeteer seemed to curl into himself, shaking with suppressed sobs. Oh, please don't cry. Midoriya said, starting to panic. I didn't mean to hurt you. God, I'm sorry. Puppeteer lurched forwards and pulled Midoriya into a hug. Midoriya tensed at first, before relaxing and wrapping his arms around the crying boy. He was irritated to say that even with his 3-inch boots, the boy was still taller than him. When he took off the boots, the boy would tower over him. After the vigilante had gotten all of his tears out of his system, Midoriya led him to Hatsume's hidden warehouse. Standing outside the rickety old building, Puppeteer whistled. If you wanted me alone in a dark building, you should have just asked. Midoriya choked, before shoving him. Shut up, he said, thankful that the mask hid his practically glowing cheeks. Puppeteer chuckled, before following Midoriya as he walked around to the side of the building, thankful that it was dark and no one was out. He pulled back the window and slipped in, moving to the side so the taller boy goes squeeze in too. Creepy. Puppeteer whispered, shuddering when his whisper echoed across the abandoned building. Midoriya nodded. There is a device in here that makes it seem like the shadows are chasing you, but it's just to scare off delinquents. If you come by often, which you probably will, I'll add you to the system and you won't be affected by it. Puppeteer audibly gulped. He followed silently as Midoriya made his way to the trap door, flinching at the movement of it opening. He stared down into the hole. Hell no, he said, taking a step back. Midoriya sighed. I'll go in first, but you have to follow me. The shadows aren't bad because I'm standing next to you, but as soon as I leave, you'll PSS your pants. The shadows aren't bad? Puppeteer hissed, glancing around at his surroundings like he expected something to jump out at him. I'm 3 seconds away from knocking you out, because I swear to God you're going to murder me. Midoriya groaned, before reaching out and yanking the taller boy into the hole. He went as quietly as a raging bull. Midoriya dropped down behind him, silently closing the trapdoor. When he turned, Puppeteer punched him in the arm. Oh, what was that for? He whined, rubbing the spot that was going to bruise. For scaring the shit out of me, that's what. Puppeteer hissed, seemingly still affected by Hatsume's shadow device. Midoriya huffed. Fine. Guess I deserve that. Follow me. Ignoring Puppeteer's, what do you think I'm doing? He walked down the hallway, and turned after his hand grazed the second wall, hearing the boy pause behind him, before following him down the dark corridor. Once they reached the ladder leading back up, Midoriya motioned the other boy towards it. Once you get up there, don't move. The boy stared at him, making sure he wasn't going to pull a gun or anything, before grabbing the ladder and making his way to the top. After a quick look around, straining his ears to hear, and only picking up on Puppeteer's quickening heartbeat, he climbed up the ladder and turned towards the button. He pressed it, feeling bad when Puppeteer jerked backwards at the movement. He gently grabbed his wrist and pulled him in. The wall is going to shut, he warned, clutching the boy's wrist tighter when he tensed. True to his word, the wall slid shut and they were encased in darkness. Before other boys breathing could pick up from panic, the wall across from them slid open, bringing blindingly bright light that had the boy in blue cringing away. Midoriya waited until he was somewhat used to the light, before dragging him into the warehouse. He let go of his wrist once he made it in, because he knew what it was like to see everything strewn about for the first time. It was more than shocking. He made his way towards the middle of the warehouse, where Hatsum had wrestled him into his suit a while ago, and waited for Hatsum to realize he was there. The door down the hallway across from him slammed open. He could practically see Puppeteer jump, even though the boy was somewhere behind him. "Zu-chan!" Hatsum cried, thankfully looking like she had showered. "You're back!" "How did my suit work?" Midoriya saw the exact moment she saw the other. Vigilante. Her eyes widened as her smile slipped of her face. She opened her mouth and reached towards the table, probably to grab a monkey wrench or something else that would hurt, but Midoriya cut her off. "Hatsum." She paused at the sound of her surname and glanced at him. "This is Puppeteer." He knew that Spider was a boy. Her eyes widened. She had had access to all of the cameras. Due to her vast understanding of technology, hacking came as a second way of breathing, and she still hadn't known what gender Midoriya was. "So you admit that you're not Spider?" Puppeteer's voice rang out, and Hatsum shivered. Midoriya felt smug, a smirk growing on his face, thankfully hidden by his mask. She would go through the same thing he did. "What do you mean?" she asked, and Midoriya bit back the urge to snigger. She knew what he meant, she just wanted to hear him talk again. "I mean," he started, coming to a stop beside Midoriya, his hood down, showing his wild dark hair. "That Machiavellian isn't Spider. Spider was a boy." Hatsum shivered again. This time, the boy seemed to notice it. "Are you cold?" he asked, so oblivious of what his voice was doing to the other people in the room. "No," Midoriya said, deciding to let Hatsum catch her breath as he took off his mask. "Your voice is just pleasing to listen to." The boy didn't seem to know what to say at that, but he stared at Midoriya as he took of his voice changer as well. "Main, I need help getting out of this." The luxury of hearing his own voice was something he took for granted. Said girl jolted out of whatever funk she is in, and walked over to Midoriya, kneeling down to take off his boots as he sat on a table. "My voice is pleasing?" Puppeteer asked, as if he couldn't wrap his mind around that fact. "Very," Hatsum said, not bothering to look at him as she set the boots to the side, and began sliding Midoriya's knee pads off. The tall boy looked at Midoriya, but the boy shrugged. He wasn't going to deny it. Once he had taken off his elbow pads and sleeves, Midoriya slid off the table and sat down on the ground so Hatsum could pull his shirt over his head. As soon as she unhooked the bottom from his pants and began pulling it up, Puppeteer made a squeaking noise from the back of his throat and whirled around, covering his eyes. "A little warning next time," he cried, flustered at the thought of seeing a woman topless. Hatsum bursted out laughing, knowing exactly where the boy's mind had went, leaving Midoriya to sit in confusion. "What am I missing?" he asked, but was completely ignored. Once Hatsum had caught her breath a few seconds later, she continued pulling Midoriya's shirt off his head, ignoring the strangled cat noises he was making. "My name is Hatsum Mei," she said, tugging harder at the shirt that got caught over Midoriya's head, still ignoring his dying cat sounds. "I'm an inventor, and I created this outfit so a boy could cross-dress and slip under the radar as a girl." The shirt came off and Midoriya clutched at the ground, his undershirt sticking to his muscles as he began skiing in huge gulps of breath as if she had been strangling him. "My name is Akatani Midori. I am a cross-dressing vigilante." "Oh my god, that sounds so bad." Puppeteer slowly turned around and relaxed once he saw that Midoriya was BRST-free. "Hatsum-san called you Loziden. Where does the nickname come from?" The two best friends froze. He was smarter than he looked. Hatsum shifted uneasily. Midoriya's backstory was not something to be taken lightly. She had cried so hard, and held the boy for a while when she first heard it. Midoriya sighed when Puppeteer tensed, seemingly picking up on the sudden tension in the room. You haven't unlocked tragic backstory yet, so please ignore it for now. Puppeteer slowly nodded, and Midoriya motioned for Hatsum to help him with his pants. They were much easier to take off than they were to put on, but Midoriya made sure Hatsum knew all of his complaints. Puppeteer took off his mask. They turned to look at him as he opened his mouth to speak. My name is Shinso Hitoshi. My quirk is called brainwashing. If someone answers my question, I can do anything I want to them, including giving commands and implanting thoughts and feelings. My quirk is a freak mutation. My mother could control bubbles that came out of her sneezes, and my father could manipulate colors. Imagine their shock when their child got a villain's quirk. He chuckled, but it lacked the teasing warmth that had made the two best friends flush. Now, it just sounded empty, bitter. I was put up for adoption at age 4, and every orphanage they moved me to makes me wear a muzzle, so I don't influence any of them to do my will. So I don't hurt anyone like the villain they think I am, went unsaid. It was silent for exactly 3 seconds. You trust us this early in? Hatsum whispered, and Shinso let out a small smile. If us vigilantes can't stick together, who will have our backs when we fall? Midoriya sighed. This boy had a point. My name. Shinso looked at him, probably confused. He took a deep breath, and Hatsum put her hand on his shoulder. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Shinso's eyes practically popped off his face. I was declared quirkless at the age of 4, useless at the age of 5, dead at the age of 9. A villain attacked my mother's apartment complex, as you know. His fire got to a gas tank and the explosion sent me to a faraway alley, crushed under some rubble. I woke up a few days later after someone took me in. He still visits me, says that taking care of me was his payment for not being able to save his brother. He helped me find my mother's hospital room, but when I looked through the window, she was crying while Endeavor told her that her son had been burned alive. He took a shuddering breath and ignored the tears pooling in Shinso's eyes. The person who helped me find her comforted me and helped me get a job to buy hair dye so she could move on. I wasn't in the right mind in that time. I was the useless, worthless, quirkless Deku, and I thought that if everyone believed I was dead, they would be happier. That's when I became the vigilante spider. My mother was being mugged and people just walked past her, ignoring her screaming for help. My legs moved before I could even stop to think about hiding who I was. I helped her and ran away, but it felt so good to be a hero. To be something that everyone said I couldn't be. I was Spider for a long time, before the police staged a murder to try and capture me. Shinso's tears spilled over his cheeks. I knew they weren't dead, I could hear their heartbeat, but I couldn't help but find the situation amusing. I couldn't even be mad. I was doing the same thing. Pretending to be dead, lying to the mass of people, and manipulating to get what I want. I ran away from the scene and ran into another problem. A boy who was my worst tormentor when I was declared quirkless, he was the victim in the sludge villain attack. I got him out, moved without thinking. Did you know All Might himself told me I couldn't be a hero? And yet, I was the only one who helped, despite all the heroes on the scene. I had a nickname for him and it just slipped out before I could stop it. I ran. I ran so fast, I didn't want to see his face, the look when he realized that quirkless Deku was still alive. A sob escaped Shinso's mouth, despite the 2 hands he had pressed against it. Mei-chan and I weren't that close before then. I was the vigilante and she was the inventor. I was the test subject, she was the scientist. After that, she was the only person holding me up from sinking. She was my raft boat against my sea of fears and depression. She gave me a new name, Machiavellian, and today, she created my outfit. She is my everything, and now that you know my sad backstory, you're going to join in and make her raft boat stronger than ever. Shinso was sobbing, and Midoriya felt guilty. The first time he told Hatsum his past, she cried just as hard. Shinso lurched forwards and crushed the smaller boy against his chest, shaking as he tried to suppress the agony Midoriya was letting off in waves. I'm so sorry. Shinso sobbed. I'll help you. We're all stuck together now. And that was that. Hatsum wasn't a big touchy person, but she held the 2 of them for a good 5 minutes, before going off and putting Midoriya's uniform away. After a bit, Shinsu's shoulders stopped shaking and he was just holding Midoriya against his chest, enjoying the warmth the other boy provided. I have an apartment. Shinso pulled back and looked down at the smaller boy in confusion. Midoriya had a look of determination in his eyes, like he was working towards something he wanted and wasn't stopping anytime soon in his pursuit. Congrats! Shinso was so confused. Apparently it was obvious, because Midoriya let out a chuckle, the vibrations from his chest making Shinso jolt. It has been so long since he's heard warm laughter for him. Midoriya had been bullied for being quirkless, and that was terrible, but Shinso had been outright ignored. People walked around him, spoke over him when he was talking, ignored him when he spoke to them, and had no problem talking shit on him when he was in the room. He's heard laughter when he was sitting behind the door of his broom closet while the kids played around. Despite him being the villain, all of the kids had been too afraid to laugh at him, touch him, talk to him, anything. Scared he would force them to kill themselves or anything else a villain would do. He has never experienced good feelings since he was 4, until today. He was emotional, don't blame him. I'm saying this because you're going to live with me. What? What? We're going to your orphanage, you're getting your things, and you're living with me. I don't have a second bedroom, but I have a giant bed, and we can make it work. Tears welled up in Shinsu's eyes. He laughed and wiped them away. That eager to get me into your bed, huh? Midoriya grinned. You know it. Why are you willing to help me? You have gone through something similar to me. I want to help you get to where you want to be, whether that's happiness or the #1 hero. More tears spilled out of Shinsu's eyes. You don't have an ulterior motive? No. He released the boy from his quirk, and he blinked in shock, before Shinso grabbed his arms. I'm sorry, he cried. I just needed to be sure. You understand, right? People like me are so cynical. Please forgive me. Midoriya was silent, before Shinso felt him reach up, and he flinched, fearing the worst, but the boy just brushed his tears away. You're lucky you weren't planning to hurt me. Shinso sniffed. Why? Midoriya chucked. Because Mei-chan is standing behind you with one of her toolboxes, 3 seconds away from killing you. Shinso instantly whipped around, and sure enough, Hatsum was standing a few steps away, her legs spread out, with a black toolbox raised above her head, a few seconds away from coming down hard. She had the decency to look embarrassed. In my defense, I came in and he had you under his quirk. What was I supposed to think? Shinso laughed, and he felt a shiver go down Midoriya's body. He spared the boy a glance, and turned back to see Hatsum putting her toolbox down on a table a few feet away, completely silent. How are you so quiet? He asked, legitimately confused. She likes to try and sneak up on me, Midoriya laughed. My years living on the streets as a vigilante gave me killer senses, but she likes to try her hand every once in a while. Seriously, Hatsum said. Once, when we were younger and playing hide and seek, I hid in a cupboard in a back room. This boy walks in, knocks on the cupboard and says, I know you're in there, you can't hide from me, and it was the creepiest thing ever. Midoriya shrugged. Not my fault your guys' heartbeats are so loud. Shinso stared at the smaller boy. That's FNG creepy. Well, Hatsum said, stretching her arms above her head, my parents are coming home from their business trip in a few hours, so I better get back. I'll text you guys when I can supervise your outing, okay? Okay. See you later, Mei-chan. Midoriya chirped. Goodbye, Hatsum-san. Shinso said, before Hatsum waved her hand at him. Call me Mei, or come up with your own nickname. Good night, guys. She turned on her heel, and with one last wave, she slipped through the back door. The one Midoriya was forbidden to use, because it led to a female's bathroom stall in the decaying building. Midoriya stood up. Come on. We gotta go to your orphanage to get your stuff. Shinso smiled. Yeah. Midoriya Izuku was a vigilante. That means that he had something shitty happen to him and made him realize that heroes are corrupt, but instead of that shitty thing making him hate heroes, it made him want to be better than them. Right now, he knew why villains became villains. Shinso had led him to his orphanage, about a 20-minute walk from base, and as soon as he walked into the living room, it went silent. Apparently, Kids didn't have a bedtime once they hit their teens, so there were quite a bit of teenagers laying around, talking and laughing. As soon as Shinso pulled the door open, it was as if someone hit the mute button. Shinso walked further into the orphanage, kids getting up to move out of his way, never looking at him or acknowledging that he was there, besides shifting out of his way. Midoriya was 3 seconds from going villain mode and murdering everyone in the building, but he did his best to ignore everyone. Until someone shoved him. He whirled around, ready to go off on someone, and saw a red-headed girl standing there, looking relieved. "You can leave now," she said, her voice melodic as if she were singing a song. It was probably something to do with her quirk. He pet his head to the side and squared his shoulders. "Excuse me? You're not under the villain's control anymore. You can leave." Was this speech serious? Midoriya was going to FNG murder this hoe. Never let it be said that Midoriya Izuku wasn't protective over his friends. After their bonding moment in base, Shinso was added onto that list. "Mak Akatani," Shinso said, and Midoriya practically hissed when everyone in the room flinched. "It's okay. Let's go." Melodic Beach stepped forwards and tried to put her hand on Midoriya's arm. He jerked away, into Shinso's side. "I think if not." The entire room held their breath, as if they were waiting for Shinso to snap and kill someone. "They should be worrying about me. I have an alibi, 2 names, and a large shovel in the closet. What makes you think he's controlling me?" he asked, his voice calm, smooth, like the tone your guardians use when you've so massively effed up they can't even bring themselves to yell. The girl shifted uneasily, not liking the danger lurking in his voice, before flipping her hair over one shoulder and resting her hands on her hips. "Because that's what villains do. You would know, wouldn't you?" Midoriya snarled, a high-pitched, inhuman sound, and reveled in the way the girl stumbled back, terror written on her face. "Thank you, Stendhal, for teaching me your ways of intimidation. All you have to do is look in the mirror and you see one, don't you?" The girl was trembling as Midoriya stalked up to her, the waves of his fury becoming almost tangible until the tension in the room could be cut with a knife. He came to a stop in front of her, glaring at her, before throwing his hand out to the side, like he was slicing something with his hand, and grinned when the girl screamed. Something sour assaulted his nose. He looked down and sure enough, the girl had urine running down her trembling legs as it formed a puddle beneath her. He slowly looked back into her eyes, before pulling his lips back to bare his sharp canines at her, sking air in through his teeth to make a high-pitched hissing sound. Something that sounded like it should come straight from the mouth of a snake, not a human. He should probably feel bad, intimidating all of Shinso's old orphanage peers people, but the knowledge that Shinso had went through this his entire life since he was 4, was enough to piss him off and make him want to see them suffer. And this is why he's a vigilante, not a hero. A hero would never revel in the fear they've caused, that's something a villain would do. It's a good thing a vigilante is the gray line between white and black. Shinso gently grabbed Midoriya's arm and pulled him away. As Shinso tugged him towards his room, he bared his teeth at everyone staring at him and channeled his inner villain. "You can't run from me." Everyone believed him. Shinso pulled him into his room and shut the door behind him. "Midoriya, it's Izuku or your own nickname," he said, turning to survey Shinso's extremely empty, small room. He was trying extremely hard to put his emotions into check, to make sure he didn't go back and show them exactly why people feared his name. "Sweetheart." Midoriya choked on air, and whirled around in time to see Shinso throw his head back and laugh, the baritone sound filling the room up with his joy. He could hear the kids in the living room quiet down, as if they couldn't believe Shinso could laugh. "It works for me," Midoriya said, and it was his turn to laugh when Shinso choked on his laughter. The taller boy smirked. "All right then." He walked over to his closet, opened it, and pulled out a backpack, slipping the straps over his shoulders and nodding. "I'm ready." Midoriya blinked, perplexed. "That's it? You don't need anything else?" Shinso nodded. "Nothing else is mine. I've been ready to leave since I first got here." Midoriya nodded. He understood that. When he was first separated from his mother, he had bought a similar yellow backpack and made sure everything he owned could fit in it, so he could leave at a moment's notice. He never liked settling in one place, because it felt like he was accepting the fact that he no longer felt the need for his mother. His caretaker had snatched his backpack, put everything inside into his apartment, and burned it. It seems harsh, but Midoriya had been in denial. He had refused to believe that Inko had given up on him, and his caretaker had seen that. He decided to get rid of the only thing that kept Midoriya strung on empty hopes, which was his backpack. He had held the young boy as he cried, finally understanding that Inko had accepted his death and had moved on. He beamed at Shinso. "Then let's get you out of here." He flung open the door with a flourish, reveling in the way the kids all fell silent. Swaggered into the living room, loving the way the kids tensed in fear. He jerked his thumb at Shinso. "I'm taking him with me." No objections. All of the kids stared at him, incredulous. None. Someone piped up from the huddle of boys sitting in the corner. Midoriya bared his teeth and hissed like a snake, everyone flinching at the sound. "But, because I wasn't asking." He turned around and held his hand out to Shinso. The boy was fighting tears, Midoriya could tell, but he still reached out and took his hand. Midoriya smiled. "Finally leaving, you monster?" Shinso flinched. Midoriya turned to see Melodic Beach standing in the way of the door, with brand new pants. "Beach, please, I could snap you in half and run." "No, because you're still here. Do you have your big girl pants on now? Or do you still need diapers?" He taunted. He would feel bad about being so childish later, but right now, there was only anger. Some of the kids snickered. Her face flushed red, clashing horribly with her hair. "Why are you calling me the villain?" She cried, and she may have a melodic voice, but it was grating against Midoriya's ears, and he was getting increasingly irritated. "The brainwasher is standing behind you." Midoriya was in front of her before anyone in the room could even blink. "Control, control, she's just a kid, just a kid, just a kid." He snatched her arm before she could stumble away, and leaned in, letting a pleasant smile slip onto his face. "You listen here and you listen good." She opened her mouth to object, but he dug his fingernails into her arm and snarled at her. "Shinso Hitoshi will be nothing short of an amazing hero. All of you will sit here and cry your FING eyes out when he appears on TV at Yuuei, because you'll have tormented a hero your entire pathetic lives. I hope all of you SCK on his victory and FING choke." He stepped back, disgusted when all he could smell was urine, and bared his teeth at the kids in Shinsu's old orphanage. "Have a pleasant FNG life." He gently grabbed Shinsu's hand and began tugging him towards the entrance, baring his teeth at anyone who looked at them in the wrong way. The lady who worked there didn't speak a word to him when he said he was taking Shinso away. She just nodded, handed him his paperwork, and shredded anything that said he had lived there. Shinso had his face buried in the crook of his elbow the entire time, but Midoriya couldn't tell whether he was laughing or crying. He lifted his head once they were out of the building, and tears were streaming down his face, but he was grinning. Midoriya smiled back, and in that moment, he felt as if everything would be okay. Standing on the stairs of his apartment, he decided that everything was not going to be okay. "What's wrong?" Shinso asked, the tears having dried on his face quickly after leaving the orphanage. Midoriya shifted. "I have a neighbor who's homophonic, and I hear him walking around his apartment. I think he's waiting for me to show up." "Oh," he said. "Do you want me to go be a dash?" "Don't finish that sentence," Midoriya said, turning to face the other boy. "I offered you a place to stay, and I'm not backing down because my neighbor wants to be annoying. I just didn't want you to deal with him right after dealing with the Asalic orphans." Shinso nodded. "That makes sense." His eyes narrowed. "Speaking of which, you had quite the mouth and intimidating aura on you. Want to explain that?" Midoriya shrugged, sheepish. He turned and began walking up the stairs, rubbing the back of his neck. "I don't know, I just get super protective when my friends are being threatened, you know? I did the same thing for Hatsum, and I'll keep doing it until the entire world knows you two cannot be touched." "What if I want to be touched?" Shinso asked, letting his voice drop down to his vigilante tone, knowing it would send shivers down the boy's spine. He wasn't disappointed. "Then I guess you'll just have to make do with my hands." Midoriya grinned as Shinso flushed, still unaccustomed to someone having remarks to his flirty nature. They made it to Midoriya's floor, and Midoriya paused, listening for his homophobic neighbor, before lunging at his door not unlike the way he did a few days ago, and threw it open. He shoved a chuckling Shinso inside, and slammed the door shut, just as Kristoff opened his own. The two boys looked at each other, one laying on the floor, and the other pressed up against the door to keep it shut. They started laughing. This motherfucker. Kristoff pounded on Midoriya's door. Akatani. Getcher? But oh either. Now. Who are you to tell me what to do? He asked through the door. There was a stunned silence, before the pounding became louder, angrier. Akatani. Getcher, fucking, but it's too late now. Shinso waved Midoriya to the side, and he opened the door. Kristoff was looking even more oily than the last time Midoriya saw him, his yellow teeth disgusting as he bared them at Shinso, as if he could intimidate him. Who the F, Ryo? Shinso blinked innocently. Who me? I'm Midori's new flatmate. You're a fucking V-Arencha? Get the f out of my face and kill yourself, ya unnatural piece of shit. Where the F is Akatani? Shinso leaned in close to Kristoff's face, and Midoriya had new respect for him, because Midoriya was standing behind Shinso, and Kristoff's stench was still making his head spin. Who are you to judge if I like it up my butt? Midoriya choked. Kristoff's face was turning an impressive amount of colors, gray, pink, red, blue, and finally purple. You fucking. Forget you ever saw me, go home, take a shower, and tomorrow, you're going to apologize to everyone on this floor for waking them up. The man turned around and began waddling his way back to his room, but Shinso shut the door, not caring enough to see if he made it. Midoriya was staring at him in awe. He flushed a pink. What? He asked, embarrassed. Anyone who said you weren't a downright badass is a filthy liar. Shinso threw his head back and laughed. Midoriya gave him a tour of his there. Midoriya kept saying apartment, a living room with the kitchen across from it, a bathroom by the kitchen, and the master bedroom. Or only bedroom. The bedroom was large, larger than Shinso was expecting, with a queen-sized bed pressed against the wall beside the window, a desk sitting across from it, and a closet half filled with Midoriya's clothes. Midoriya placed Shinso's backpack down on the bed. All right, he said. I sleep on the far left side because it's pressed against the wall, and I can't sleep unless something's pressing against my back. But if you need to sleep there, you'll become my personal pillow, okay? Shinso nodded. Call him whatever you want, but he was hella touch-starved, and here was this boy who was just as touch-starved, and was willing to have little to no boundaries when it came to cuddling. Midoriya motioned to the closet. Tomorrow we'll go shopping for more clothes, and since you're also a vigilante, I'm guessing you also have a pretty bank account? Shinso nodded again. Sweet. Now, I'll let you settle in, I'm going to take a quick shower, and if you want one I'll show you how to work the knobs, okay? Thank you, Shinso said, his voice thick with emotions. Midoriya beamed. You're welcome. Shinso walked around, looking around at all the pictures in the house, only a few of them up, enough to make it look lived in, but little enough to grab them all and leave in a moment's notice. All of them were of him and Hatsum. One or two had a very, very young Midoriya and a teenage-looking boy with spiky black hair and terrifying purple burn scars. Midoriya's pantry was stocked with rice, marukan, cereal, honey, sugar, a shitton of coffee, and sprinkles. That's it. Shinso concluded that they would go grocery shopping as well, because Midoriya obviously couldn't cook, but Shinso very well could. The fridge was just as sad. There was old sushi takeout, which Shinso threw away, a carton of expired milk, also thrown away, expired milkshakes, smoothies, and frappuccinos, all dumped down the drain. The rest of the fridge consisted of Shirley Temples, Mountain Dews, a carton Minute Maid apple juice, Coca-Cola, and raspberry brisk, basically anything and everything sugary or sweet. He and this boy were literally the yin and yang. Midoriya obviously liked his sweets, if all of the sweet drinks in the fridge didn't tip you off, while Shinso enjoyed sour drinks, like grapefruit juice or lemonade and Kool-Aid without the sugar. He loved coffee black, because he's never had the luxury of sweetener, but he had no plans to start now. What are you doing? Shinso jerked away from the fridge, looking like a deer caught in headlights, or, more realistically, a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar. "We're going grocery shopping," he said, more of a demand than a request. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because I can cook and you can't." "Amen." Midoriya cried, falling back with a hand over his heart, hair somehow completely dry. He was wearing a black tank top, dark green leggings and a pair of headphones, for some reason. "Cold-hearted." Shinso chuckled and closed the fridge door. "Can you, show me how the shower works?" "Sure." Midoriya chirped, twirling around and bouncing back to the bathroom, humming a random tune under his breath. "You're in a good mood," Shinso pointed out dryly. "The apartment doesn't feel that lonely now that I have someone else here." Shinso was not ready for that heart blow. Midoriya moved a towel into his hands, and Shinso marveled at its softness. "Alright, so, simple. Twist this to the right or left depending on your temperature preference, and when you're sure it's right for you, pull this circular thing and press the button down, because once it's pulled and this is pressed, it will set your temperature and it won't change, okay." That did not sound simple, but Shinso nodded anyways. Midoriya pointed out the shampoo, conditioner, "Shut up, it's to make sure my hair dye doesn't fade too quickly," and body wash. They were all scented to apples, and for some reason it amused Shinso. Midoriya handed him a small towel for his body and let him be. It was the first warm shower Shinso had taken since he was 4. Once he was all finished 5 minutes later, the orphanage had timed them all. He dressed in a well-loved Present Mike t-shirt and black sweatpants. He had sewn #1underground onto the thigh part when he was younger, and it didn't look too bad. His socks were mismatched, but that was what made Shinso Shinso. He stepped out of the bathroom and saw Midoriya sitting upside down in a chair. He grinned and put his folded dirty clothes beside his backpack, before standing in front of the upside-down boy who was focusing on balancing a pen on the bottom of his nose. The boy made a disappointed sound when the pen fell, but it was more exasperated, like it wasn't the first time he had dropped it. Midoriya opened his mouth to say something, before his eyes snapped to something on Shinso's thigh. For a split second, his heart began racing. Was it a spider? He swears, if it's a freaking spider he's going to actually scream. Liking the present Mike, but #1 underground? Shinso blinked, before flushing. Eraserhead really? "Shut up," he said, Midoriya laughing at his pink face. He turned around and dove onto the bed, somehow making it all the way under the covers without smashing his head against the wall. 1 point for the brainwasher, oh yeah. "This is the most comfortable bed I've ever had the luxury of laying on," he said, his voice coming out muffled from underneath the blankets. Midoriya chucked from behind him. "And you're going to lay on it every night until we have to buy a new mattress. You're gonna have your way with me every night?" God, sometimes, Shinso needs to bite back his flirty comments, because one day, someone's gonna think he's interested. He rolled over and somehow found himself in the middle of a blanket burrito. He squawked and began twisting and thrashing, trying to find a way to escape his self-given imprisonment. There was a thunk behind him, before wheezing laughter, so it was safe to say that Midoriya had fallen over after losing balance. He was successful after a few more seconds of his thrashing, and his head emerged from the blankets with a triumph cry, his hair messed up from his thrashing, because that blanket was never ending. What the hell? He sat up and wrapped the blanket around his shoulders. "I apologize for my flirty nature. It is something I use in uniform to fluster my targets, because you know flustered people make more mistakes. I promise I am not interested in you in that way, so please bear with me." Midoriya sat up from the floor, startled at the sudden change in atmosphere. He waved his hand in a shoo-shoo motion, before shaking his head. "Don't sweat it. I wasn't thinking like that. I wouldn't be bothered if you did like me like that, but I'm glad we're staying completely platonic." Shinso smiled. "Thank you." Midoriya beamed. "You're welcome." Shinso spotted a pair of small, Bluetooth earbud-looking things on his desk, and then over to the headphones the boy was wearing. He motioned towards the earbuds. "What do you use those for?" Midoriya turned to see what he was gesturing to, and made a noise of understanding. "Due to my years living on the streets, I developed creepy accurate senses like Mei-chan said, so when I'm out during the day, too much noise can give me a migraine and probably burst my eardrums. He picked up the earbud-looking ones. These are the ones I wear with my costume, small and unnoticeable. They're less likely to fall off compared to my giant headphones. Shinso hummed in understanding. Speaking of handsome, what do I call her? Midoriya grinned cheekily. You get to come up with your own nickname for her. Their sleeping arrangements were established pretty quickly. Shinso would sleep with his back to the wall, and Midoriya would sleep pressed against his chest, as if they were lovers instead of touch-starved children. Midoriya asked him if Shinso would kindly not blow out his eardrums, and he confusedly agreed, before the boy took his headphones off laid down. It wasn't completely pitch black in the room, and for that, Shinso was grateful. When he was younger, his mother had shoved him into the pantry for hours on end to keep him out of sight, before his father put his stuff in a backpack, put him in the car, and left him in the orphanage. He obviously wasn't fond of the dark. With Midoriya, though, the curtains were cracked open, letting some of the moonlight spill in, casting the floor in an unearthly glow. It was beautiful. Shinso was shocked to find that instead of staying up all night because of his insomnia, with the sliver of light and the warmth of the smaller boy's body heat, he slipped into dreams extremely quickly. When Shinso woke up, he was on something extremely soft and warm, which was confusing because the orphanage beds don't offer nice mattresses or warm blankets, let alone for him, so why did he feel like never getting up? The warmth he felt against his chest shifted, and Shinso's eyes flew open. There was a boy pressed against him, and for a second, Shinso felt fear. Was this a new boy from the orphanage? Was this a prank? Who the hell? Last night's memories flooded through his head, and he relaxed immensely when he remembered that he wasn't back at the orphanage, a giddy feeling running through him when he remembered that he would never have to go back. He looked down at the sleeping form of Midoriya, his hair even crazier that it was last night, and couldn't help but wrap his arms around the boy, squishing him against his chest. The boy moved pliantly, like a large, personal human heater, and made a squeaking noise when Shinso buried his cold nose in the crook of his warm neck. Only after Midoriya registered that, oh, something was on his neck, and it was cold, did he begin weakly squirming, trying to get away from the ice that was Shinso Hitoshi's nose. Tashith, the boy whined, squirming as much as he could with his arms pressed against his sides, and Shinso was filled with a warm feeling at the nickname. You're cold. He chuckled, his voice husky from sleep, and he reveled in the full-body shiver Midoriya had. He had had no clue his voice could do that to people. Come on, sweetheart, he said, drawling his words and adding as much of his vigilante tone as he could, remembering to stay as quiet as possible. We have to go shopping, remember? You're going to kill me, Midoriya whined, his blush sinking down to the roots of his hair, and Shinso laughed. He laid the boy back down, before slapping his butt twice and saying, Come on, get up. He left Midoriya groaning into his pillow, while he went to go brush his teeth. After his quick morning routine was complete, he chuckled to find Midoriya still laying face down in the pillows. He had his headphones on, so Shinso threw caution to the wind on being quiet. He walked over to the bed and leaned down, scooping the boy into his arms and ignoring his squawk. He said, All right. If you're ready, we're leaving. Toshi, no. Midoriya cried. I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Whose fault is that? He asked cheekily, but let the boy down into the bathroom. He leaned against the door and watched Midoriya, the boy raising a brow at him. You're going to wash me? He asked, and Shinso was amazed that he could speak with a toothbrush and toothpaste in his mouth. What do you eat in the mornings? You had literally nothing in your fridge that was edible. Shinso said, changing the subject. Midoriya hummed, before spitting out his toothpaste. Nothing actually. I usually drink a sugary drink and it gets me through the day. You live off of sugary drinks and still manage to kick butt? Shinso cried, shocked at what this boy would be capable of if he just ate. Midoriya finished his bathroom routine. Pretty much, yeah. Shinso shook his head. That changes now because I can cook. Midoriya laughed. I know. As soon as Midoriya put his socks and shoes on, he refused to change out of his leggings and black t-shirt. Someone knocked on the door. They both turned to it in unison. Expecting someone? Shinso asked. Midoriya shook his head, and they approached the door with caution. Midoriya looked into the peephole, before throwing his head back and laughing. "What?" Shinso asked. "Who is it?" Instead of answering, Midoriya pulled open the door to see a freshly showered and clean-shaven Kristoff, the blank look in his eyes. "Oh my god." Shinso laughed, his amusement growing when Kristoff rambled off apologies for waking them up last night, and promises to do better. Then he turned on his heel, and walked to the door next to them. Midoriya slipped on short shorts over his leggings, and pocketed his phone and wallet, before they both stepped outside. After locking the door, they both made their way to the nearest grocery store. "Alrighty, Mr. Grocery Man, what do we need?" Midoriya asked, pushing the shopping cart while Shinso walked beside him. His headphones pressed down on his hair, making the parts not underneath it stick up even more. "Literally everything," Shinso replied, before pulling Midoriya down the nearest aisle, and beginning to fill the cart with everything. Eggs, milk, all types of meat, butter, cheese, ham, ketchup, mayonnaise, lemons, bean sprouts, corn, green beans, bacon, mushrooms, you name it, and Shinso tossed it into the cart. It was looking pretty full, and Midoriya stated such. "Oh, sweetheart," Shinso said, his voice going husky with his puppeteer tone. "We haven't even started." He turned around and busted out laughing. The sight of Midoriya flushed a dark red and stuttering random things imprinted on his eyelids. He began walking away from the boy, but stopped when he caught sight of a shocked girl staring at them. She was standing across the aisle with pink skin and hair, one hand on a can of Spam, her black and yellow eyes were trained on them, like she couldn't believe what she had just heard. He raised an eyebrow at her, and motioned to the can of Spam. "Are you going to take that?" She made a squeaking nose in the back of her throat. "Oh, yeah, sorry. You and your boyfriend just startled me." It was Shinsu's turn to flush as Midoriya laughed behind him. It's no platonic." He managed to squeak, his face flaming the more he realized he couldn't form proper words. Oh, the 180 he did when he was flustered, instead of the one doing the flustering. She blinked at them before her eyes went wide. "Oh, I'm sorry," she cried, waving her hand in front of her. "I didn't know. You two would make a beautiful couple though." Shinso sat down hard, steam practically bursting from his ears, as Midoriya laughed harder. "Thank you." He giggled. "It was nice talking to you, but I better get some coffee into his system before he breaks completely." The girl nodded, before waving goodbye to them, darting off to a boy with black hair and red eyes standing in the checkout line. Midoriya smiled and waved at the two, before snatching the back of Shinsu's collar and beginning to drag him to the coffee section. The entire way there, people laughed at Shinsu's red face, as he stuttered intelligible things about dating and crazy girls, being dragged on the floor like a cat on a leash, unwilling to walk. Midoriya stopped his cart beside the coffee aisle, and put his normal brew in, before tugging Shinsu's collar to get him up off the ground to grab his own. Shinso playfully muttered about stupid girls thinking they know everything, getting up before tripping on his own goddamned shoelace. Midoriya told him to tie them, but does he listen? He began falling backwards, before a boy with blonde hair and a lightning streak through it caught him, stumbling from the unexpected weight. "Whoa!" the boy said. "Are you okay?" I'm gay." Midoriya could not put into words how hard he laughed in that moment. All he knew was he was sitting on the floor with his head between his legs trying to stop the swirling in his vision. Shinso cried, pulling away and trying to save his reputation. "Effing great. I'm okay. How are you?" "Oh my god. I'm so sorry, ugh." The blonde boy stared at Shinso in shock, his face turning a dark pink as the black-haired boy he was standing with laughed as hard as Midoriya, the two of them gasping for breath at their friend's embarrassment. Midoriya stood up on shaky legs, and threw his arm around his suffering friend. "What he means to say is, hi, my name is Shinso Hitoshi, and you're FING gorgeous. Do you want to give me your num?" Shinso elbowed him in the gut. Midoriya heaved a breath and doubled over, his arms around his midsection. The blonde-haired boy seemed to shake himself out of his embarrassment. He chuckled, and swiped his hair out of his face, tilting his head to the side and licking his lips. Catch me later, pretty boy, and I might just think about it. He grabbed his friend's wrist, who had crazily large elbows, and walked around the two, swaying his hips as Shinso's face began to resemble the very blood running through his veins. Shinso stood there, staring at the boy's perfect backside, and Midoriya laughed. Whipped. He snickered and Shinso whirled around. Nah, he cried. I don't even know him. But you want to know him? That's besides the point, he cut himself off, glaring at Midoriya. You're a little traitor, aren't you? Midoriya shrugged. At least I don't go telling every cute guy I see to F me. Zuzu, Shinso whined. You're so mean. Midoriya snickered. The rest of their shopping trip was long, and went on without much fanfare. The only mentionable thing was the cashier's face when it was their turn to check out. He had a reptilian face, looking like an iguana, but it didn't hide the shock when the two boys began unloading their shopping carts. Yes, carts, Shinso was going to make Midoriya broke. Still, he didn't say anything when he rang up the kids and told them their total was over 60,000 yen. Everyone standing behind them was shocked, even more so when neither blinked at the price, and Midoriya pulled out his wallet to pay. Probably a hero's children. Someone muttered, and there were several rounds of agreement. Shinso had rolled his eyes, but hadn't said anything. Even if they lived pretty close to that grocery store, about a 5 minutes walk, with the millions of bags they had to carry, Midoriya was going to absolutely murder Shinso, because his arms were 3 seconds from falling off. Needless to say, as soon as they were safely inside their apartment, Midoriya socked Shinso in the arm hard enough to shove him into the wall. Ow! He cried, rubbing his arm as he slowly slid down the... What was that for? For making me carry all of these unnecessary food bags. He hissed back, and the downed boy popped right back up with an indignant glare. None of these are unnecessary, he said. You're just being salty because you actually had to carry something. Midoriya stuck his tongue out at the taller boy, and turned to look at all the groceries. Let's put these away, yeah? Luckily, Shinso took the bait. Yeah, hand me all the cold items and I'll put them in the fridge. As they worked on putting all of the cold items away, they chatted about anything and everything. Shinso's school life, Midoriya's homeschooling, their parents, old friends, Bakugo Katsuki, Yuuei, favorite heroes, Halloween ideas, favorite music, literally everything. They played 20 questions while putting away the dry foods, and there was so much to talk about. When they were done, the sky was dark and they felt as if they had grown up together. Now, Shinso said, opening the pantry up and smiling in satisfaction when he took in all the new foods inside, just waiting to be cooked and consumed. What are you in the mood for? Midoriya tapped a finger against his chin thoughtfully, and a deep sadness overtook his features. Before Shinso could ask what was wrong, he asked, Do you think you could make katsudon? Shinso snapped his mouth shut, understanding dawning his features, and nodded. Yeah, I can do that. Midoriya smiled, but it looked painful, as if he was twisting his features to move against their will. Thank you. Shinso stepped forwards, and pulled the boy into his chest, immediately feeling the boy begin shaking as the front of his shirt became damp with tears. It's okay to cry, you know. Shinso whispered to the boy, and held him as he began sobbing. It's just I could go back to her, he cried, clutching the back of Shinso's shirt like he was trying to pull Shinso closer, even though there was no space in between them. I could go back and I wouldn't have tea to live like this, but what would she say? Her dead son standing in front of her, is alive and the most wanted vigilante around. How would she react to that? Shinso closed his eyes, and curled around the aching boy. What's keeping you from her? Midoriya sniffed, trying to suppress his emotions, and wiped his face on Shinso's shirt. She's moved on, Toshi. Did you know it only took her 2 months to move on? Was I then insignificant? That she would move on after 58 days? While I've been hurting for 6 years. I'm sure it still hurts her, sweetheart. She probably hides it, though, so she doesn't worry the people around her. I mean, my parents lost their love for me in the 3 seconds it took them to find out my quirk. I'm sure your mom is different, but adults are very good at hiding things when they want to. Midoriya nodded, and wiped his face on Shinso's shirt again. I'm sure you're right. Thank you. Shinso ran his fingers through the smaller boy's hair, shifting his headphones out of the way to begin lightly scratching his nails against his scalp to calm him. Midoriya had said it was the most comforting thing his mother had done for him when he was younger. Anytime, sweetheart. They stood like that for a while, until Midoriya's stomach demonstrated a whale's mating call. Shinso laughed while Midoriya turned the color of a strawberry. I'll make dinner, but you have to give me one of your shirts, since you've decided to wipe all of your snot on mine. Midoriya instantly jumped backwards with a cry, stuttering apologies and fixing his headphones as Shinso laughed. The black-haired boy turned on his heel and darted into their room, coming back out with a gray sleeveless shirt. Shinso pulled off his Tyran snot-stained tank, ignoring Midoriya's embarrassed squeak, and slipped on the gray top. He handed the damaged shirt over, the boy racing to get rid of it, and twisted in the gray top, approving of the way it hugged his decently shaped form. He didn't have raging muscles, but he had more than Midoriya, who was more built for speed and outwitting. Shinso was wider, therefore all of his power was in his shoulders and arms, meaning strong punches and quick knockouts. He nodded in approval. I like this shirt. You only like it because it outlines your muscles. The thinner boy snarked, pulling his headphones off and placing them gently on the counter. Shinso was still touched every time the boy blatantly showed him the trust he had in him. Shinso smirked, while the light feeling deep down grew bigger. Do you want to eat? Instantly Midoriya pressed himself against Shinso's side with a whine. Tashi, I was just kidding, please feed me. The two of them stared at each other for a second, before bursting out into laughter. We sound like a couple. Shinso snickered as he turned around and began prepping all of the ingredients for katsudon. Midoriya nodded solemnly. Soon, we'll bicker like an old, married couple. Dear Mike, Shinso chuckled, starting the meat and rice. Save us all. Did you just say, Dear Mike, instead of, Dear God? Midoriya chortled, finding the fact that present Mike was like Shinso's god hilarious. Shinso flushed. Shut up. As they sat in comfortable silence, Shinso cooking dinner and Midoriya watching in awe, Shinso's phone went off with a text message. He put his utensil down and leaned over to peer at his lit-up screen. It was from Hatsum. Hatsum-san. Zuzu blackmail. Hey young one. I have a video of Zuchan acting like a karate worm on one of his patrols, and decided to let you in on the teasing. Don't worry, I've hacked the service you're on, and changed it to the one Zuchan and I use. It's untraceable, I promise. Bring up the karate worm moment, Zuchan's face is always worth it. I'll see you later. Video. Intrigued, he clicked on the video, and was immediately shown a young Midoriya in his spider outfit fall into the screen from above. It was dark, so the camera was in nighttime mode, but you could tell the figure was Spider. There were a few pipes in between the two dark buildings, and the camera angle gave the perfect view as the small boy pulled himself between the pipes in a haste, like he was running from someone. The way the boy twisted and squirmed to get through the pipes immediately reminded Shinso of the worms he used to hold in his hand when he was younger, how they would flick around and squirm like they were demonstrating fighting techniques, and Shinso felt a grin grow on his face. Karate worm. That name fits so well. And Shinso could see why this is blackmail. Towards the end of the video, as if his worm imitation wasn't enough, the boy's pants get caught on the edge of the pipe, and the camera is shown a flash of dark green underwear, before the boy yanks his pants back up and sprints out of view. The video ends. Shinso throws his head back and laughs. He doesn't stop laughing until Midoriya's concerned hands are hovering over his red, tear-streaked face. He wipes his eyes and stares at the concerned boy with a large grin. You really did look like a karate worm. Instantly, the boy lets out an outraged cry as he shoves the laughing boy away, his face turning a dark red as he crosses his arms, a look of utter betrayal in his eyes as he plops down on a chair. I can't believe you've joined Mei-chan's side. He cried, throwing a napkin in Shinso's direction as the boy laughed even harder, wheezing intelligible things about worms, black belts, and green underwear. The boy had slipped his headphones back on, and Shinso felt guilty that his sudden laughter probably hurt the boy's ears. Midoriya sniffed. Is something burning? Shinso whirls around with a shriek, and attempts to save his dinner. Thankfully, he managed to stop the burning before it even happened, because Midoriya could smell it beginning to burn, instead of when it's black and unsalvageable. Itadakimasu! Midoriya practically shouts, before snatching his chopsticks and inhaling the still steaming food. Izuku! Shinso cries, tossing his hands out to try and stop the boy. Stop! It's still hot! The boy looks up at him with tears streaming down his face. And wow, Shinso thinks, blink and you miss it. It tastes really good, Toshi. Just like mom's. The boy trails off and continues eating, waving off Shinso's concern with a smile. Don't worry, that's a good thing. Shinso nods, says his thanks, and they finish eating in silence. Midoriya's phone rings. He picks it up, checking the caller, before putting it on speaker. Hey Mei-chan. Zeton put me on speaker. Hatsume's voice rang out, and Midoriya cringed at her loud voice. You're on speaker, Mei-chan. He barely got the words out before Hatsume was speaking again, and Midoriya rolled his eyes as if this was a normal occurrence. Okay. I changed Hito-chan's spider wannabe outfit and burned his original one. Shinso lurched over the phone with an indignant cry. What? Why? He shrieked. It was perfectly fine. Because I made you a new one. You're both coming to base right now and making a public appearance together. Omigo dim so excited. Mei-chan, please breathe. Midoriya said, amusement coloring his tone. Hatsume took an audible breath. Okay, she said. I'm good. Good, Midoriya giggled. We'll be there in 5. He hung up. He stood up and began putting away the leftover food from Shinso's cooking, ignoring the way the boy was miming over the loss of his old outfit. Hush, Toshi, Midoriya said. She didn't burn it, she's just being dramatic. She said the same thing with my spider outfit, she just has it displayed somewhere in the base. Instantly Shinso perked up. Really? Midoriya chuckled. Yes, really. Suddenly 10 times more chipper, Shinso bounced behind Midoriya, rambling about how excited he was to try his new outfit. Midoriya switched his headphones for his smaller earbud-looking ones, and together, they left the house, cautious of anyone watching. If any of Midoriya's nosy neighbors saw Midoriya and Shinso leave the apartment late at night, and an hour later there was an appearance of puppeteer and Machiavellian, they'd probably get suspicious. Not that they'd be smart enough to piece it together, nosy ducks. Mind your own business. Sadly, Shinso had been added to Hatsume's shadow device, so he didn't have a problem walking through the abandoned building. He still clutched the back of Midoriya's shirt like a scared child to a mother when they were walking in the tunnels, and made Midoriya go up the ladder second, so, if anything were chasing us, you'd get eaten first. He seems to forget that if anything were chasing them, Midoriya would never lead them to the base, and he'd hear them from a mile away. He shook his head amusedly and climbed up the ladder. With Shinso's excited bouncing, the wall seemed to take an eternity to open, and Shinso was out of sight before Midoriya could even open his eyes again. Where is it? The boy cried, and Midoriya laughed. He had done the same thing when Hatsume had made his costume. Walking into the base, he smiled at Hatsume, who was standing in front of 2 dress forms this time, and Midoriya shook his head with a chuckle. Here we go again. Just like Zuchun, Hatsume shook her head, but she was practically thrumming with energy. Not even gonna greet me, but whatever, greeting Sarah asseverated. She shook her head, and motioned to the dress form directly behind her. I based both of the costumes on a color scheme that could be directly drawn from blue, and Shinso got purple. She ripped the sheet off, God what a show's woman, and Midoriya was impressed by the outfit she had put up. The entire thing was there, minus a mask if Hatsume had made one, and it looked classy. The top looked like a normal muted purple waistcoat, with a darker purple undershirt, and it was form-fitting, but it wouldn't outline Shinso's muscles, meaning his opponents would underestimate him. His tie was a brighter purple, still dark, but brighter than everything else on the uniform. There was also a black choker and a purple bracelet. The elbow pads looked like they were slipped underneath the undershirt, and were pretty flat, so that meant Hatsume trusted that Shinso wouldn't go jumping off buildings. Stop it, it's my signature move, Mei-chan. I'm never changing it. The pants were form-fitting as well, and would outline Shinso's leg muscles very nicely. He had 2 straps over his right thigh, and they held a knife, the straps and holster being the same pale purple as the belt that seemed to hang off of the hips instead of doing its job. His boots stopped just underneath his knees, and they were a dark purple, border lining black in the same way Midoriya's did, and instead of Midoriya's cinching things, he had buckles that wrapped around the top, keeping the slim look all throughout. He had another 2 straps on his left shin, holding another knife, and then it was the shock absorbers that Midoriya had as well. The bottom of his shoes were surprisingly a dull blue color, instead of the ongoing purple theme. Hatsum had disappeared, and Shinso was staring at shock at the uniform that he was going to be wearing. He walked up to it and slowly, touching the collar gently. "This is mine," he breathed, his voice showing the shock he felt. Midoriya nodded. Yeah. He understood the same feeling Shinso was having, and decided to let him have a moment. He turned around to see Hatsum coming back with a contact case, another porcelain-looking mask, and a purple-bottom mask. "Hatsum, please tell me that isn't a voice changer," he pleaded, and the girl looked at him almost offended. "You think I would change Hito-chan's beautiful vigilante voice? You're crazy. It's just to maintain the tone, and if he were to talk normally, the changer would take hold and make him sound huskier." She tossed her hair over her shoulder and placed the things on the table, beside 4 very suspicious-looking vials of something. "Hito-chan, if you're done, we have a ton of preparing to do." The boy turned around and was fighting back tears. "Mimi," he whispered, and Hatsum beamed at the nickname, but shook her head. "None of that, Hito-chan. Come on, we have a lot to do." She got Shinso into his uniform first, because she claimed he would be quicker, and Midoriya knew he would be quicker, so he didn't complain. "Okay, Hito-chan, I'm going to pierce your left ear now." "Wait, what?" Shinso cried, twisting away from Hatsum with a needle in her hand. She sighed, exasperated. "It's to put an earring in, identical to the one Zuchan and I wear, so we can become a trio." Midoriya hadn't known about becoming a trio, but he nodded along like he understood, and Shinso held his hand like a baby when Hatsum advanced with the needle. Midoriya would forever laugh at the shock on Shinso's face when he realized it didn't hurt at all. Hatsum explained that Midoriya and her were going to be completely female, but Shinso was going for a more androgynous look, hence his male waistcoat, and his hair Hatsum was going to straighten. Instead of using the hell device the straightener, Hatsum handed Shinso one of the suspicious-looking vials, and told him to drink it. As Midoriya was mentally saying goodbye to his new best friend, Shinso chugged the vial and slammed it against the table like a shot, his features twisting in disgust. Almost immediately after he swallowed it, his wild, gravity-defying blue hair fell down to just above his shoulders, dark purple sliding down it like water, until he had a head of straight purple hair. "Wear what that when you were putting me into my uniform?" Midoriya cried, salty that Shinso would not experience the hell device. Hatsum turned to him with glinting eyes. "Hito-chan's was the one I made after yours, so yours is either going to work, or we'll have to find a replacement Machiavellian." Midoriya gulped, and kept his mouth shut. He couldn't tell if that was a threat or a promise. Shinso was quickly changed into his uniform, and his contacts were put in without much hassle. What the hell, Toshi? Those things hurt, and Hatsum gave him his top mask and surgical-looking mask. She then took Shinso into a room, different from the one Midoriya took his picture in, because it was literally black all around, and she told Shinso to stand in the far corner and strike a pose. He pressed the button on his bracelet, and his contacts glue pink against his white mask, as he slipped his left hand into his pocket, showing off the bracelet, and turning the same way Midoriya had, covering his right arm. He then shifted his weight on one leg, tilted his head, and stilled. Hatsum took the picture. Naturally, Shinso was shocked. "This is me." He pulled the picture closer, and then looked down at his outfit. "I look badass." Midoriya and Hatsum laughed. Then she turned to Midoriya with a smirk. "Ready?" she smugly asked, and she was so lucky Midoriya didn't hit girls. He defeatedly nodded, and she grinned, snatching his arm and dragging him out of the room, Shinso walking slower behind them, still getting used to the uniform Hatsum made him. Midoriya's uniform was easier to put on than last time, but he still sounded like a strangled cat while Shinso laughed his butt off. "Glad someone is enjoying themselves," Toshi, you dirty, betraying turd. There, Hatsum said, sounding out of breath. All finished. Midoriya was pouting next to Shinso, and they looked so badass together that Hatsum squealed. Okay, she began, pacing in a similar way to the way she was when planning Midoriya's uniform. I was thinking that we could become a trio. Obviously, I wouldn't be out there with you because I'd actually die, both boys snickered. I'd be like the mastermind behind all the patrols and infiltrations, only coming out when you two are in serious trouble or I feel like messing with the world. How does that sound? She trailed off, probably losing confidence in her plan. Midoriya gave her a thumbs up, and they both shivered when Shinso spoke. Sounds like a plan. He jumped at the sound of his own voice, which was 1,000,000 times deeper than usual, with the husky sound like he had just woken up, and it was so nice. Okay, Hatsum said, regaining her confidence. I'll be deadless, because he built the labyrinth, and it could signify my path to success, easy for me, the creator to understand, but harder for everyone else. You've certainly though about this. Midoriya said, amusement making him smile underneath his mask. Hatsum flushed. Shut up. She turned around and walked over to the last dress form, the one that wasn't shown, and almost shyly pulled the sheet off of it. She twisted her fingers together nervously, but the boys were staring at the uniform in shock. I don't normally show a lot of skin because I don't care for that, so I thought that Deadless would be harder to track if she showed a lot of skin and had an almost playful superiority complex. It wouldn't be too hard for me to act, because I'll just act how I used to. Hatsum. The boys said in unison. It looks great. She brightened in an instant. You think so? The dress form did have a lot of fabric showing, meaning Hatsum wasn't lying when she said she was showing a lot of skin. The color scheme was blue, and the top was off the shoulders, folding over and cutting off right underneath her BRS's, skin tight so it wouldn't slip off. The sleeves went down to her elbows, and plain gloves covered her hands. The bottom was just a normal, cheer-looking skirt, with leggings covering everything else. The boots were also form-fitting with a small heel, but none of the other gadgets the boys had. The mask was beautiful. It would cover her face exactly like a Columbia mask, except the left side curled close to her face and around her ear, like glasses, and the right side went out like a wing, complete with the feathers. The same black part that covered the eyes on the boy's costume covered hers, and they were struck on how pretty she would look. And then Hatsum pulled out a wig. Not that it looked bad or anything, but the boys felt stupid when it didn't cross their minds that Hatsum's hair was a dead giveaway to who she was. It was a pale blue, and had a deep right part that sent long bangs curling over her mask and behind her head. It had a giant braid taking up the rest of her head, and the remaining hair was pulled into a ponytail at the back. My contacts will glow red, and my color is blue because green and purple could be taken and turned into blue, and since I'm the brains of this I thought that would be fitting. You don't need to explain it. Shinso said. It looks great. Yeah, Midoriya nodded, still not used to his female voice. Thank you, Hatsum whispered, and it was so out of character that both boys started, before she was waving them towards the wall, like a mother sending her children to go play outside. Good luck. She called before the wall slid shut, and the boys were sealed in darkness. Bakugo Katsuki wasn't stupid. Maybe, once upon a time, he had been. He had lived the easy life as an egotistical child with a quirk perfect for heroics. He had been seen as superior, because he could create explosions from his sweat. Everyone had put him on a pillar higher than everyone else, had worshipped the ground he walked on. Only Midoriya Izuku saw him as an equal. That thought used to piss him off. To think that the stupid quirkless Deku could ever be on his level. Hell, he could control explosions, and all Deku could do was mutter and ramble. A small part of him was thankful for the boy who could look past Bakugo's quirk and befriend him for who he was or had been. That small part of him was squashed down smaller and smaller until he forgot his original reason for befriending him and began hating him. The stupid, stupid boy who stared at him with bright sparkling eyes, calling him Kakin and following behind him like a loyal puppy. The stupid, idiotic boy who had the audacity to ask him if he was okay when he clearly was, and it used to piss him off. To see that this quirkless boy was purer than he, had not a single bone that could do harm, because all he wished was for people to be good, to help them. He used to push the boy, scream at him, use his quirk on him, hit him, burn him, to get him to fight back. To show himself that this boy could fight back, that Midoriya Izuku was capable of hurting someone, and that he wasn't this perfect, innocent boy who had the makings of a true hero. Not once did Midoriya ever fight back. At the time, it made him hurt. To know that someone who was lesser than him in terms of quirks and power was better him when it came to being a good person. That hurt had turned into rage very quickly, when he asked his mother what he was supposed to do to someone who was always hurting him. She told him, "You hurt them back, but worse." So that's what he did. He hurt Midoriya over and over and over, until he forgot that he was trying to get rid of the pain in his chest, and it became second nature. Using his quirk on him to make him cry, to show everyone else that Midoriya Izuku was less than him. And yet, the first time Bakugo Katsuki cried, it was because of Midoriya Izuku. After school, Midoriya had taken off, running like the wind and ignoring the teachers telling him to walk, to get away from Bakugo and his cronies. It was a normal occurrence, even 5 years after he first started putting him in his place, but he still gave chase. No matter how much he ran, sprinted, pushed himself, he could never, ever catch up to him. It was like Midoriya was always in front of him, and Bakugo was always staring at his back, never able to catch up. Like Bakugo was walking while Midoriya was sprinting, and all he could do was watch as the boy got further and further away from him. He gave up chasing the boy just as quickly as last time, watching as Midoriya's horrid yellow backpack disappeared into the crowd. He scoffed and made his way home. They used to live decently close to the Bakugos, but ever since Auntie Inko's deadbeat husband left her, they had to move to an apartment with a lower rent. He had put new burns on Deku's back, ruining his new uniform, and he felt sadistic satisfaction at the fact that Deku would spend the rest of the week treating his burns. Sitting down at the table, the TV was on the news station, and a certain location had been burned to the ground. A villain had attacked Auntie Inko's entire apartment complex. There were many casualties and many injuries. As the days passed, his mother was working herself into a frenzy, calling all of the hospitals and trying to find out which one her best friend and child had been sent to. 4 days later, she found the one they needed and told Katsuki to go get his shoes because they were going to go visit the Midoriyas. He told his mother that he didn't want to see the useless Deku, and he hoped the boy had gained burn scars to learn his lesson. It was the first time Bakugo Mitsuki had ever hit her child. The drive to the hospital was silent, the revving and rumbling of the engine the only sound, with the GPS chiming in every few minutes. Mitsuki was checking said GPS every second to make sure that the location wasn't changing, and Katsuki was sitting in the back with both hands over his cheek, staring into space in shock. Mitsuki almost sideswiped 2 cars and T-boned another while looking for a parking. When she had legally found a parking spot, she almost ripped her and Katsuki's seatbelts off, dragging Katsuki out of the side of the car. She yanked his hand away from his red, hand-marked cheek and began pulling him beside her as she made her way into the hospital. The receptionist looked up to them with a patient but tired smile, as if she had done this a million times, which she probably had. Midoriya Inko and Midoriya. Room 157. Thank you. Mitsuki didn't question why the receptionist knew the Midoriya's room number off the top of her head, in the same way the receptionist didn't question why the blonde lady was asking for 2 Midoriyas, when there was only one. Hey old hag, slow the Shut up Katsuki. Katsuki shut his mouth quick. He had never heard that tone from his mother, ever. It was somehow scarier with the lack of cuss words that his mother was so fond of. Mitsuki unceremoniously threw open the door to room 157 and stepped in. Inko! She cried in relief, rushing over to the bed which held the weary green-haired lady. She looked over at her name and smiled brokenly at her best friend. Mitsuki, I didn't expect to see you here. Nonsense, Mitsuki said, pulling up a chair beside her best friend's bed, before peering over at the other bed, her eyes widening when she realized it was empty. She whirled around to the other side and saw no other beds in the room. She turned back to her friend slowly, with confusion written on her face, not registering the pain on Inko's. Where's Aizu-chan? Tears welled up in Inko's eyes, and both Bakugus flinched, both for different reasons. Katsuki had never seen Inko look so broken, while Mitsuki was suppressing her fear. "Inko, where is Izuku?" That broke the demon, and Inko was sobbing into her hands, Mitsuki's chair falling down behind her as she towered over her best friend. "Inko, this isn't fing funny. Where the hell is Izuku? He didn't make it out." Katsuki froze. "What do you mean he didn't make it out? He's here, isn't he? What room is he in?" Inko sobbed, clutching at the blonde-haired woman's arms when she tried to walk away, and she shook her head. "Izuku didn't make it out of the fire, Mitsuki. Endeavor told me he found his ashes." "Oh God, Mitsuki!" she cried, wailing into her best friend's shoulder when Mitsuki leaned down and hugged her, face blank as she tried to deny it. "My baby boy. He's gone. Mitsuki, he was 9. He burned to death at the age of 9. My baby." She wailed, screaming incoherent things into her best friend's shoulder, as Katsuki looked to his mother. "Deku wasn't dead, right? This was just a lesson to teach him to leave the quirkless boy alone, wasn't it?" He tugged at his mother's skirt. "And he's not dead, right?" When Mitsuki looked at her son, Katsuki saw her red eyes and nose, saw her shaking with suppressed tears as Inko wailed, tears staining her face and running down her hospital gown. In that moment, Katsuki knew Midoriya Izuku was dead. He felt a horrible pain in his chest, something that he remembers feeling when Deku was his friend, and he immediately tried to squash it down, but every time he looked into his mother's red eyes, the feeling grew stronger and stronger, until it broke through the wall Katsuki had put around his heart. The feeling spilled into his nose and eyes, clutching at his limbs until he was shaking, tears spilling out of his eyes in rapid succession. "Izuku's not dead." He sobbed, both mothers looking at him with a heart-crushing amount of pity. "Is Izuku was strong? He wouldn't let fire kill him." "Katsuki," Inko whispered, and Katsuki looked into her sad green eyes. "I'm so sorry." He froze, looking into Inko's dull green eyes, before sadness scrunched his features and he was wailing, letting go of everything he had crushed down in hopes of it going away. His wail turned into a scream, and his legs gave out below him, clutching at his shirt as the air left his lungs and didn't come back. He stared down at his hands, his screams increasing in sound, only seeing his explosions. His explosions that he used on his best friend, his only friend. He had burned Izuku over and over again, and someone with Katsuki's quirk had come along and finished the job. Fire ran through Katsuki's veins. It was his fire that had hurt Izuku, had stolen all of the boy's happiness, and it was fire that had stolen the boy's life. He clawed at his face, not feeling the tears running down it, only feeling the smirk that he used to make when he left Izuku's broken and burned form on the floor, and he could picture it. He could see the same way Izuku would cry and scream, his body twisting to get away from the harsh heat that was burning his skin, before the fire consumed him, screaming, and left nothing but ashes in his wake. Katsuki lost his lunch, and then doctors were running in, grabbing him as he screamed and thrashed, wondering if this was how Izuku felt every time Katsuki used his quirk on him, how he felt when the flames consumed him whole. In the next moment, he was standing in a burning apartment, the flames lighting up the walls as smoke made Katsuki cough, doubling over, before remembering to stay close to the floor. He crawled over towards where he knew the door was, and just like before, there was a boy laying in front of it. The boy was mumbling, his curly green hair bushy as it covered his face, hiding the monstrosity that Katsuki's mind had come up with. "It hurts, Kaken." He flinched. He knew what was going to happen, but no matter how much he tried to turn around and run away, his arms and legs felt like they were filling with lead, heavy and impossible to move. "Why does it hurt, Kaken?" The boy slowly pulled himself up, his hair falling to hide his face, and Katsuki jerked harder, begging his limbs to just move. They never did. Izuku looked into Katsuki's eyes and no matter how many times Katsuki sees it, fear still turns his veins to ice. The right side of Izuku's face was blackened, skin peeling off of his cheeks to show his bloody twitching muscles underneath, his upper lip disintegrated, showing white teeth and the inside of his charred mouth. His nose was misshapen, like candle wax that had been burned, if that candle wax bled blood and was on a human's face. His right eye was scrunched shut and swollen, a horrible blackish-purple color, but Katsuki knew the black socket would leak blood when opened. The boy jerked to his feet, and no matter how much Katsuki thrashed, he couldn't move. His body was frozen in place like someone had turned off his control, and all he could do was watch. The boy stumbled over to Katsuki, an awkward, painful gait of someone who couldn't get their right leg to work. "It burns, Kaken, to burns. Can't you make it stop?" Katsuki tried to scream as his childhood friend staggered closer, his eye spilling blood as it opened, skin tearing and showing a black, empty socket where a beautiful green eye once sat. "Why does it burn, Kaken?" The monster jumped on him and pinned him to the ground, sharp talons tearing into his skin, shredding his eye and screaming. Katsuki jerked up, his chest heaving as he clutched at his right eye, sweat dripping down his face as his left eye darted around frantically, slowing when he recognized his room. He ran a hand through his spiky hair and slumped over, staring at the ceiling with wine-colored irises, wondering if he had that nightmare on the night before Izuku's death as a punishment for tormenting the boy when he was alive. He pushed himself out of his bed, his sheets tangled and rumpled in an obvious show of his struggle, trying to pull himself from the nightmare. He ignored it and snatched some clothes, before making his way to the bathroom to shower. He stared at himself in the mirror as the water ran, staring and staring to reassure himself that his right eye was still there, that that monster hadn't clawed it out, that he was in his home instead of Izuku's. He dropped his head, glaring at the sink instead, clutching the counter as if it was his only lifeline. He took a deep breath and looked back into the fogging mirror, reassuring himself one more time that his eye was there, before stripping and jumping into the shower. Surprisingly, showers made his anxiety run through the roofs, so on the day of Izuku's death, he always finished them in 3 to 5 minutes. You'd think if he has a nightmare about fire and burning, he would feel safe in water, but water just made him feel like he was laughing at Izuku, who had not had the ability to wake up and take a shower. When he was done viciously drying his hair, he didn't like the touch of water at all on Izuku's death day. He dressed himself in a loose gray t-shirt and jeans. His baggy jeans that he had adored so, now made him feel like he couldn't run away, so he had begged his mother for tighter jeans, so he could run if he needed to. She didn't ask. Both his parents knew what Izuku's death had done to him, so anytime he did anything bizarre, like beg them to not go to the beach, or climb into their bed in between them, or ask them to change his wardrobe, they marked down the day, and realized that every time he did something weird, it was on the day Inko's son had died. They had sat him down and had a long talk, where he admitted to the nightmare, about how he was terrible to his best friend, and he had broken down, asking his parents if he could still be a hero, if he could help people in the same way Izuku had. He had begged them to tell him, if he could still be good, if he could change for Izuku. They told him he could be a hero, but he would have to do it for Izuku, not for himself. He would have to get to the top for Izuku, stand on the roof overlooking the world and scream in victory so when he died, he could tell Izuku how it felt to stand where Izuku should have stood, right beside him. From that day on, he promised himself that whatever he did, he would do it for Izuku. He would become the #1 hero, so when he saw Izuku again, he could tell him how he felt, the exhilaration of standing on top. It was no longer for him, everything he did was for Izuku. Izuku was his inspiration, the reason he pushed past all of his hardships. Do it for Izuku, or do it because Izuku can't, was something he used often. He walked downstairs after slipping a notebook into his back pocket and nodded good morning to his parents. "Do you want to eat something?" his mother asked, trailing off because she already knew the answer. Katsuki pulled on the best smile he could, and by his father's wince, he didn't pull it off well. "I'm okay, Mom, thank you." Mitsuki nodded. "Don't fall asleep." "I'll try not to." Walking through the streets, with children chasing each other and laughing, he felt sad. Izuku should have been beside him. He would have been rambling about a hero's quirk, his nose buried in his newest notebook, and he would have looked up at Katsuki with those bright green eyes, and Katsuki would have ruffled his hair and called him a nerd. No, bad Katsuki. No crying on Izuku's death day. During the day, he never cried. He did fun things that Izuku should have been doing with him, and he would file it away for later so he could tell Izuku about it. Right now though, he had a new hero to tell Izuku about, and those debuts always came first. As he made his way through the streets, taking the bus and ignoring the world, he twisted a thick green bracelet around his wrist. It was about 1.5 inches thick, made out of a braided green and black string, which was fraying badly. Izuku had bought it with his own money when they were both 4. He never took it off. He stopped by a store and bought 2 drinks, 1 coffee and 1 tea. Izuku had loved coffee when they were younger, said he liked the taste after they had snuck Masaru's under the table and consumed it, but Bakuga hated that sheet. He likes his tea, thank you very much. Hey, Izuku, you'll never guess what happened. He sat down beside the gravestone, placing the coffee cup beside him, and taking a sip from his own tea. He pulled out the notebook and opened it to the newest page. A new hero debuted. Her name is Mount Lady, and she has a gigantism quirk. Her debut in the middle of a villain fight with Kamui Woods. She leaped in with a canyon cannon right before Kamui Woods did his lacquered prison and took his shot, and that was how his day went. He left no secrets from his best friend, telling him about the fear he felt inside the sludge villain, how he almost gave up so he could see Izuku. But I didn't, he said, leaning against the gravestone gently, placing the closed notebook on the ground. I pushed through because I knew it was something you would have done. You wouldn't have given up, you would have been strong. I honestly thought I was going to die, before someone ran out from the crowd and threw a library book at the villain. He laughed. A library book, Izuku. But it worked. The villain was distracted long enough for All Might to deliver the finishing blow. I didn't get to thank the person who saved me though, because they ran off. He shifted and downed the rest of his tea, ignoring the slight sting from the hot liquid. It was weird because later I ran into Spider, the vigilante I was telling you about, and Izuku, let me tell you, he was short. Anyways, he ran into me and I helped him up, but he called me Kakin. He paused, remembering the way the smaller boy had said it. I didn't think anyone else besides you called me Kakin. It was weird. Kakin is my nickname from you, and I didn't like Spider using it. He looked down into his lap and began twisting the bracelet around his wrist, a habit he had gotten into. Spider is apparently now Machiavellian, which is crazy, because I told you Machiavellian is a girl and Spider is a boy. Do you think something happened to Spider and he was not able to continue his work, so he handed his name to Machiavellian? I honestly don't know, but I know you would. There was a new place that sold katsudon. He talked and talked about anything and everything, until his words slowed down and his eyes got heavy, until his brain was sluggish and he relaxed, letting sleep take him into her sweet embrace. The only safe place for Katsuki to sleep was right beside his best friend. Midoriya honestly didn't believe Hatsum when she said she had found his gravestone, but looking back on it now, it made sense. He was dead. It was only natural to have a funeral to bury a loved one's remains. She had told him it was in the cemetery in his old city, and he had been confused because his old city hadn't had a cemetery until she gave him a look and said his old city. The city he lived in with Bakugo Katsuki. Wow, that name still hurts to think about. Walking down the streets of his old city was like walking down memory lane, every small, seemingly insignificant thing holding some sort of memory for him. The most painful thing he had ever done was walk past Bakugo Katsuki's old house, no one inside even aware of his living status. Okay, so normally, people who have gone through what he had gone through normally felt hatred. They felt a burning rage deep down and begged karma to stab the hell out of the people who wronged them, but he didn't feel like that. He was only going to say this once, so listen up. He didn't blame Bakugo Katsuki for everything he had done when they were kids. In a way, it was society. Gosh, what an angsty teenage thing to say. Society had made Bakugo see himself as an untouchable god, while Midoriya was the dirt beneath his shoes. Maybe at first he hated Bakugo. He wanted Bakugo to burn in the same way he had, to make him scream and revel in the power he had, before he realized what a villainous thing that was. Dabi had shown him how messed up society is, and told him that he needs to hate the heroes, since they support the system that had segregated those with powerful quirks, and those without. He didn't understand that. The heroes only support the system because they came out of it, so that means they were made to not question it. He had told Dabi that he needed to hate the system, not the heroes, because they didn't know any better. Dabi had stared at him for a long time after that, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, before his lips pulled into one of his rare smiles. He had ruffled his hair and said, "You're right, Squirt." He missed Dabi a lot. Dabi had been the one to pull him out of his depression, had quickly filled the role of a caring older brother, making sure he wouldn't die on the streets, but also making sure he didn't get too comfortable, so he would always be grateful for what he had. One day, he had asked Dabi why he had even bothered to pick him up from underneath the rubble, and Dabi had fallen silent, the pretty blue flame in his hand dying out. Before Midoriya could backtrack, Dabi had looked at him, and the pain in his eyes had gouged a hole in Midoriya's heart. "Taking care of you is like my punishment for not being able to save my little brother." It was the first time Dabi had ever let Midoriya hug him, and pressed into the teenager's chest. He didn't mention the tears he felt falling into his hair. He heaved a sigh. Thinking about Dabi just made him feel sad, and not for the first time. He was wondering if the other teenager would contact him. Dabi had said that when he was old enough, he would tell him who he really was, and he was still waiting for that call. He froze dead in his tracks. Hatsum had given him direct instructions to his gravestone, and he had followed them lost in thought, but he never ever thought he would see this boy's face again, let alone laying over his grave. Bakugo Katsuki was slumped over his gravestone, eyes closed and snoring softly, 2 paper cups and a notebook sitting beside him. After a few seconds of silently watching the boy, he determined that he was in a deep sleep, and he crept forwards. Standing in front of his old friend and tormentor, he couldn't help but take him in. Yuuei hit him hard, and Midoriya marveled at his new, sharper features. He was slim, but had that toning that said he was working for muscles. He looked over to the 2 cups, and the notebook, emotions creeping up his chest when he read the title. Hero Analysis for the Future Number 13. He shook his head. That was obviously a coincidence. He glanced at the cups, his interest piped as to what his old friend still drinks. One was laying on its side, obviously empty, but smelling strongly of tea. The other. Midoriya gulped down the emotions rising in his throat. The other smelled like coffee. He looked back at the boy, before something on his wrist caught his attention. It was a bracelet. Namely, the one Midoriya gave him when they were 4. He frantically pushed the tears down, sitting back on his heels and pressing his hands to his face. It was obviously a coincidence. Meeting Bakugo Katsuki at his own grave, Bakugo having a notebook that looked like a long continuation of the ones he made as a child, the filled coffee cup, when Midoriya knows Bakugo hates coffee, and the bracelet Midoriya gave Bakugo when they were younger. It was all a coincidence. Bakugo didn't care for him anymore. That right? He heard Bakugo shift, and he lifted his head from his hands, staring into red-colored irises like a deer caught in headlights. Bakugo blinked sleepily. "Izuku!" Midoriya flinched, fear filling his eyes, and the movement seemed to wake the other boy up. He jolted, his eyes becoming more awake as he stared at Midoriya. "I'm sorry," he said, cursing himself for stuttering. "I didn't mean to wake you." Bakugo nodded, before staring at the ground. "It's okay." Midoriya blinked. That was it? No screaming at him for daring to disturb him? What the actual hell? "How long have I been out?" he asked, as if this was a normal occurrence. Midoriya shifted uneasily, waiting for Bakugo's fuse to blow. I don't know. I just got here." "Oh, my bad." Midoriya nodded slowly in shock, pretending like he knew exactly what was going on. Bakugo looked at him. "You need something?" "What?" Bakugo shifted, and leaned against the gravestone. "I don't usually leave until closing time." "Oh. Smart response, Midoriya. Awesome. I'll leave, I just need to see that gravestone, please." Bakugo's eyes narrowed, and Midoriya cringed away. If the boy noticed his reaction, he didn't say anything. "Why do you need to see it?" Midoriya bit back a groan. "Come on, dude, it's just a gravestone." "No, it's my best friend's gravestone." "Oh, so quirkless Deku is your best friend now?" He snarled, unable to suppress the sudden anger he felt. Bakugo's eyes blew wide open in shock, hurt spilling into them, before narrowing in anger. "Excuse me?" "Ah, shit." He just provoked his childhood bully. Should he say goodbye to the world now? Midoriya stood up, fear shaking his core at the thought of Bakugo using his quirk, and ignored the boy grabbing for him. I'm sorry for bothering you, I'm leaving. He turned on his heel, hearing Bakugo get up behind him, and he sped up, desperate to get away from the other boy. He pressed his vigilante earbuds deeper into his ear, so it would be safe if he needed to run. He heard the other boy call out, and Midoriya took off, forgetting about the exit and just running away, like he could escape his past if he ran fast enough. For the first time ever, Bakugo caught him. Bakugo tackled the smaller boy to the grass, hidden from the other people by the bathrooms. They tumbled over each other from the speed that they collided into the ground, with Bakugo letting out a grunt when he hit the ground hard, Midoriya fighting the panic that was welling up. As soon as they stopped rolling, Midoriya was darting up, trying to get away, but Bakugo snatched his arm and yanked the boy back. Midoriya landed hard on his back as Bakugo caged him in. Kaken, please don't. Your spider. Shock colored his tone. Midoriya paused, looking back at Bakugo instead of searching for someone he could flag down for help. What? Bakugo sat back, straddling Midoriya's small waist and pressing his entire weight against him, making sure he would not be able to buck him off and run away. Your spider. Spider called me Kaken after the sludge villain attack. Midoriya choked on his breath. He forgot how smart Bakugo could be when he wanted to. Oops. I have 2 questions for you. Midoriya shrugged. I may or may not answer. Bakugo nodded, knowing this might be the case. Midoriya was struck by the difference in current Bakugo and the Bakugo he was friends with all those years ago. It's common knowledge that Spider is Machiavellian. Midoriya nodded slowly, not liking where this is going. You're Spider, so who is Machiavellian? Why did you give her your title? Midoriya chewed his lip. Answering this could literally end everything he has worked for. He shook his head, and Bakugo's shoulders slumped slightly. Thank you, he said, for saving me from the sludge attack. I assume it was you. You're welcome, it was. Last question. His eyes became steely in determination. Midoriya chuckled nervously. Cash them in, why don't you? Bakugo didn't laugh. Where did you hear the nickname Kaken? Panic spilled over Midoriya's face, no matter how hard he tried to school his features. He needed to get a grip, or the next person would be his mother. Bakugo leaned down, startled by the sudden change in the boy's mood. Where the hell did you hear it? It's what Midoriya called you. That answer just seemed to anger the blonde. He pinned Midoriya's wrist to his sides and bared his teeth. Yes, that's what Izuku called me. He's the only one who ever called me Kaken. Who the hell are you two? He froze, and Midoriya paled. Bakugo, he tried warning, but the boy shut him up with a look. Only 5 people knew Izuku called me Kaken. The 2 boys from when we were younger, Inko-san, and my parents. Midoriya flinched at his mother's name. Unless. He trailed off, and Midoriya saw the exact moment the truth came into his head. His eyes blew open wide, and his mouth opened in shock. He saw the way the boy tried to push it to the back of his brain, trying to deny it, and Midoriya would not be there when he accepts it. He bucked his hips, taking Bakugo's moment of shock as his cue to get the hell out of there. He successfully threw the larger boy off of him, and took off sprinting like a man running away from his wife, right after she found out he had been cheating on her. Translation: like he was about to be brutally murdered and they'd never find his body. He glanced to the side, and missed the curb, stumbling across the street before his foot caught the sidewalk and he went sprawling into the grass. God damn it. This day just filled with firsts, wasn't it? He quickly pushed himself back to his feet, but was tackled again. God damn it. This boy needs to stop pinning him down in a cemetery. He will not be held accountable for what he does. He thrashed under the taller boy, not enjoying the diet of a cow, before he was rolled over and pinned down effectively. Bakugo was crying. Midoriya's eyes blew open wide, and he opened his mouth to ask what was wrong, but Bakugo had buried his face into the crook of his neck. Hey now, a small part of him wanted to say. That's Toshi's spot. Izuku, please, if that's you, please tell me, he was crying, and Midoriya was shocked into silence. I can't live like this, please. Kaken, he whispered, feeling the way the boy tensed above him. It's me. Bakugu froze as if he couldn't believe his ears, and pulled away from Midoriya's shoulder. He searched Midoriya's eyes for any trace of a lie, before his eyes narrowed. Prove it. Midoriya rolled his eyes, pretending he didn't have tears welling up either. The last sleepover we had, you hit me with a pillow and yelled, "Ainsuke" on that. Mitsuki-san sat us both down and told us both that you can't just say things like that, because it could be taken wrong without context. Through his mini-proof story, Bakugu's eyes had gotten more and more watery, until tears were spilling down his cheeks and he was scrunching his eyes shut in a weak attempt to stop them. He shuddered out a sob, and released Midoriya's wrists, instead pulling the boy into his chest and allowing himself to cry. His "no crying on Izuku's death day" rule was discarded, because Izuku was here, laying in his arms as they both cried. "I missed you so effing much," he sobbed, burying his face into the curly hair, and if he closed his eyes, he could picture the green color, instead of the flat black he had. He allowed himself to cry for a long while, letting out everything that had been in his system. His yearning for the boy, his urge to apologize, everything, until his body-racking sobs fell to soft sniffles. "Did you permanently dye your hair?" he whispered, his brain a little slow. "Nah, it's washable." "No shit, it's permanent," Midoriya chucked wetly, pulling away and wiping his eyes as Bakugu stared at him in shock. "What? Midoriya Izuku has a F.A. mouth on him?" Midoriya smirked, a mischievous glint making itself known in his eyes, and Bakugu was taken aback. Midoriya Izuku's mouth can do much more than make witty remarks. Bakugu spluttered, face turning red at the realization that his best friend was alive, and was extremely flirty. Midoriya laughed, and Bakugu smiled at the sound. He forgot how much he loved hearing his laugh. "Nah, my best friend is the flirt. He needs it for his quirk." For some reason, his chest twinged at the fact that Midoriya had a new best friend. Midoriya suddenly turned his bright green eyes up to Bakugu's. "You should meet him." "Oh, that would be great." Bakugu thought about it and nodded. "Meeting the boy who took his place when he was gone. Sounds great." Midoriya stood up and pulled out his phone, turning away as he dialed someone. "Toshi. Where you at?" He listened to what the other boy was saying, before nodding, as if the boy could see him. "Yeah, I'm in the cemetery. Can you meet me here?" Remember Bakugu Katsuki?" "Yeah. Anyways, I'll see you." "Cool, bye-bye." Midoriya hung up and pocketed his phone, whirling around to Bakugu with a bright grin. "He's on his way." Bakugu smiled softly at his friend, before grabbing the boy's hand and gently tugging him to sit next to him in front of the gravestone. Midoriya touched the bracelet on Bakugu's wrist. "You kept this?" Bakugu smiled fondly at it. "Of course. My mother put it away after I became an a-hole, but after you died, I wanted it back. I confessed to everything that I had ever done to you, and begged to know if I could still be good. If I could be like you, a pure person only wishing the best for people." He tilted his head back to stare at the sky. "My parents told me that I would only be able to be a hero if I stopped doing it for me, and started doing it for you." He looked over at Midoriya, and smiled at the tears welling up in his eyes. He was always a crybaby. "So, everything I do, everything I did, was for you. Because you couldn't. You're so sappy, Kaken." Midoriya choked out wetly. "It's like you're trying to make me cry." Bakugu chuckled softly, before reaching behind them and handing Midoriya the coffee he had bought. It had been a while, so the coffee was pretty cool now, but Midoriya took it and inhaled it like he was trying it for the first time. "I can't believe you know how I like my coffee," he said, putting the empty cup beside Bakugu's. "I don't," he deadpanned. "I just remembered that you liked my dad's shitty coffee, and he takes that sheet like sugar is going extinct." Midoriya laughed, and they say in comfortable silence, just enjoying each other's presence. "It's kind of weird." Bakugu looked at the boy, ping his head to the side in confusion. "What do you mean?" Midoriya nodded at the gravestone, his hair bouncing at the small movement. "Seeing my own gravestone, and knowing I'm not dead." Bakugu nodded. "Oh yeah, that must be a weird feeling." Midoriya chuckled softly. It really is. What do you go by? Midoriya looked over to the boy, locking eyes and understanding dawned him. Oh. Akatani Midori. Bakugo raised an eyebrow. Shut up, I was 9, and I needed a new name. I wanted to be connected to my mother but not enough to raise suspicion. He missed the flash of pain at the reminder that Midoriya was 9 when they all thought he died. Akatani is my mother's maiden name, and Midori is a shortened version of Midoriya. It's absolutely foul-proof. Bakugo hummed. That makes sense. A thought occurred to him. You should tell your mother. Midoriya flinched away like Bakugo had burned him, and believe him, Bakugo knew what that looked like. He turned wide, fear-filled green eyes towards the explosion user. No. Bakugo cringed at the firm tone, shock seeping into his expression. What do you mean, no? I mean my mother can never find out I'm alive. Bakugo turned his entire body towards the smaller boy, shock border lining anger. What the F dash? She's your mother. She should have been the first person you told. Midoriya's eyes darkened in anger. A mother who forgot her son after 58 days. Bakugo wheeled back. What? Midoriya Izuku moved on from her 9-year-old son's death after 58 days of mourning. That's less than 2 months. Does that sound right to you? Bakugo blinked, his anger fading into confusion. You want her to still be in mourning? Midoriya scoffed. Of course not. I just wish she would feel even a small amount of pain that I felt for 6 years. Then why the hell didn't you come back? Bakugo practically snarled, anger coming back full force. Midoriya glared at him from the corner of his eyes. I was the worthless, quirkless Deku. Do you think I was in the right state of mind when I heard my mom readily accept my death? I figured she would be happier if quirkless Deku was dead, maybe she could have another child with her quirk, and she would never have to drag my worthless weight ever again. Stop! Bakugo cried, throwing his hands over his ears. Stop it! Shut up! She's still your mother. You have to tell her these things. No. Bakugo took a deep breath and lowered his hands. Fine. I will. Midoriya's head whipped over to stare at Bakugo in fear, but the boy was already sliding the notebook into his pocket, picking up the empty teacup and standing up. No! He cried, lurching to his feet after Bakugo. You can't. I won't let you. You can't stop me, Izuku. Your mother needs to know. It's not fair to her. I can stop you. A new voice spoke, deeper and raspier, making goosebumps run up Bakugo's arms. He whirled around to see a blue-haired boy, with dark eye bags in the process of fading. The boy was dressed in a dark green sweatshirt, black jeans fitting toned legs nicely, and Bakugo allowed himself a moment to feel jealous over the shape of the boy's torso, before what he said came back to mind. You're going to stop me? What makes you think Midoriya Izuku needs to know her son is alive? What the kind of... He stilled, the tension leaking from his body as his eyes went blank. What do you want me to do, sweetheart? Midoriya walked around his childhood friend, and stared into his glazed red eyes. He took a deep breath, erase his memory. Shinso as in a startled breath beside him. Are you sure? Midoriya nodded. He was extremely set on telling my mom I was still alive, but I'm not ready to go back to her. She'll just treat me like porcelain, not like I've been fighting villains and criminals since I was 9. If I erase his memory, he'll be extremely confused to find himself standing instead of whatever he was doing. Midoriya rolled his eyes. Tell him to forget about ever encountering me and you, and tell him that there's no way I'm alive. Then send him to lay down in front of the gravestone, put the notebook back, send him to sleep, and then continue the rest of his day. Shinso whistled. Sometimes you're way too thorough. Midoriya scoffed playfully. My thoroughness is the only reason you're alive, isn't it? Shush, sweetheart. Let me do my job. Midoriya laughed. All right, Bakugo Katsuki. You're going to forget about meeting Midoriya Izuku and me at this cemetery, and you're going to feel like there's no chance that he's alive. Now, go lay down in front of the gravestone, and place the notebook beside you. He waited for the brainwashed boy to comply, with Midoriya adjusting him to make it more realistic. Now you're going to go to sleep for 5 minutes, and when you wake up, your brain will sever the hold I have on you, okay? Bakuga's eyes closed, and his body relaxed. Shinso crept forwards to make sure the boy was actually asleep, and not just faking it. I feel like I should have told him that I'm Machiavellian. Shinso gave him a weird look. But I was going to erase his memory either way. What does him knowing you're Machiavellian for 3 seconds change? Midoriya shrugged, rubbing his arm, before Shinso ushered him away from the sleeping boy, and they sprinted to the nearest train station. Sitting on the train back to their city, Midoriya slumped over into Shinso's side, the two of them lucky enough to get seats. I can't believe we just did that. Shinso began running his fingers through the smaller boy's hair. It'll come and go. Midoriya laughed, and when they got back to the base, he confirmed that his gravestone was there, and after telling Hatsum about his encounter with his childhood friend, it was never spoken about again. Bakugo opened his eyes, finding himself slumped onto his side in front of Izuku's headstone, and he sighed, shaking his head to rid of the fuzziness. Fell asleep again. He murmured, somehow not feeling all that tired as he pushed himself into an upright position. His legs were aching as if he ran without stretching, but he wrote it off as them not getting any circulation. He pulled his phone out of his back pocket and pressed the red button. The phone stopped recording. I fell asleep for 3 hours. New record, anyone? He stretched his arms above his head after slipping his phone back into his pocket, more of a habit than anything, and turned to put his notebook in his back pocket. He grabbed his empty cup and Izuku's coffee cup, before jolting when he realized it was empty. Must have spilled, he thought, before looking at Midoriya's gravestone. Bye, Izuku. I'll see you tomorrow. He stood up and made his way to the exit, recycling both empty cups in a nearby recycle bin. He double-checked that his phone and notebook were in his back pockets, before he began walking home, ignoring the world as he walked. He wouldn't say he was lost in his own head, because he wasn't thinking, it was more of a walking in a daze. He didn't register what was happening around him, but he wasn't focused on anything else. I'm back. He called into the house and his mother peeked at him from the couch. Already? She turned and looked at the clock. You've only been gone for 5 hours. Tetsugi shrugged while taking his shoes off. Yeah, I fell asleep again. Mitsuki hummed in understanding. Well, send me the video when you're done. Bakugo nodded. I will. He made his way upstairs, knocking on his father's door to let him know he was home, before slipping into his room and closing the door softly behind him. He shouldered his jeans off and replaced them with sweats, placing his phone on the desk while he grabbed his computer. He then hooked the phone up to his computer, plugged his headphones in, and played the 4.5-hour-long video. He didn't know why he did this anymore. It was something he had done ever since Mitsuki had first asked him to record the visits. He never lied to Izuku, told him about his week, his feelings, accomplishments, disappointments, everything. Mitsuki had found this out, and since Bakugo would never tell her to her face that something was bothering him, she had him record the meetings so she could find out if anything was bothering him. In case he told Izuku something he really didn't want his mother to know, like him possibly liking boys, he would go into the video and crop it out. Mitsuki trusted that if he was cropping certain things out, it was to respect his privacy, and she didn't want to push it. She was already asking for a lot. Bakugo rested his head on his arms as he listened to the sound of the animals in the cemetery. The birds chirping in the surrounding trees, the occasional squirrel, and cicadas buzzing made for a peaceful susurration that played in his ears for a good hour. Then he heard grass crunching, and he mentally sighed. The new workers need to learn his face, because he always falls asleep with Izuku. He heard the person crouch down beside him, and his eyes opened when he heard himself shift. He had woken up? Izuku! Instantly he bolted upright, his spine ramrod straight as he stared at his computer in shock. He didn't remember that. I am sorry, someone stuttered, and he felt fear creeping up his spine. I didn't mean to wake you. He heard himself speak, and his incredulousness grew. It's okay. There was a pause before his voice rang out again. How long have I been out? Why didn't he remember this? Did they have a memory quirk or some sheet? Wasn't using your quirk on others considered illegal? I don't know. I just got here. Oh, my bad. He hit the pause button and took a deep breath, his mind screaming, what the actual FNF dash. He took a breath and steeled his nerves. He was going to listen to the rest without stopping it, and he would see how he felt when it was over. 2 hours later, all of the water in his system, and 1 shirt later, Bakugo was sitting on the floor against his bed, hugging his knees to his chest as he tried to digest what he just learned. Midoriya Izuku was alive. Midoriya Izuku was FING alive. That seemed to be the only thing he could think of. That and, man view best friend. Why the hell would you erase my memory? Oh yeah, how could he forget? Midoriya Izuku was also Machiavellian, the most wanted vigilante around. He duplicated the video and cropped the first one, sending it to his mother. It was obvious that Izuku held a grudge against his mother and didn't want her to know he was alive. He didn't like that, but trying to tell Inko had been what had cost him his memory, so he wasn't willing to risk it. He huffed a breath and tilted his head back to hold the tears in. His stare turned determined as he glared at the ceiling. I will find you, Midoriya Izuku. Even if I have to track you down as Machiavellian. Never let it be said that Midoriya Inko was a bad parent. Because she wasn't. Bad parents hit their children and called them names. She had never hit her baby, or called him any names, therefore she was not a bad parent. She loved her baby, even when her parents disowned her for getting PR gin and tea, when Hisashi divorced her because he was quirkless, when he started coming home with injuries that hurt her bank account, when she couldn't see her best friend anymore because their sons didn't get along, everything, she had loved her baby through everything. She loved him so much, and she knew he would never be able to stand up for himself, never be able to fight back, because her baby was just a baby, and he didn't need to know the horrors that the world held, so she hid them from him. She coddled him, gave him everything he ever wanted, did everything for him, made sure he was healthy, happy, and safe. If that meant he had to come home immediately after school and tell her everything, or go with her everywhere because her baby couldn't be left alone, or hold her hand when they were walking to the mailbox because someone could snatch him away, then so be it. She loved her son, and she would do anything for him. But as he got older, he started changing, he started questioning what she was doing, and Inko couldn't let that happen. She was the parent and he was the baby, he should listen to her when she says something, should hang on her every word with those bright green eyes, and agree with everything. He should let her do the parenting and not compare her to Mitsuki, because Mitsuki was different, and nobody parented the same way. Mitsuki was abusive, she called her son names, and Inko had never done that with her baby. Mitsuki had never hit Katsuki, but words will always hurt more when the person they're coming from is someone you care about. Inko had never hurt her baby, but Mitsuki was not the same. She didn't have a problem showing Katsuki what he would have to deal with in the real world, had no problem letting Katsuki discover things on his own, and that was irresponsible of her. She didn't stop to think that if Katsuki discovers the wrong thing, he could be seriously hurt, and then he wouldn't trust Mitsuki anymore. His faith that his mother could keep him safe forever would be ruined, and that was not something you did to your children. And with that child's attitude, it was no wonder Mitsuki was always irritated. Inko's baby didn't have an attitude, because he knew that making his mother stressed like that was not something you do, not if you want to be a good baby. Her baby knew not to stress her out, because she was a single mother working 3 jobs to support them, and she could stress easily. Whenever her baby questioned something she did, she would ask him why he wanted to hurt her like that, ask him if he really thought she was a bad parent. He would always deny it, and she would beg to know why he would question her, if he said she wasn't a bad parent. He would always cry, feeling guilty for hurting Inko, and she would make him Katsudon to show him that she wasn't angry. She knew why Hisashi left her once Izuku was proclaimed quirkless, knew she was nothing but a number under his belt, and after she fell PR'd he was overjoyed, knowing he would have an heir. When said heir was quirkless, he discarded her like the number she was, and she desperately told everyone they were still married, even after she had received divorce papers the next morning. But none of these things made her hate her baby, she loved him with her entire being. She would protect him forever, because he needed her forever. It was too dangerous for him out in the world by himself, so she would stand by his side forever, because a mother was supposed to protect her child from everything. But soon, it became too much for her. Being at Izuku's beck and call, listening to how horrible his classmates were to him, how he was bullied for being quirkless, everything. It all became too much for her, and she began to slowly do less for him. She didn't neglect him, she fed him and clothed him, kept a roof over his head and made sure he was healthy, therefore she didn't neglect him. No, his emotions were too much for her. He would come home sad, and maybe a while ago she would have been all over her baby, asking what was wrong, what she could do, but now she let him be sad. She had read somewhere that a child should be eased into the real world, but since she had kept it from him for so long, she decided to take a page out of Mitsuki's book and let Izuku figure it out on his own. He no longer came to her when he had a problem, and that was good, because he was learning to deal with his own problems, in the same way Katsuki did with his. She would correct him if he ever got the same attitude as Katsuki, but otherwise she thinks she was doing a pretty good job raising him. Until Hisashi came home. That's when everything went to shit for Inko. He had come home, questioning her on why she hadn't signed the divorce papers, and she had begged him not to leave her, because her son was way too young to be tossed into the world. Hisashi had gotten mad, because apparently 9-year-olds should be able to do way more that Izuku was capable of, and he had called her a despicable, abusive bitch. He threatened to take Izuku away, because he may not care for the child, but he would never sink as low as child abuse. They had gotten into an argument, because she wasn't abusive, she wasn't a bad parent. Yeah, maybe she had coddled Izuku a little bit too much, but she had realized that 9-year-olds shouldn't be that coddled, and she had let him cope with the real world on his own, just like Mitsuki. He had gone into Izuku's room, because he was not going to allow Inko to abuse his son, and started collecting his things, shoving them into Izuku's old All Might backpack, and she had begged him not to do this. He said he wouldn't let her hurt his son, and if that meant he had to take him away, then so be it. She had gotten mad, and she had threatened to call the police on him, tell them what he was. I'll call the FNG cops, Hisashi. I'll tell them you're Zonghua, and then what'll you do? Hisashi had slowly turned around, smoke seeping out of his lips at the threat, and Inko had stumbled back, fear shaking her body as he stalked towards her. Sometimes, it was easy for her to forget that Hisashi was a villain. She would become another number to him, not under his belt, but to his body count. Call the cops, Inko. FING call them. I'll tell them you're a child abuser and you'll join me in jail. He had snarled, and Inko felt the rage build deep in her stomach. She was not abusive. She was not a bad parent. I have never abused our son. I'm not a bad parent. I have never hit him or ridiculed him. Hisashi had been incredulous, and he had thrown his head back and laughed, more smoke seeping out of his lips. Abuse isn't just hitting a child, Inko. You may not have hit my son, but you've hurt him so much. I'm taking him away. My brother would love to have a son to cherish. He had shoved past her, and she had tackled him, snatching the backpack off of his back as she screamed at him. She would not let Hisashi take her innocent child and send him to that villain. That villain was the worst of the worst. She called him a liar, a fake, a kidnapper, everything, and she had punched Hisashi in the stomach, using her quirk to toss him across the room. Hisashi had collided into the wall, cracks spidering from the force Inko had thrown him, before he collapsed onto the table, smashing his stomach on the edge before he slid off. At the collision to his stomach, he had coughed, and the fire he had been holding back spilled from his lips. It was a long stream that quickly ate up the furniture, liking up the walls and filling the room with the smell of burning wood. She had shrieked and ran into her room, snatching up all of the pictures she had of her and Izuku, before she heard the door slam open. Mom, where are you? Oh God. It was Izuku. She had whirled around to get at him to get out, but she heard a horrible cracking sound, and she jumped back as a section of the ceiling fell, smashing her exit to the door. She heard Izuku cry out, before going silent. Oh God, her child. She paused. Hisashi was adamant on getting him back, so was he really her child? Hisashi never wanted something that wasn't his, and if he wanted Izuku, was he really hers? Sure, she had birthed and raised him, but he was so needy. He needed everything done for him, couldn't do the simplest things that most children his age knew how to do. Maybe it had to do with his quirkless status? Was his quirkless state holding him back mentally, and he wasn't able to pick up on things as fast as everyone else? No, what the F, Inko, this is your son. You were in labor for 12 hours for him. You're not leaving him because he's a needy brat who can't fend for himself, she had thought. She had started making her way to the door, tripping on pieces of rubble before the smoke caught up to her, and she was suddenly on the floor, body convulsing as she coughed, trying to bring clean air into her lungs. She had pushed herself to her elbows before she heard more of the roof falling, and she whirled around in time to see the bed from above fall into her apartment, and she threw her hands out, managing to shove it with her quirk just enough so it wouldn't crush her. She felt heat against her shoulder, and she rolled over with a scream, slapping at her shirt to put out the flames that had begun burning her clothing. Oh my God! She had screamed, pulling herself to unsteady feet as she threw herself at the window. She began banging on it, but the fire had sealed it shut, melting the glass into the frame. I don't want to die. She coughed when her lungs had filled with ashy smoke, and her legs gave out beneath her, leaving her curled up into a ball as she accepted her death. Then there had been banging on her door. Is anyone in there? Inko had looked up at the female voice, and she had screamed. Please help me. I can't get out. Okay, miss, we're going to break down the door. Please stay back. Inko had scrambled back, cutting her hands and legs on the broken metal beams that had held the other apartment up, but she ignored it, because in the next second, the door had been busted down, and she was staring at the one and only water hose. Oh, thank God! She had shrieked, and they began working on putting out the fire as Endeavor came into the room, and she began crying in happiness. Was there anyone else in the building? The female had asked. Inko never bothered to learn her name, and she paused. Midoriya Inko had shaken her head no. Endeavor had leaned down and grabbed her, before addressing the water hose. I'll take her out, but this apartment is unsalvageable, we need to leave. But there could be others. I am the number 2 hero. Are you questioning me? The water hose had simmered in silent resentment, but had shaken their heads. Endeavor picked Inko up, carrying her over all of the rubble, and she caught a glimpse of curly green hair, hidden underneath rubble, and immediately started bawling. She was really doing this. She was going to start all over again. With Hisashi in jail, and the quirkless boy killed in a tragic accident, she could start over. She could give herself the life she had always wanted, without a needy child taking up every second of her life. As she clutched at Endeavor, she cried and cried, sobbing about how scared she was, how much it had hurt. The burns, cuts, or the ache of leaving her child behind, she didn't know, but all she knew was that it had hurt. As she did, she remembered she had never hit her child, never called him any names. I am not a bad parent, she sobbed to herself, and Endeavor carried her away from the burning apartment, away from her only quirkless child. The building exploded, a loud booming sound that made Inko cry out and cover her ears. The explosion sent burning rubble in every direction, people ducking under each other with fearful cries to try and protect themselves from the worst of it. I'm not a bad parent. 3 months after that day, the masked trio was accepted wonderfully into the media. Almost too wonderfully. They were accepted as if they were heroes, and that unsettled the 2 boys because they weren't heroes, they were illegal minors running around causing havoc, but if the media liked it, then they were all for it. Hatsum honestly couldn't care less. It was worth it when Shinso caught sight of a mini little him in the shop of a window, and he immediately bought it, crying about how people finally accept him. Although it only took 3 months for the masked trio to reach Endeavor popularity, it had been almost 9 months that they've been publicly working together. And the police still had no leads. That was one of the main reasons the police and heroes despised the trio, because they had been a public team for 9 months, and the heroes were no closer to catching them than that had been at the start. The media took pleasure in ripping into the police force, a lot of claims on them not being able to do their jobs correctly, etc. etc. Yeah, they didn't like that. Stupid brats. Tsukachi no Mesa, detective of the police, muttered. Why haven't we caught you yet? Like magic, his phone pinged with a message. He glared at his phone with betrayal, already knowing who it was. Somehow, the girl going by Deadless had hacked into his phone, and was always sending him messages, from hinting at a new mafia boss or villain, to telling him he was out of coffee or that villain they apprehended escaped, even if their capture wasn't aired. Every time he checked, they had coffee, and the villain was still behind bars. She just liked messing with his paranoia. That stupid Machiavellian brat did the same thing, except she did it in person, like when he left to the break room for coffee, he would get a picture of her sitting at his desk with a certain classified file that only he had access to in her hand. Every time he rushed back to his office, she would be gone, and the classified file would be too, turning up on his desk a few days later seemingly untouched. She just liked doing that to show that she had no problem getting into the police station. They were getting extremely annoying. Puppeteer wasn't too bad, he didn't do anything to mess with Tsukachi himself, but he was always messing with the females in the force. The most exhausting thing he had ever had to do was calm down two women who were arguing about who Puppeteer adored more, so it went into his file that he could be a pervert. His phone pinged again. With the most irritation he could put into a sigh, he grabbed his phone and unlocked it, leaning back against his chair to read the message. Deadless. Imprisonment. Because you're not good enough. Deadless. Refithment. Stop slandering my teammates, I know you are. This girl could creep him out. You don't know my thoughts, girl. Deadless. Bold of you to assume I don't, Mr. Tsukachi Naomasa. Goddammit, those stupid faces really set him off. Eiichi took a deep breath and tried to relax. Cursing out someone so connected to the media could destroy his reputation and everything he'd worked for. Why haven't you turned yourself in? What are you aiming for? Deadless. Honestly, I'm just in it for the FANG ride. Nabla. Ooh, duty calls, talk to you later, Masa-chan. Carrot. He clenched his phone in his hand, shaking with suppressed anger at the blatant display of disrespect. He would catch them and throw them behind bars, even if it killed him. As soon as that thought passed through his head, he felt immediate guilt. It was common knowledge that Machiavellian was Spider, and when Spider was a few years old he had gotten a message from them her, and every time he read it, he felt so guilty for going after her so determinedly. It obviously wasn't for him, because it seemed so private. Hey Mei-san, do you think the longing I feel for my mother is punishment for what I am? He didn't know someone could put so much pain and longing into a single sentence. A single sentence that puts so much more confusion into Tsukachi's mind. What I am? Does she have a volatile quirk? Longing for her mother? Is she orphaned? Mei-chan? She obviously is in touch with an older sibling, but the databases doesn't anyone in the system with the name Mei. He had done a data search and found a few people who he questioned them all, and the only person he didn't question was a 9-year-old girl, the daughter of a mechanic and businesswoman. Honestly, she was only 9. He was just so confused. Every time he felt guilty about trying harder in capturing her and her team, he would convince himself that it was to help them, to get them back to their families, or in Machiavellian's case, in a family. His phone pinged with another text message, and he clicked on it. And then she went and did stupid shit like this, and oh lord, she was so lucky she was untouchable. It was Machiavellian, of course. She had sent a picture of herself sitting by Tsukachi's fridge as if she owned the place, all of his caffeinated drinks emptied beside her. Did she really drink all of those? How was she so skinny? And since it was a wide shot, that means that someone else was in his house with her. His phone rung. He instantly slammed the answer button. What the hell do you want? He snarled, and there was a pause on the other end. Is this a bad time? Tashinori, Tsukachi said in relief, slumping over his desk to lay his forehead on his keyboard, ignoring the random letters showing up onto Machiavellian's case file. I'm so sorry, I thought you were Machiavellian. That vigilante calls you? Tsukachi paused. Had he not mentioned it to Yagi before? Naomasa? Does Machiavellian call you? He sighed. There was no point in lying to the man. He could be so dense at times, but when he was focused, he was razor sharp. The females from the masked trio text me often, usually to mess with my paranoia, but I have yet to have received any sort of message from Puppeteer. As if cued, his phone pinged. He pulled it back, dreading to see who it was, and blanched. A no number. Puppeteer. You so thought, didn't you, Mr. Lie Detector? I'm so sorry to disappoint, but I decided to make room for you in my schedule. Do tell Mr. All Might I said hello. What? Naomasa? Naomasa? What happened? Tashinori, something is extremely wrong. Oh my god. His mind was racing. He was talking to Yagi Tashinori, not All Might, so that meant that all of the masked trio knew about All Might's secret. If the masked trio knew about All Might's secret, then that means they hold that secret over their heads, and they can demand anything. Naomasa, talk to me, what happened? The masked trio know about your secret, he said in a rush. There was a long pause from the man. Naomasa, that's not funny. He didn't hear what Yagi said because he got another text from Deadless. Yagi Tashinori. We know All Might's secret, as you figured out, Masa-chan. Either we spill it to the world, or you meet us on the roof of the location down below next week. We would normally say, come alone, but we know you're going to bring as many heroes as possible, so please limit it to 3. The decision's yours. Oh my effing god. Tsukachi whispered in horror, cutting Tashinori's ranting off. What? I told you messing around like that isn't funny. Yagi, I'm going to have to call you back. The use of his last name made the man pause. Naomasa. He hung up, having no patience to feel guilty, and immediately dialed Hiro Nizu's personal number. It rang 3 times before picking up. Detective Tsukachi. What a pleasant surprise. Nizu-san, Tsukachi interrupted. I just got a message from Deadless scheduling a meetup for next week, or else they're going to expose one for all to the world. Oh, the principal said. This is little cause for such worry. I was planning on letting them join the hero course on parole anyways. But Nizu-san, wait, what? Oh, I didn't tell you. Yuuei has been cleared for rehabilitation for many years. There had just been no cause for it until now. Oh, Tsukachi said, dumbfounded. Just like that. The principal hummed. They would be required to tell us their identities if they wish to graduate, but I was thinking of allowing them to participate and show the students what the pros deal with. Intimidation, of course, is a key part. You're crazy, Tsukachi breathed before realizing he said that out loud. Oh, I'm sorry. No need for that, young man, the principal chucked. I know I am considered insane to human concepts, so there is no offense taken. Of course, Nizu, sir, Tsukachi said, still sweating buckets. We are going to meet them, correct? But of course. Nizu said joyfully. I have not managed to crack Miss Machiavellian's defenses in their system at all. It is quite a rush to meet someone equal on a mental level. Tsukachi paled. Machiavellian was on the same mental level as Nizu? That was FING creepy. That's how they managed to slip under their radar for so long. Something occurred to him. Machiavellian? I thought Deadless was their mastermind. The principal chuckled. She created all their suits and gadgets, but Miss Machiavellian is the one who created the online defenses to turn away hackers. They just convinced the world that Deadless is the one to fear. Wow, Tsukachi breathed. Wait a freaking moment. They want to attend Yuuei? They're kids. Oh dear, the principal said, and there was a clinking sound. Nizu was drinking tea right now. You didn't know? No. Tsukachi cried. How young are they? I believe all of them are coming up to their 15s. Why? Because, Tsukachi hissed, momentarily forgetting who he was talking to. Spider is Machiavellian, and Spider has been around for 6 years. Oh my god. She's been a vigilante since she was 9. Now you see why I am eager to get them into Yuuei? They obviously have talent, and if Machiavellian's story comes out against us, instead of with us, it will make all heroes look bad. Tsukachi nodded, before realizing that the hero couldn't see him. Yeah, I understand. Great. Tell them we will be glad to meet up, and you, myself, Eraserhead, and Present Mike will show up. Why those two, if I may ask? Why not All Might and Endeavor? The hero paused. Because if Machiavellian is who I think she is, he is not fond of either. Before Tsukachi could ponder what the effing hell Nizu meant, the principal bade him a good day and hung up. He sighed, and pulled his phone away from his face, staring down at his screen with a dejected look. He took a deep breath and opened Deadless message. You get your wish. Eraserhead, Present Mike, and Principal Nizu will be accompanying me to the meetup next week. Deadless. Splendid. We will see you there, Masa-chan. Sigh, Nab. After learning their ages, Tsukachi couldn't help but feel sad at the small face at the end of the message, instead of the usual irritation he immediately felt. Teenagers had seen the corrupted way of society and had put it upon their young shoulders to try and fix it. What was the world coming to? He tensed when he got another text message, but relaxed immensely when he realized it was just Eraserhead. Eraserhead. The little sheets. Nizu's really going to let them into the school on parole? You're just about as overjoyed as I am. Eraserhead. That's great. That's it? No other reaction? Eraserhead. I'm too tired for this bullshit. I deal with them on an almost daily basis. Anything to get them off my back. Watch Nizu put them into your homeroom class. Eraserhead. Don't you dare jinx it, you broken lie detector. Nizu did say something about the heroics course. Eraserhead. I hate you. Tsukachi sighed and put his phone down, before turning to look at his computer, groaning when he saw the keyboard spam on Machiavellian's file from when he was talking to Yagi. Speaking of which, he should probably call the man back, considering he scared man, and then hung up without any explanation. Which made an even bigger question. How did the masked trio find out about One for All? This was going to be a lot of paperwork. Zuchan, we're meeting Principal Nizu, Present Mike, and Eraserhead next week. Since Principal Nizu's coming, they already know what we want, but still, I'm so excited. Present Mike? Shinso squeaked, leaning forwards to look at Hatsum from above Midoriya. She and Shinso were sitting on the couch in front of the TV in Hatsum's house, and Midoriya was sitting in between Shinso's legs, using the couch as a backrest. They're bringing Present Mike? Hatsum hummed, before putting down her untraceable phone and picking up her controller. They were playing a bunch of old games and snacking on junk food, just chilling before Hatsum's parents kicked the boys. It wasn't as if Hatsum's parents didn't love the boys, they really did. They loved the way Hatsum smiled with them, brightening like when she had one of her amazing ideas, but they had just gotten back from another overseas trip and they wanted to rest. What's so wrong about Present Mike? She asked, and Midoriya was the one to answer. Oh, nothing, he said, twisting his controller as if he could make the character on the screen turn their car quicker. It's just that he's Shinso's absolute favorite hero ever. Even more than Eraserhead? She asked in awe, because there were times when Shinso wouldn't shut up about Eraserhead. Midoriya nodded, before plucking a red vine out of its packet and stuffing it in his mouth, before shrieking in outrage at Shinso. Blue shells are cheating, you a-hole. Are they really? Shinso asked, in 11th place and utterly confused. Hatsum shot a red shell at Midoriya immediately after the explosion, and he cried out about betrayal as she took first place. They're not, Hatsum snickered. Every player just gets super salty when someone uses a blue shell on them. Because they're cheating. Midoriya hissed, throwing 3 red shells at Hatsum and laughing maniacally when all 3 of them hit her. Midoriya took first place, Hatsum took third, and Shinso took 12th. Cheater, Hatsum muttered as she threw her controller on the ground, sticking her tongue out playfully at the pouting black-haired boy. What game are we going to play next? Hatsum asked, because Shinso was supposed to pick the next map, but she and Midoriya had seen him eyeing Rainbow Road, so they decided that that would be the last race. Shinso picked up a random case. What about this one? Hatsum groaned as Midoriya grinned psychotically. Hatsum accepted her defeat and inserted Call of Duty. Modern Warfare. She excelled at all of the Black Ops games, but Midoriya had managed to beat her every time they played MW2. Oh no, Midoriya said, when Hatsum tried to pull a quick one-and-choose campaign. We're playing multiplayer. Hatsum felt like crying. An hour later, Midoriya had almost 100 kills, Hatsum had 27, and Shinso had 2. Both because Midoriya had jumped off the roof in Terminal and Shinso had gotten a lucky shot in. Halfway into the hour, Hatsum had been sneaking around the library, Shinso was watching his kill cam, and when she turned the corner, she got knifed in the stomach. The TV announced that Midoriya had an AGM missile online, and he had a killing spree. Were you screen peeking? Hatsum asked, a little shocked that Midoriya found her so quickly. The boy was silent. Izuku! She cried, hitting him in the arm. Screen peeking is cheating. I wasn't screen peeking, Midoriya said, leaning away from Hatsum and fixing his headphones as if her loud yelling had shifted them. I was just using my peripherals. That's the same thing. The most memorable moment, though, was when they had 30 seconds remaining on the clock, and Hatsum and Shinso were standing back to back under the blue airplane wing, Hatsum watching the airplane, and Shinso watching the building. They heard shattering glass, but neither saw anything on their screens, and their radars were based off of sound only. Hatsum desperately tried to peek onto Midoriya's screen, because the boy had a dangerous grin on his face, but all she saw was a reddish color. As the 10 seconds counted down, the two friends had hoped that Midoriya would let them live, but suddenly, Midoriya stood up, and he popped up high on both of the underdog's screens, on top of the roof, and he pulled the trigger just as the time ran out. Hatsum actually watched the kill cam, since it was the last kill, and she saw Midoriya stand up, aim his sniper rifle at Shinso, pull the trigger, and then watched in awe how the bullet soared through the air, going straight through Shinsu's head and right into Hatsum's. The game listed off a bunch of achievements at that, but she and Shinso just stared at Midoriya in shock. The boy smugly set his controller down on the ground, before grabbing an orange starburst and popping it into his mouth, chewing it like the monster he was. He then tilted his head back to look at Shinso, who was placed last with 3 kills. You want to play again? Shinso smacked him with a pillow, and that was his declaration of war. There were no headshots whatsoever in any of their pillow fights, ever since they had won a while ago and knocked Midoriya's headphones off. The outcome of that was not pretty. The 3 of them happily stuck to body blows, but the boys knew if they hit Hatsum in the chest too hard, she'd kick them where the spot doesn't shine, so they were gentler when smacking her with the soft pillows. All right, kids, Hatsum's father came into the room, clapping his hands together. Party's over, it's time for you to go home. Yes, Hatsum-san. The boys said in unison, putting the pillows back into their proper places, and beginning to pick up all the trash they left in front of the screen, while Hatsum whined. Deaweawad. No, May. He sighed when she pouted. Come on, we're not banning them from coming back. It's just time for them to go home. Your mother and I. As if she had been summoned, Hatsum's mother came into the room, and she practically beamed in delight when she saw Shinso and Midoriya. Midori! Itoshi! It's been a while since you came over. She practically danced over to the two, and squeezed them into a hug, the two boys squirming with playful complaints. You should really visit more often. Yeah, Dad, Hatsum said accusingly. Her father sighed in defeat, and threw his hands up, turning around to walk away, muttering about teenagers and manipulation. I love you, Hatsum called, and her father's grumbling stopped. Hatsum's mother looked at her husband's disappearing form, then down at her daughter. What did I miss? Dad was trying to kick Mito-chan and Hito-chan out, Hatsum said, and her mother's face twisted into one of guilt. She ran a hand through her straight pink hair, her white zoom eyes darting to the side as she chewed on her lip. Well, she said, I did want to turn in early. It's okay, Hatsum-san, Midoriya assured. Toshi and I have some shopping to do anyways. At the reminder, Shinso groaned and let his legs collapse beneath him, falling to the floor like a damsel in distress as Hatsum's mother laughed. Oh, silly boys, she said, a wide smile on her face. I promise you can come back, but if you would please? Shinso smiled softly. No problem, Hatsum-san. Thank you for having us. Thank you for coming. Hatsum walked them to the door, her mother already making her way upstairs, and patted both of their heads. I have a video of Shinso falling onto the electricity boy and saying that very vulgar thing, if you want it, Zuchan. Was her farewell before she closed the door with a mischievous smile. Midoriya laughed hard, and teased Shinso all the way to the mall. Let's get some coffee, Shinso said, and Midoriya readily agreed, ready for some sugar in his system. They both walked into a coffee shop that they went to often, waving at a few people they recognized from their frequent visits, and waited in the short line for their turn. They already knew what they were going to order, so Shinso rested his entire weight against a groaning Midoriya, the few frequenters smiling at what was going to become their shenanigans. From the corner of his eye, Midoriya sees Lightning Boy and Large Elbows in one of the booths, because Large Elbows wasn't so subtle in his pointing them out. When Lightning Boy turned around, Midoriya took a step forwards in the line, and Shinso fell right over onto his side with a squawk. The girl standing behind them was a frequent customer, so she just laughed and stepped over the insomniac. After Midoriya paid for their drinks and was waiting for them to be made, he turned around and was shocked to find Shinso still laying on the ground. "Toshi!" he hissed. "Get up!" "No," Shinso said. "You put me here, you're going to have to get me out." The costumers giggled, like the traitors they are. Midoriya stood up straight and squeezed the bridge of his nose. "Toshi, get up, this isn't funny." The snickers from the customers say otherwise. "I swear to God." Midoriya muttered. "Swearing isn't a good thing to do, sweetheart." Midoriya leaned down and pulled at Shinso's arms, trying to get him to sit up, but Shinso lolled his head back and went slack like a petulant child. Midoriya huffed a breath and grabbed him around the waist, hoisting him straight up, but Shinso slumped forwards. Midoriya yanked his shoulders up to make him stand up straight, and Shinso's head lolled to the side. As soon as he was standing up straight, Shinso's legs gave out underneath him, and Midoriya let him fall. All of the customers around them were laughing. Normal restaurants or shops would politely ask troublemakers like them to leave, but most people found the two best friends hilarious, amusing at least. Those people would tell their friends, and then the shop would gain more customers. Business. Akatani? Shinso? Sweet. Coffee. Midoriya said, making sure to step on Shinso's chest as he walked by, the boy heaving at the heavy weight. Midoriya snatched his coffee up and drank it like a dehydrated man getting his first sip of water. It was gone in no time. Shinso stood up and walked over to the counter, making to grab his coffee. "Man, no wonder you're so heavy." Midoriya elbowed the boy in the side, and he doubled over with another heave. Everyone laughed. Kaminari couldn't help but feel as if they were dating, and for some reason, that thought filled him with sadness. "So," Midoriya said once Shinso had finally finished his coffee. "Where do you want to go? A normal store, or a high-class store?" "I don't know." Shinso hummed, recycling his paper coffee cup. "We'll just walk around until we find something yet." "Oh," Midoriya said, excitement coloring his tone as he snatched Shinso's arm and began dragging him towards a store. "Let's go into the hero store." Shinso groaned playfully, but allowed the smaller boy to drag him into the store. The cashier was a bored-looking teenager, with multiple piercings upon his eyebrows and lips, and he didn't even bother looking up from his phone to greet them. Midoriya scrunched his nose when the smell of new clothing hit his nose, but the smell the teenager was letting off wasn't any better. There were a few other people in the store, the majority parents who had been unwillingly dragged into the store by their hyperactive kids. Shinso could relate. There was a group of 4 adults standing near the number 13 area, but Shinso's eyes had zeroed in onto a shirt that said, "Little Listener," with a tiny, chibi present mic sitting in the corner yelling it. "Oh my God," he said, tugging Midoriya towards the shirt, ignoring the Blackette's indignant squawk. The boy grabbed a nearby cart and pulled it beside them, because he knew they both were about to lose a lot of money. Shinso snatched the shirt off the rack, and made a happy squeak when he noticed it was in his size. "Put it in the cart," Midoriya sighed and rolled his eyes, before smiling when he saw Shinso's bright beam. Shinso gently placed the shirt into the cart like it was a precious child, and whirled around to keep looking. "Isn't there a present mic section around here?" he asked, talking a few steps to check the other aisle, before a new sound slipped out of his mouth, and he grabbed 3 more present mic shirts and laid them into the cart. He then leant over to peer down the other aisle, before a startled laugh came out of his mouth and he darted over to whatever he had seen. Midoriya sighed, and pulled the cart back to turn and follow the boy, trying to ignore the way the group of 4 adults had instantly stopped talking when Shinso asked about a present mic section. Before he could take more than 3 steps, Shinso came sliding from behind the aisle, his sneakers making a horrible squeaking noise, and his arms were thrown out like a starfish to keep his balance. What he was wearing made Midoriya throw his head back and laugh. Shinso had found a loose, long-sleeved black shirt, and had tucked it underneath a black and silver belt he had clipped around his waist. He had a woman's gray scarf around his neck, and yellow swimming goggles over his eyes, but the effect was not lost. He slipped into a fighting stance, before ducking down and twirling through a few of Eraserhead's signature moves. His scarf got caught around his shoe, and he squawked as he stumbled to the side, before having an NTMT moment with the floor. Midoriya wasn't the only one to laugh this time. He turned to see the group of 4 adults from earlier, and he actually looked at them, before his eyes went wide and his mouth dropped. It was 3 men and 1 woman. The woman had dark navy blue hair pulled into a ponytail behind her, but Midoriya would recognize those red glasses anywhere. Kayama Namuri, hero name, Midnight, quirk, Somnambulist. It allowed her to put her targets to sleep by releasing an aroma. He noticed the other men and blanched. Ida Tensei, hero name, Ingenium, quirk, Engine. Yamada Hisashi, hero name, Present Mic, quirk, Voice. And Aizawa Shoyuda, hero name, Eraserhead, quirk, Erasure. 2 of which were heroes they were going to meet next week. You looked, Midnight panted, her hand on her hip as she tried to regain her breath. Exactly like Shoyuda when he first used his capture weapon. He did, Ingenium gasped, having the same problem as Midnight. He really did. Shinsu's head whipped up at the sound of the R-rated hero's voice, and his jaw dropped when he realized he just impersonated a hero in front of him and his friends. Shut up, Eraserhead hissed. You did good, little listener. Present Mic said, flashing a thumbs up at Shinso, and he made a sound that could only be described as a fanboy getting pointed out by their favorite hero ever. He jumped to his feet, his face red as he stuttered apologies, and the 3 above-ground heroes laughed. I didn't even know people knew about the mysterious Aizawa Shoda, Namuri laughed. He claims he does so well in staying incognito. Obviously not well enough. The man nodded at Shinso. How'd you learn to use my moves so well? Shinso wordlessly pointed to Midoriya, like the backstabbing traitor he was. 4 pairs of eyes turned to him, and he squeaked. Hi. They had decided that if they ran into the heroes before their scheduled meet-up next week, and they were out of costume, Midoriya would barely be able to talk to them, because Machiavellian had no clue sassing TF out of them. Oh, God. The R-rated hero began squealing and Midoriya squeaked in mock fear. She lunged at him, ignoring the men calling her name, and Midoriya dove onto Shinso, shrieking about his headphones being ripped off as he clutched at the taller boy. As Shinso swung around to keep Namuri away from the smaller boy, Midoriya pressed his head against Shinso's neck and prayed to whatever deity would hear him that his headphones stayed on. Eventually, Ida and Aizawa managed to snatch Namuri away and began chastising her about why lunging at minor boys, or children in general, was wrong. The cashier ignored all of this, while everyone in the store gave them weird looks, but continued shopping, not noticing 3 well-known pro heroes and 2 wanted vigilantes. Are you okay? Yamada asked, approaching the 2 boys still pressed tightly together. Shinsu's head shot up as he made a squeaking sound and dropped Midoriya in his butt. Ow! He cried, kicking Shinso behind the knee so his leg gave out. Jerry. With the 2 of them laying on the ground from different injuries, they couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, are you okay? Yamada asked, and Shinso made another squeaking sound, before trying to lurch to his feet, only to smash his head on the counter behind him. Midoriya was rolling on the ground, choking on his laughter. We're okay, Present Mic-san. He managed to wheeze. Toshi's just going to kill himself because you're his favorite hero. The man seemed shocked and in awe. His friends were watching them from behind. Really? He breathed. Even more than All Might? Both boys flinched at the name, both for different reasons, but the action didn't go unnoticed by the heroes. Shinso shifted his weight uneasily and glanced over at Midoriya, the boy's black hair and headphones casing a shadow over his eyes. The boy stood up and looked Present Mic in the face, before a smirk tugged at his lips. His eyes were still sad, something that the heroes took notice of, and wondered why someone would not like to mention All Might. He says, "Dear Mike," instead of, "Dear God." "Midori!" Shinso screeched, slapping his hand over the boy's mouth to keep him from spilling anything else. He turned his red face to look at present Mix Odd One, and flushed darker. "That's adorable." Both boys turned to see the other three approaching, Ida being the one who spoke. Nemuri stepped forward with an almost sheepish look. "Sorry about that," she said, before her gaze turned stuck and she liked her lips. "Cute things just get me going." Midoriya blinked in shock, his face turning pink, even more so when Shinso suddenly slid one hand around his neck and the other around his waist. But I won't be going down without a fight for this one." His voice became one of puppeteers. "Isn't that right, sweetheart?" Midoriya gave out a full-bodied shiver as his face turned darker than the blood running through his veins, because Midnight was laughing hard. "My God. I like you," she said, her voice wheezy as she smiled at Shinso. "How long have you two been dating?" Instantly, Shinso released Midoriya as if he had been burned, waving his hands in front of him almost violently, as if he could shove all of the truth towards her without saying anything. Midoriya laughed at his misery, before turning to the R-rated heroine. "We're not dating, Midnight-san. We're just extremely close." Midnight blinked. "Really? Could have fooled me." "Anyways," Ingenium shoved in. "We heard you were looking for a present mic section." Suddenly, Shinso was listening. "There's one here." He flushed a dark red when Present Mike pressed a hand to his chest and fell back into Eraserhead as if he had been shot. Ida laughed, before nodding. "Yep, but it's in the back, reserved for hero families only." Shinso slumped onto Midoriya as if he himself had been shot, and Midoriya squawked at the unexpected weight. "Whoa!" Ingenium said. "I want a picture with the two of you, and you can come in with me." Instantly, Shinso perked up, and Midoriya had to fix his headphones when the boy shifted them. Taking them off in the middle of a mall was not the ideal situation. "Really?" Shinso said, bouncing on the ball of his feel excitedly. Ingenium nodded. "You two are adorable. I'd love to be able to tease Eraser Mike on their fans." Midoriya and Shinso both paused. "Eraser Mike?" Instantly, all four heroes paled, and Ingenium took a step back with dawning horror when he realized his slip-up. Before any of the heroes could deny anything, Midoriya whirled around to Shinso with a triumph cry. "I told you so!" He shrieked, poking the boy before holding his hand out. "Pay up!" Shinso groaned in defeat, dropping his head and pulling his credit card out of his back pocket, before handing it to Midoriya, who snatched it and held it above him like it was a prized possession, cackling manically. "You're not weirded out?" Nemuri asked, a little shocked over the two boys' reaction. Midoriya turned to her, slipping Shinsu's credit card into his back pocket, and shook his head. "Why would I be weirded out?" "I knew it, but Shinso said that Eraserhead was too emotionless to love someone, so we bet on it, and I won. His credit card is mine for the day." He rubbed his hands together evilly and cackled like a witch. "And if we weren't dating?" Aizawa asked, a little miffed that someone he didn't even know could figure out he was in a relationship. "Then I would have had his credit card for the day." Shinso said, as if it was obvious. "What do your parents think about you betting on your bank accounts?" Ida asked, a little worried that two boys could just toss around money like that. Both boys froze, and Midoriya curled into himself as Shinso glared at the ground. Another part of the act. Meek, affection-seeking orphans, when thought about, wasn't really an act. The heroes fought the urge to take a step back at the sudden mood change. "We're orphans," Midoriya whispered, the pain in his voice gauging a hole into the four adults, and Aizawa could relate. His parents kicked him out when he came out as gay, but Yamada's parents had accepted him like he was one of their own. Which led to a slightly awkward conversation when he and Yamada came out as dating. "Oh," Ida whispered. "I'm sorry." An awkward silence fell over the group before Shinso looked up. "So, about that picture." Oh my God. What the two boys were expecting when Ingenium said there would be a back room was boxes, huge crates, and an overall unfinished feel to it. It was not like that at all. The entire room was larger than the front shop, and it was cleaner too, with perfectly polished floors, unchipped paint, and a cashier that greeted them when they walked in, waving them in when the heroes showed her their hero license. There was hero merchandise everywhere, from the least known heroes, all the way up to All Might, which both boys avoided looking at. Clothing, to accessories, to knickknacks, to costumes, to support items, you name it, it was there. The two boys were practically trembling with barely suppressed excitement, and Ida chuckled at the sight, such a different way from the way his little brother acted. "Try not to break anything, please," he said, and they nodded vigorously. "Go ahead." They were gone. "Wow," Eraserhead muttered. "That was fast. Do you think they have speed quirks?" Narumi asked, before the cashier politely asked them to supervise the two boys, since they were not of hero background. The only reason he let them in was because he got a picture with Midnight, his favorite hero. They began walking to try and find the boys, and every time they were close, the boys would zip away in a blur of colors, and the heroes would be off trying to find them again. "I don't think so," Yamada hummed. The black-haired one was wearing heavy-duty sound-canceling headphones, so maybe he has a hearing quirk? Ida shrugged before taking a step forwards, and a small figure crashed into him. He took a step back as said black-haired boy fell on his bottom, adjusting his headphones before smiling up at the hero sheepishly. "Sorry," he said, pushing himself to his feet. "I just ran into this super freaking cute boy, knocked him over, called him gorgeous, ran away, and now I'm so ready to die." Midnight and Yamada began howling with laughter, while the boy turned around to continue shopping, before Eraserhead's capture weapon shot out and wrapped the boy up around his torso. The boy squeaked and began squirming in the weapon, but Eraserhead just brought him closer. "How are you so fast?" P. the underground hero asked, staring at the boy as if he could will an answer out of him. The boy didn't even glance at him, instead marveling at the capture weapon as if it were for sale itself. "Years of running away from bullies," he said distractedly, turning around when Shinso darted between aisles, slowly becoming more and more stocked with clothing. That shut Midnight and the voice hero up quick, while Eraserhead dropped the boy in shock, and the boy darted away, not a clue of how his answer affected the heroes. "Bullies?" Ida whispered in horror, shifting his weight and staring at the ground. "I thought schools were strictly no bully policy?" "I don't know," Eraserhead whispered back. "But it does explain their freakish speed. If they spent their whole lives running away from harm, they would know exactly how fast to run to keep out of reach." That thought depressed the best friends, but their moods were hidden quickly when they finally caught the two boys, and they just had to laugh. Instead of the blue-haired boy dressing as Eraserhead, he was now dressed as Present Mike, the leather jacket and speaker looking right at place on his shoulders, gloves on hands as he pointed finger guns at the smaller boy, who was dressed as Eraserhead. "I'm buying this," the Present Mike cosplayer said, and the other boy grinned cheekily. "With what money?" "I have your credit card." The boy paused at that, before slumping onto the smaller boy with a loud whine. "Don't do this to me, Midori, my sweetie pie." "Gross." The younger boy shrieked, shoving the taller boy's face away when he made a kissy face. "You're paying for everything." The taller boy instantly pulled away, grumbling under his breath about stupid boys making him broke. Before the pros could even begin to comprehend the boys' friendship status, Endeavor's youngest son walked past their aisle. Upon seeing his dual-toned hair, Midoriya squeaked and shoved Shinso in front of him, clutching at his shirt and cowering behind him like a dog getting scolded. "What was that?" Shinso asked once the boy was out of earshot, turning to the smaller boy with a raised eyebrow. "That was the boy I fell onto and called gorgeous," Midoriya whined, and Shinso threw his head back and laughed, ignoring the way Midoriya tried to shove him to shut him up. "Todoroki?" Midnight asked, shock coloring her tone. Midoriya turned to the heroine. "Is that his name?" Midnight nodded. "Todoroki Shudo, son of Endeavor." Instantly, Midoriya slumped over, and Shinso had to catch him. "Why do all the hot guys have fire quirks?" he whined. "What's wrong with fire quirks?" Eraserhead asked, legitimately confused. The boy was silent before, "A fire quirk is the reason I'm orphaned." "Oh," the hero said, and that was all he could say. "Well, I'm ready to buy this store, so let's see how bankrupt Toshi here will become. The tall boy Toshi groaned and began taking off the present Mike costume he was wearing, laying it into a cart the four friends hadn't seen earlier. It was pretty full, from present Mike merchandise, to Ingenium, to 13, to Snipe, to Ectoplasm, to Ms. Joke, but no All Might or Endeavor merchandise anywhere. The heroes decided not to mention it. What? Midnight cried. Where's my merch? The two boys looked like a deer caught in headlights. The taller boy shifted his weight and rubbed the back of his neck, pointedly avoiding eye contact as the smaller boy bit his lip and spoke, eyes to the ground. Midnight-san. Your merchandise isn't for younger kids like myself and Hitoshi. Before Namuri could indignantly say anything, Ida slapped a hand over her mouth and nodded, fair enough. A new girl was ringing up the two boys, but she blatantly flirted with Ida, twisting her blue hair on one finger as he shifted awkwardly, not knowing how to tell her he wasn't interested without sounding rude. Shinso snapped his fingers in front of the girl's face, and she blinked back to reality, turning to look at him instead of staring at Ingenium. Ingenium-san is not looking for a one-night stand, or someone who only likes him for his money, Miss Cashier. If you would please stop scanning the same sweatshirt, that would be great. The girl's face flushed red, outlining her dark eye bags and the colors in her large eyes changing quickly, her blue hair starting to shine like a bubble. Shinso tensed, and slowly looked down to her name tag, dreading it, but already knowing it was true. Hi, my name is Shinso. This girl looked to be around his age, but with her last name and Shinso's parents' quirks, he knew she was a few years younger. It hurt to think that his parents would replace him so quickly to try and rid of his memory by having another child, this time with the perfect quirk. Midoriya realized at the same time he did, and clutched the back of his shirt while Shinso's younger sister continued ringing them up. Should she even be working right now? She's a few years younger than him at least. Are interns allowed to be that young? When the last of their clothing had been bagged, she dropped the bag onto the counter and glared at Shinso. I can see why mommy and daddy gave you up, you monster. Shinso violently flinched, and she glared at her older brother one last time, before turning around and walking away, into the back room for God knows what. Midoriya turned to him, the heroes staring at the girls retreating back in shock. How could she say that to someone she didn't even know? Hitoshi, he whispered as Shinso fought the tears wanting to claw up his throat. Why am I so surprised? His voice cracked and he took a shaky breath. I knew they would replace me, but why does it hurt so much? Midoriya pulled the shaking boy into him and looked at the adults that were now staring at Shinso in shock. I thought you were an orphan? Midnight whispered. Shinso sobbed. I am. TA put me up for adoption when my quirk manifested. He cut himself off, shaking as he tried to stop the tears, because they didn't deserve his pain. They didn't deserve any of his emotions, but deep down, they were still his parents, and even if he didn't want to, he still yearned to have their love. He thought he had gotten rid of any feelings for them, the parents who he couldn't even remember, who had tossed him aside like trash because of something he couldn't control. He thought he had successfully constructed the titanium walls around his heart to make sure nothing would ever hurt him again, but Midoriya and Hatsum had weakened the defenses by a ton, and his parents replacing him sent an iron spear through his marshmallow walls. Hitoshi's quirk is a freak mutation. Midoriya whispered, rubbing his hand comfortably up and down Shinso's back. His mother can control bubbles and his father can manipulate colors. When Hitoshi manifested his quirk, he was immediately tossed into an orphanage, where he don't, Shinso said, but Midoriya ignored him. Was forced to wear a muzzle so he wouldn't use his quirk. Yamada flinched. He remembers wearing the muzzle. His parents hadn't meant any harm by it, just until they could find a place for him to practice his quirk without making everyone deaf again, but that kind of trauma stays. What is your quirk? Yamada asked slowly. Shinso pulled away from Midoriya with one last sniff, and wiped his eyes. It doesn't matter. He turned to the heroes with a broken smile. Thank you so for bringing us back here, I'm extremely grateful, but I think I need to go. He turned and began walking away, wrapping his arms around himself as he stared at the ground, and tried to process that face that his parents replaced him as if he was nothing but a damaged, broken toy. His vision became cloudy, and he wiped the tears away and continued walking, ignoring all of the concerned stares he was getting. He heard Midoriya thank the shocked heroes profusely and apologize for leaving so suddenly before the smaller boy was right beside him, a gentle warmth that kept Shinso from freezing over in hatred. Shinso would later feel bad for making the smaller boy hold all of the bags. "Thank you," he croaked, his throat scratchy from trying to hold all of his emotions back. Midoriya nodded. "Anytime, Toshi." Watching them walk away, Yamada turned to his high school sweetheart. "Shota, you want to adopt them?" Yamada turned his biggest, pleading puppy dog eyes on, the one his boyfriend was weak to, and heard him sigh. "We can look for their orphanage." Yamada cried out in happiness, crushing his inch-shorter boyfriend to his chest. "And then we can ask them if they want to be adopted." Yamada squealed, pecking his boyfriend on the cheek. "You won't regret this. Shouldn't you two get married before adopting children?" Ida asked, his mother's strict parenting kicking in. Yamada turned to his best friend and stuck his tongue out, before looking back to the crowd to try and find where the boys had disappeared to. In that split second, they had disappeared into thin air. "Are you sure you're ready for another patrol?" Shinso nodded, putting his mask onto his face. He had laughed when Midoriya was being suited up, and that was a good thing. It meant he wasn't that affected by meeting his younger sister anymore, but Midoriya didn't want to risk him losing focus because his parents are assholes. "I promise you, I won't lose focus, okay?" Shinso smiled at Midoriya, before slipping his voice changer on. Midoriya nodded, and Hatsum sent them off. 3 hours later, he was wishing he made the same promise. Shit, Midoriya hissed, running as pain raced up his back every time he took a step. It felt like an iron whip being lashed across his back, white-hot pain making his head spin as his warm blood made his back sticky. He had been patrolling as usual, talking to Shinso on the new comms device in their ears, when he had run into a criminal, tied him up, before his downed friend who was not so downed shot him in the back. Twice. Got him, his back burned. He was suppressing his memories of burning fire, all around him, his legs, explosions on his shoulders, his back, burning. "Izuku? What the hell happened? I heard 2 gunshots and I have Eraserhead. Here." Shot back twice, he panted, trying to replenish his air supply as the bullet felt like it was skiing the air out of his lungs, and he coughed, choking on his blood. He stumbled and fell, slipping off the side of the building and landing hard on a fire escape. Midoriya felt something snap in his chest, and white-hot pain shot up to his shoulder. His mouth filled with the taste of iron, he had bitten through his lip to keep in his scream of pain. He heard the criminal climb to the top of the roof after him, and he peered around, desperate, before his eyes landed on an open window. Midoriya pulled himself onto the stairs, before throwing himself into the open window, praying it didn't belong to a member of the police force. He landed on something soft. That soft thing shrieked and bucked up, tossing Midoriya onto his back on the floor. Pain made his vision go white, but he pushed through it and rolled onto his stomach, before his chest jabbed pain up to his shoulder and he collapsed, coughing up blood as he tried to look up at the person he landed on. He hoped this wouldn't become a habit, because heterochromia eyes stared back into his. The door banged against the wall behind him, and he twisted to see a man with white hair and red flecks standing in the doorway with a baseball bat. "Shudo! What happened?" He cut himself off when he caught sight of Midoriya laying on the floor like a dead fish. "Machiavellian? What are you doing here?" He pushed himself to his feet in one quick motion, biting back a loud cry of pain when his gun wound reminded him that it was still there. "You're bleeding!" The boy with dual-toned hair cried behind him. Midoriya waved him off, stepping forwards towards the door with sluggish movements. Yes, that's usually what happens when you get shot." The man's eyes in front of him blew open wide, and he dropped the baseball bat with a loud clang. Oh fun. They were going to take him out with a metal bat. Manslaughter, anyone? Here, we have a first aid kit, let me just... The man scooped him up in his arms, and Midoriya couldn't find it in himself to yell at him, his vision swirling as his back screamed at him. Hey, I'm still here, it shrieked and bleeding quite a bit. Don't forget about me, his ribs cried. You broke me. When his vision stopped swirling, he was on his stomach, laying on some pillows on the table, and there was a first aid kit beside him. He felt a cold hand remove itself from his bullet wound, and another hand grabbed the edge of his mesh, making to pull it off. That was good. Remove the article of clothing without causing more damage, stop the bleeding, disinfect. He was in uniform. They would have to pull the fake skin up as well. That would expose him as a boy. He shrieked and jerked his hips up, thrashing when the one warm hand and one cold hand tried holding him down. His chest felt like something was tearing into his skin, and his breathing became hard as liquid seeped up his throat. Suddenly, everything was loud, the men's heartbeats, their frantic breaths, their steps that sounded like explosions. Stop! The man said, sounding like he was screaming. We're just trying to help you. Puppeteer! Midoriya sobbed, his female voice scaring a cry out of him, before fruitlessly searching for Shinsu's voice. Puppet, it hurts. Machiavellian, where are you? Hatsume's altered voice usually came from the comm device in his ear, and from his canister, a way to ensure they're always connected, but he couldn't hear her from his ear. Where are the Ecclesian eat them? He heard one of them dart over to the canister, the noises sounding like explosions as he thrashed around, trying to find his sound-canceling earbuds that had fallen out. There was one cold hand pressing against his bullet wound, and a warm hand pressing his shoulders down to keep from bucking. The juxtaposition of the two sensations made for a small distraction from the pain. Hello. Machiavellian needs medical attention. He heard the man cry, and Midoriya shrieked, not in the right state of mind to realize he wasn't helping himself by making more noise. He cried, scrambling to find his earbuds. Puppet, it hurts. He sobbed, his nails making bloody gouges in the table as the noise of the man talking to Daedalus screamed at his eardrums, throbbing in unison with the wounds on his back, his ribs, arms and legs. Everything throbbed, ached, pounded, and Midoriya just wanted someone to put him out of his misery. Quietly and gently, check her ears, make sure she has her earbuds in. It sounded like Daedalus was screaming, but Daedalus was always so smooth, calm. He felt someone gently slip his earbuds in, and he slumped over when everything went silent, sobbing, trying to get rid of the ringing in his ears. As soon as the ringing died down, he heard Puppeteer's soft, husky voice speaking to him, but all he could do was cry and cry. Ethiart, Machiavellian, can you hear me? He whimpered but let out a scratchy, yes. That's great, we're coming your way. Can you tell me what's wrong? Hurts. He sobbed. He knew those weren't normal bullets. When the criminal flung his gun out to hit him, it sounded lighter than any gun he'd ever heard before, as if the gun wasn't loaded, but he had been shot before he could figure it out. Broken ribs. Shins throb. Hard breathing. Red blood. Blood. Okay, sweetheart, just talk to me. No more red, okay? When we get you back, everything will be blue and purple. Like purple. Purple's good. Midoriya wheezed, coughing up more blood, painting the poor brothers' white tile red with a stain they would never be able to get out. Oh yeah? Why is purple good? Midoriya was slowly relaxing, his mind getting taken off of his injuries, and zoning in on Puppeteer's voice. Because you're purple. Puppeteer chuckled, and Midoriya laid his head on the table, completely slack in relaxation. Until the cold hand shifted over his wound and white-hot pain made itself known, the throbbing of everything else pounding his nerves with pain. He cried out, kicking the table to find a way to let out the blinding pain, feeling guilty when he heard a section of it snap off. That movement pressed his chest into the table, and he choked on more blood as his ribs screamed, "Just make it stop, please. Don't move her." He heard Puppeteer say, and he was confused, because why would he tell him not to move himself? He jolted when he realized everything he and Puppeteer had said was not only being broadcasted into his ear, but out of his canister too. Awkward? Puppet. He whined. And he had just been shot twice, fallen off of a building, and was having difficulty breathing without inhaling blood, so please forgive him if he just wanted to lay down and cry. Hurts, hurry. We're outside, Please let us in, Todoroki-san. The man started, before turning and running towards the door, and Midoriya started crying tears of relief when all he saw was purple. Purple means safe, safe means no pain. Hey, sweetheart, it's going to be okay, alright? His voice was right beside his ear, and so calm, that Midoriya felt himself slowly go slack. He felt a hand run through his straightened hair, before the cold hand lifted from his back, and the boy is in a startled breath through his teeth. Deadless, Shinso spoke in alarm. These bullets are poisoned. What? Hatsum said, Midoriya seeing her walk up to him with blurry vision, before her head disappeared over his back. Her voice became very scared. Oh shit. That was the last thing Midoriya heard before his vision swirled and faded to black. He dreamt he was floating on a cloud in a sea of never-ending blue. A soft, warm cloud that wrapped him up in love and took all of his pain away. He floated on that safe cloud for a while, before it began to float him towards a bunch of other clouds. He allowed it to float him away from something. He was moving away from something, but he couldn't remember what it was. He shifted uneasily, unable to remember what he was forgetting, before the cloud snuggled him closer, promising him that in a little, all of his fear would go away. Eat heart, please. He jolted. He knew that voice. He tried remembering, tried pulling himself out of the soft warmth of the cloud, but it felt like every time he tried to tug free, he was sinking deeper, away from that voice, away from what he was forgetting. Ugh, please, Don. The voice sounded sad, like all of his joy had been right out of him, and all that was left was his fear and pain. Everything that the cloud promised him would be gone if he just went with it, but if him going with the cloud promised him sanctuary, why did this voice sound so broken? Zuku, please don't. He was struggling against the cloud now, as it tried pulling him closer towards the others, frantically promising him everything he ever wanted would become so if he just let go. Izuku, please don't leave me. Toshi. He thrashed against the cloud, and he slowly felt its grasp loosening. He struggled harder, throwing caution to the wind as he flung his limbs out and thrashed like a man on fire, desperate to escape. The cloud let him go. And he surged up, coughing buckets of blood from his lungs, choking on the liquid as it seeped paused his lips and blocked his airway. He coughed and choked up blood for what seemed like forever, and once the blood finally ceased, he slumped back. He felt like he just ran a marathon with 100-pound weights on his ankles. Someone threw themselves at him, and he coughed harder when the pressure squeezed more blood past his lips, and down the person's back, painting it a dark red. The person was whispering into his ear. Izuku, sweetheart, please don't do that to me, the person said, crying harder than Midoriya thought was safe, his body shuddering as his relief made his limbs jar. You scared me, don't leave me, ever, you can't, I won't let you. I'm sorry, he whispered, throat hoarse from all of the hot blood that scratched against his throat. What happened? You passed out from the poison. Ah, that was who was behind him. And we ran you back to base, because I have a few babies who specialize in health care, and... Her voice trailed off, and Shinso shook harder, pulling Midoriya closer until there was barely any space left. Drowned in your own blood. She took a shaky breath and continued. Neither of us knew it until you stilled, and blood began seeping out of your mouth, and Izuku, my god, we were so scared. That was what the cloud was pulling him towards? He felt sick. He had almost willingly gone with it. He had almost fallen for that faulty feeling of warmth the cloud had given him. He had almost given up on everything he had worked for a fake feeling of safety and security, when he had it right here. Here in Hatsum's base, wrapped up in Shinso's arms, was his real warmth, his real feeling of safety, of love. Here, in Hatsum's base and Shinso's arms, he allowed himself to break, just enough for his two best friends to put him back together. And when they did, he was all the more prettier than before. You're so effing grounded. What? Midoriya squawked, twisting around to stare at Hatsum, his ribs screaming in protest at the sudden movement, and his bullet wounds making themselves known like the little sheets they were. He hissed and twisted right back, allowing himself to breathe, and fixing his headphones that had shifted in the sudden movement. Hatsum sensed his problem and walked around the little couch he was sitting on, something that was moved into the base for his recovery, and crossed her arms, glaring at him. "I said you're grounded." "Yes, I heard that." "Then why'd you ask?" Midoriya dropped his head against the back of the couch, rolling his eyes skywards with a groan, and praying to any deity for patience. Hatsum's voice was soft when she spoke again. "Because you almost died, that's why." They had all spoken about it, allowing themselves to realize that holy shit, Midoriya Izuku, a Machiavellian, their best friend, a vigilante since he was 9, now 15, almost died. He almost lost his life because he thought he knocked out a criminal with poisoned bullets. Hatsum had pulled the bullets out immediately after Midoriya passed out, and they ran him to the base, where one of her babies had found the smallest amount of poison in Midoriya's system. It was just under the amount to kill him, but she still panicked and began bleeding it. Maybe bleeding out a poisonous substance from someone who was dying from blood loss wasn't the best idea, but they had been panicking, and Midoriya's heart hadn't given out until today, 3 days after he was shot. His lung had been punctured, thankfully, and not small enough to take 3 days to fill them up with blood. Thankfully, because he hadn't died from drowning in his own blood immediately, not because when Hatsum and Shinso had seen the traces of poison, it was ignored in favor for the lethal substance. When they had bled out all of the poison, Hatsum had began giving Midoriya her blood, something that Shinso feel like screaming at, because his blood type would not let him give to anyone but AB+. Anytime Hatsum had to stop and replenish her blood supply, Shinso would sit by Midoriya's side, worrying at the fact that Midoriya could die of exsanguination. If Midoriya's heart gave out while Hatsum was replenishing her own blood supply, Shinso didn't know what he would do. Thankfully that didn't happen, and Shinso wasn't planning on stressing over the what-ifs. Before Midoriya had been shot, Shinso had been having a lovely chat with Eraserhead, which mostly consisted of the adult questioning the teen on anything and everything, and the teen answering in quips and insults. Hatsum had been surveying the street cameras for any criminals, when they had both heard the 2 gunshots. Hatsum had begun searching the cameras for Midoriya, and Shinso had whipped around towards the sound. Because Midoriya was cussing his head off in their comm, he had asked Midoriya if he was okay, before Eraserhead butted in, and Shinso took him under his quirk, and that was when Midoriya confirmed that it was him that had been shot twice. Shinso had sent Eraserhead to continue his patrol, before he began frantically talking to Hatsum to try and figure out his location. That's when they heard the entire commotion with the 2 brothers, which were confirmed as Endeavor's sons by Midoriya, and they were both already on their way, their house the same lengths away from both of their positions. They heard the exact moment Midoriya's earbuds came out, the way he screamed and cried, begging for Shinso because it hurt so much. He had tried talking to him, but Hatsum had taken over and instructed the men to put his earbuds in, and only then did Shinso get to talk to Midoriya. That was around the time they arrived at the apartment, and they cleared all the stairs as if they weren't even there. Shinso would have said that the man's face was hilarious when he opened the door, but he instantly ran in, letting Hatsum explain the situation, and he had blanched when he saw Midoriya, still thankfully suited, but surrounded by so much blood. He looked at the boy who was obviously panicking, and recognized him as the boy from the store. Todoroki Shudo. He had comforted Midoriya, before waving the boy's hand away, and feeling all the blood drain from face when he caught sight of the green-tinged bullets. He had called Hatsum over, because he recognized that they were poisoned, and she instantly pulled them out, her gloves quickly staining a dark red while Midoriya's head hit the table hard. He had panicked, asking what was wrong and what he could do, the man standing behind him doing the same. Turns out, not all Todorokis are assholes. Hatsum had thanked the Todoroki boys profusely for not calling the cops, and told them they would pay for a new table and anything else Midoriya had damaged with his blood. The boys had waved her off, but she didn't bother to argue. Her mind was made and she was going through all of her babies, trying to remember which ones specialized in healing. Shinso had grabbed Midoriya when Hatsum began rambling about her babies, and he nodded to the Todoroki brothers, before they both slipped out of the door and ran to the base like their best friend was going to die. Shinso had quickly stripped Midoriya of his costume while Hatsum got any and all healing babies, and they scanned the unconscious boy. It began telling them he had broken 6 ribs on his left side, and bruised 8 on the other, his shins were fractured from losing the braces, and his lung had minuscule puncture. Before it said that he had a small amount of lethal poison in his system, and they both threw cat-eye to the wind as they scrambled to find a way to get that out. Shinso didn't know how much of said lethal poison could kill someone exactly, but he knew it could either be the size of a grain of salt or rice. Neither amounts were reassuring. Hatsum found a suction baby, and they had placed it over Midoriya's bullet wound, and trained the suction onto anything that didn't belong in his system. It had successfully drained all of the poison, but not without an excess amount of tainted blood. The scanning baby stated that Midoriya had lost 3¼ liters of his blood, and they were both now losing their minds. Someone could die from exsanguination by losing 2½ to 4 liters of their blood. Midoriya's blood loss was also not reassuring. He had been out cold for 3 days. They had been sitting by the mini-bed he was laying on, talking to Midoriya about their day, and the Todoroki's reaction to their filled bank accounts, before the scanner baby very calmly stated that in 7.3 seconds, Midoriya would suffocate from blood in his lungs. They had enough time to think, wait, what? Before Midoriya began choking, blood seeping past his lips as his body convulsed, and they rolled him onto his side before Googling what the F they were supposed to do, and following the instructions step by step. They elevated Midoriya, loosened the wraps on his back, and replaced the heavy blankets, before Midoriya opened his eyes and Shinso threw himself at the boy, ignoring the fact that Midoriya shouldn't have any unnecessary weight on his chest. Admittedly, Hatsum had felt the same way, but she didn't want to rip Midoriya's lung any further. That's when Hatsum decided that he would be grounded. I know, Mei-chan. I promise it won't happen again. Hatsum sniffed and waved her wrench threateningly in his direction. You bet it won't. Because you're not going patrolling until you're fully healed. What? Midoriya cried. But who knows how long that's going to take? Hatsum turned around and began walking back to the baby she was working on. She had mumbled something about changing the blood. Apparently, the Todoroki brothers hadn't sent in any of Midoriya's blood when it went public that Machiavellian was shot, and to be on the lookout for any blood she might have left behind. The police weren't expecting everyone to panic and wonder if she was okay, rather than look for any suspicious blood puddles laying around. It'll take 6 to 8 weeks for a punctured lung to fully recover. What? Midoriya cried again. But that's like, I won't be able to take the entrance exam. You wouldn't take it anyways, you idiot. Shinso muttered, his shoulders sagging in relief when he re-entered the room and saw that Midoriya was still awake, not drowning in his own body fluids. Midoriya groaned, because 6 to 8 weeks was a long time. Hatsum ignored him, muttering under her breath about one thing or another, and Midoriya was touched by the amount of care they had for him. He honestly didn't know what he would do without them. He struck by a sudden question. When are we meeting the heroes? His two best friends froze, before slowly looking at each other. Sheet, they said in unison. The next moments can only be described as a whirlwind of cuss words falling from the two teens' lips. When are we meeting them? He asked again, slower. Tonight, Hatsum said distractedly, sketching something into her clothing book. Midoriya blinked. Already? You were unconscious, you've lost some time. Shinso said, lamenting over his own outfit since it was stained red. Ha! Hatsum cried. We'll just go in civilian clothes. We'll have our masks and stuff, but if they question it, we'll say it's to hide our weapons if they try to harm Machiavellian, since it's public knowledge that she was injured. Since it's been 3 days since the masked trio was spotted, the media is in a frenzy. Shinso nodded. That'll work. But how will we get Zuzu's female parts if he's not in uniform? Hatsum's eyes glinted. Fake BRST and butt padding, along with a push-up bra. The boys blanched. Those things exist? Oh boys, she said, shaking her head amusedly before telling them she was off to the store. I want to go home. Shinsu's head whipped over to the younger boy, leveling him with a glare. Midoriya didn't back down. No, he said firmly. Tashi-ai, Midoriya whined. No. But, no. You're not even letting. No, Izuku. It's too dangerous walking with high-alert civilians on the lookout for you. Technically they're looking for Machiavellian, not me. He muttered, waving away Shinsu's glare. Fine, fine you party pooper. We'll stay here and wait for Mei-chan to get back. Shinso nodded, and Midoriya must have fallen asleep, because when he opened his eyes again, Hatsum was standing at the table, displaying everything she bought for the three of them. He slowly pushed himself up, wary of any pain he could cause himself. When he was successfully standing, Shinso noticed him and gently led him over to the table. He closed his eyes and breathed in deeply through his nose. Why are you showing me these? Hatsum laughed. Because you're wearing it, not me. His eyes flung open, before remembering their conversation and looking back down at the products. The bra looked like it already had BRSTS in it, and there was a hard wire underneath it, confusing Midoriya because his other ones didn't have a wire. It was a dark purple with a pretty blue flower design going up the side. Beside it were weird skin-colored things that must have been more padding, because upon touch, they were squishy. The black pants were slim-fitting, and they also had a weird padding inside of it, not unlike the ones his uniform had. He had a loose dark green hoodie that he would wear, so he didn't hurt his lungs any further. Hatsum originally decided that Midoriya would wear his bulky headphones, before the boys told her that Eraserhead and Present Mike had both seen Akatani Midori wearing them, and she scratched the plan. Midoriya would just wear his normal earbuds, and they were thankful that they hadn't broken. Shinso would be wearing normal skin-tight jeans with his signature knife holsters, and a looser but fitting black sweatshirt, which Hatsum would equip with her babies meant to stun, blind, and paralyze in small amounts. He would wear normal sneakers and gloves, his mask and under mask, contacts and bracelet. Hatsum would be going in a dark blue sweatshirt, which had a picture of a lighter blue bird flying up her back, with her signature skirt and leggings, except with normal shoes as well. She would wear different gloves, her upper and lower mask, contacts and her wig. She also would hide more babies in her sweater to ensure that she and Shinso would be able to fight back if they tried to hurt Midoriya. Midoriya whistled. Sweet, we'll be undercover. Hatsum laughed. Pretty much. The trip took longer than I though because I couldn't buy all of this in one store, that would have looked suspicious. I just wish I didn't have to go into that adult store for BRST padding. She shuddered, and the boys winced in understanding. Shinso looked at the clock. Well, we have enough time to get ready and make our way over there, better to be early than late. Hatsum nodded, handing him his stuff, and telling him to dress in the relic room, as she would take the white room to dress Midoriya. The relic room was just a room with the old spider and puppeteer outfits, displayed like superhero suits, with Hatsum's blueprints on creating their newer costumes. It was pretty cool to walk in there and look at how far they've become, but if you moved anything out of place, your head would have a nice screwdriver dent from Hatsum's love. All right, she said, opening the door to the white room. Let's get you dressed. Honestly, the clip-on bra was so much easier to put on than the sports bra. He had asked Hatsum, since he had never experienced the weird wire pressing against his skin, and she had winced. She told him that if it started hurting, to tell her immediately, and he wondered why the hell something a female was required to wear would hurt her. She was extra careful putting the padding into the bra, and Midoriya marveled at how he now looked like he had melons, even just in the bra. He was impressed. Hatsum turned around while he put on briefs, not used to the difference from his usual boxers. When Hatsum pulled the tight, padded jeans on, he was so glad he had showered, because the way the jeans clung to his skin could become very uncomfortable very quickly. He respected Shinso for wearing something like this every time he went out on patrols. Hatsum laughed, and said leggings were different from jeans. If he knew that. Stop laughing, Hatsum. There, Hatsum said, finishing straightening his hair. He begged to just drink the vial she usually gave them, but she said she didn't want to risk it with his injuries. So, he had suffered the hell device. She had slipped his contacts in earlier, so he wouldn't mess up his hair with all his thrashing. Yes, more than half a year later, and he still likes giving Hatsum a hard time with the contacts. It doesn't hurt, he just likes messing with her. Hatsum turned him towards a long mirror, and he nodded in approval. Even though his hoodie was loose, he still looked like a girl. His choker successfully hid his Adam's apple, and just made him look like he had a longer neck. It was weird but cool. She handed him his masks and shooed him out, and he made his way to the main room, before gaping at Shinso who was sitting on the couch. He didn't know if that was normal, for someone to look so good in a sweatshirt and jeans, but Shinso made it look normal. The slimness of the sweatshirt accented his jealous-worthy V-shaped torso, and the jeans, his nice leg muscles. Midoriya whistled, and Shinso's pink and black eyes snapped up. "You look great." Midoriya nodded, making his way over to the couch, and trying not to feel jealous over the way Shinso could put his contacts in himself. Shinso smirked. "Thanks, sweetheart." Holy crud. Midoriya didn't have the hots for his best friend, but DMN he felt it for Shinso's future boyfriend. He sunk onto the couch and slumped over into Shinso's side, wary of his lung injury. Shinso slipped his arm over the smaller boy's shoulders and rested his head over his. As soon as he made himself comfortable, Hatsum stepped out of the room, completely dressed. "What?" Midoriya cried. "How are you already done?" Hatsum laughed as she walked over to the table and placed her stuff down. "Because I've been dressing like this since I was born, and you have a lung injury." Diarrhea pouted when he felt Shinso shaking with suppressed laughter. "You too, SCK. I just realized something," Shinso said as they were leaving the base. "I can't call Midoriya sweetheart because I called him that in front of the heroes." Hatsum breathed lightly through her nose. "Well, Timen. Call him babe or something." Midoriya laughed at Shinso's flaming face. "You seriously chose to meet on the roof of a round one?" Hatsum nodded, and they sat in the shadows of a neighboring building. "Yes, because it's high in the sky and no one can see us from down below." "What if we need to run?" Shinso said, before jerking a thumb at Midoriya. "This a-hole can't." Hatsum paused. "I forgot about that." Shinso groaned and slumped onto his back, glaring at the sky. Midoriya touched the both of them gently, his signal that he could hear people approaching, and they fell silent. Across the roof, they saw 4 figures step into the light, and Shinso had to bite back a squeal at the sight of his 2 favorite heroes. "Are you sure this is where they want to meet?" Eraserhead asked as they made their way to the center of the building. Tsukachi sighed as if this was a common question. "Yes, it was in the link." "Then why aren't they here?" Present Mike asked, softer than his boyfriend had. Nizu popped out of Eraserhead's scarf. "Machiavellian was shot a few days ago. Their caution is understood if she can't run. To be injured and meeting 3 heroes and a detective, anyone would be wary. They're the ones who scheduled the meeting." Eraserhead muttered. "What time is it?" Tsukachi looked at his watch. "About time. For us to show up?" The 4 adults whipped around to see Hatsum and Shinso in the light, standing protectively in front of Midoriya, who was still sitting on the ground. Midoriya's contacts were glowing, illuminating his form in the shadows. Hatsum and Shinso's contacts weren't glowing yet. They decided only to activate them as a warning, like if Midoriya was threatened. The masked trio. Tsukachi nodded at them. "How are you guys doing?" He always asked that question. It was a starter, to see if the people he was questioning would lie to him straight off the bat, or if they would be truthful. "We're managing," Shinso said, his deep voice making Present Mix's eyes blow wide. "With one of us down, please excuse our caution." Nizu waved him off. "It is understood. How is Miss Machiavellian doing in her injured state?" "I'm doing pretty good for someone who drowned." Midoriya's voice sounded tired, scratchy. The changer had been ruined a little with all of his screaming, and Hatsum had been worried that it wouldn't change his voice, but all it did was make it scratchy, as if he had an extremely dry throat. The men all looked to Tsukachi, who was staring at the female sitting on the ground in shock. "You drowned?" "In my own blood." "Din, I know that was a serious situation, but that feels so badass to say. You didn't go to a hospital?" Tsukachi said, anger seeping into his voice. These children had witnessed their friend drown in her own blood, and they didn't get any professionals. "Do you really think that would have helped us?" Shinso asked, his voice darkening with his own anger, border lining a growl as he activated his contacts for intimidation. The pink glow made the detective take a step back. "With you guys telling the world that Machiavellian was shot, if a girl was entered into the hospital because she was shot, do you think they would have helped her or put her in custody?" The men shifted guiltily, unable to believe the fact that they couldn't help their friend because of their own meddling. "I apologize," Tsukachi whispered. "I didn't even think about that." "It's in the past now," Hatsum said, putting her hand on Shinsu's shoulder to calm his angry shaking. Her voice was smooth like silk, something that Midoriya could listen to every day. "We're here because we want something from you, and in return, we won't spill the secret you guys are protecting with your lives. You three are entered into Yuuei on rehabilitation. It is your parole," Nizu said, sliding off of Aizawa's shoulders and onto the ground. Wait, what?" Shock-colored Hatsum's tone. "Do understand," Nizu said, smiling like he was talking about the weather. "This was decided before you threatened the police." The vigilantes were shocked into silence. They were staring at the men with wide eyes, their black-colored contacts shining in the light. "Really?" Midoriya breathed. Nizu nodded. "You would just need to tell us who you are." At that, Midoriya said in a startled breath, and his lung twinged painfully, sending him into a coughing fit. Immediately, Shinso whirled around and dropped to his knees, putting his hand on Midoriya's shoulder and began gently rubbing his back. As soon as Midoriya had doubled over, the men had all taken a step forward in unison, but Hatsum had instantly pressed the button on her glove to make her contacts glow, bathing her in a bright red light as she whipped out one of her babies. She was most proud of this baby, mainly because it was fashioned to look like a stereotypical black detective gun. She had 8 rounds, and the first bullet was made of plastic, more for sound than to hit anyone, like a warning. The second and third bullet was a stunner. It would send a small amount of electricity into the person's system, paralyzing them long enough for the body to drop to the ground. The fourth, fifth, and sixth bullets were blinders. If she shot the ground, it would release a bright light that would blind her enemies. Her seventh and eighth bullets were real, and she hoped she would never have to use them. The men froze at the sight of the gun, and Nizu's eyes narrowed, like he didn't believe she would be able to pull the trigger. That was good, he thought it was a real gun. She had Midoriya test it out, making sure it looked like a real gun, looked heavy enough. She clicked the safety off, and pet it, reveling in the way Nizu's eyes blew wide. Good, he knew she was for real. "I can't," Midoriya's voice changer cracked, dropping to his normal tone for a split second. "I can't do that. I can't. I won't, I won't. Breathe, sweet." Shinso cut himself off, and Hatsum paled when Eraserhead's eyes narrowed. Demend that man, he was too smart for his own good. "Breathe, okay? No one's forcing you." "What's the matter?" Tsukachi asked, confusion and worry written in his tongue and on his face. "I can't tell you who I am. It's too dangerous for her." For who?" The boy froze as if realizing his slip-up, before coughing, red staining his green mask a horrible brown color. "Please," he coughed. "Don't make me," he froze. Tsukachi had a lie-detecting quirk. A lie was only detected when the person asked knew they were lying. If they believed what they were saying though, it would not be a lie. He went by Akatani Midori. Akatani was his mother's maiden name, and Midori was a shortened version of Midoriya. If Akatani was his mother's maiden name, then that means it was his name too, if he wanted it to be. Midori was a nickname, meaning it was still his name. "Machiavellian?" Shinso asked. He looked up into his pink eyes, and was amazed to see his concern through the contacts. "I can do that." "What?" Hatsum hissed, turning her head to look at the boy sitting in the shadows. He stood up slowly, Shinso adjusting himself to carry his weight. "What a worrywart. My name is Akatani Midori. Trluit. Tsukachi was majorly confused by his quirk, because he had never had that kind of reaction before, but he filed it away for later. He nodded. "Nice to meet you, Akatani." Hatsum took notice of the way Eraserhead and Present Mike had gone stiff, and Nizu's eyes were glazed, as if he was off in another land. She really hoped he hadn't figured out their secret already. Shinso sighed in defeat. "Shinso Hitoshi." Hatsum shifted and lowered her gun. "You actually cannot tell my parents." Tsukachi opened his mouth to argue, but Nizu cut him off. "That can be arranged." Hatsum nodded in relief. "Hatsum may." Nizu clapped his hands together. It's nice to meet you, young ones. It has been quite a thrill to have someone match me in mentality, and I am quite sad to end your vigilantism, but from now on, you'll be hero students attending Yuuei. We have to give up our titles? Shinsu asked, 3 seconds away from brainwashing them. He had all of them from different times they answered, in body language or words. Nizu shook his head. Of course not. You'll be attending Yuuei in your costume. Uniform. Hatsum growled. In your uniforms, excuse me, and you will show the students exactly what the pros have to deal with. Midoriya nodded. That'll work for me. Shinsu nodded. Me too. I don't want to be in heroics. Hatsum warned. You will not be placed into heroics, do not fret. You will be placed into the support course. Then it works for me. Thank you, she said, her shoulders sagging from relief. Tsukachi nodded. I do want to see where you keep everything. The men nodded behind them. Hatsum froze. The reaction raised eyebrows, before Midoriya paled. If they saw the base, they would know he was a boy well sheet. He already told them his name, and by Arasurmic's reaction, they were trying to deny it. That's fine, he said, placing his hand on Hatsum's shoulder. Just know that you will question a lot of things you will see. Tsukachi ped his head to the side. Like what? I'm a cross-dresser. Absolute. Fing. Silence. Shinsu busted out laughing, doubling over and clutching his stomach as Hatsum joined him. They laughed for a long time, long enough for tears to begin steaming down their cheeks as they wheezed for breath. You should have seen your faces, Shinsu wheezed, wiping his eyes as Hatsum panted, nodding her head in agreement. So you are, Yamada began. Midoriya cut him off by pulling his voice changer off of his face, the adults wincing at the sight of blood caking his lips. The boys you met at the store, yes. Shinsu instantly stood up, tense, as he placed his hand on Midoriya's lower back, just below his wounds. I apologize for lying to you. Yamada nodded slowly, as if he was still trying to process it, before Nizu spoke. So, are we going to see where you keep your things? The adults winced at the way the 3 teenagers manically grinned, because these men weren't added to the system. Walking back to the base was silent, the 3 having taken off their masks a while ago, and handing them to Nizu when he got curious as to what they were made of. They had paused for a moment when the stairs strained Midoriya's lungs, and he had to sit down hard and breathe between his legs. The adults looked guilty at this, knowing that he still hasn't had professional medical attention because of them. Standing in front of the abandoned building, the heroes had shock and fear filling their systems. This is where you guys work? Tsukachi breathed, his voice spelling out exactly how he felt on the matter. Yep. Midoriya said cheerfully, his voice changer still sitting against his chest. Come along. The adults followed the teenagers, albeit cautiously, as if they were waiting for the best friends to whirl around and cry, "Just kidding." That moment never came. The teenagers grinned while walking through the building, reveling in the way the adults seemed to stick rather close to them, shaking even though they denied it. When they came to the hatch, Hatsum was the first one down, and she and Shinsu helped the adults down, hesitance written even on Eraserhead's face. Only when the heroes were down did Midoriya begin making his way down, slowly, and closing the hatch as he went. Shinsu had his hands on his hips as he lowered him to the ground, and they began walking towards the rest of the group, ignoring the way Yamada seemed to stare at them. It was the same way getting up the ladder, only Hatsum paused and shushed the adults, and Midoriya removed his earbuds, flinching when the sound of frantic heartbeats and stifled breathing filled his ears, but no one was following them. When he put them back in, Hatsum was up first, followed by Tsukachi, Aizawa, Nizu, Yamada, and Midoriya and Shinsu, Hatsum helping the former. Hatsum stared at Tsukachi when he walked forwards and opened the door, raising an eyebrow when he let out a squeak at the large drop below him. You done? She asked, and he looked at her with shock, as if she was the crazy one. Close the door. When the door was shut, the heroes tensed, as if they felt like they were about to be murdered. Now, Hatsum said, clapping her hands together, we're going to enter, and you are going to stay quiet, else you'll blow dear Midori's ears out. She turned around and pressed the button, feeling the shock the adults had when the wall silently slid to the right, and a smug smirk came onto her face. She walked into the opening, the adults very slowly following, before Shinso and Midoriya made it in, and the wall slid shut. Midoriya felt Eraserhead tense beside him, and couldn't help but feel like this man could use a freaking break. When the other wall slid open, the men flinched at the bright light, but the teenagers just walked forwards, not at all fazed by the sudden lighting change. As soon as they were inside their base, Hatsum stood behind, instantly instructing the shocked adults where to walk and not to break anything, or else she'll stab them with a screwdriver. From the way Tsukachi flinched, she was telling the truth, and he warned his comrades of such. They all paused by Midoriya's recovery bed, and the teenagers pretended like they didn't notice, because they didn't have time to clean up the blood Midoriya coughed up and lost. With the bullets sitting in a cup beside the bed, and Midoriya's torn, bloodied uniform tossed into a bin, it looked like they had murdered someone. "Midori," Hatsum called, opening the door to the white room. "Let's get you changed back, yeah?" He nodded and walked over to the room, before turning back to the adults. "Don't touch anything, Hatsum will kill you." Changing back was, of course, quicker than getting changed, and Midoriya was thankful to have his soft leggings back on, with normal basketball shorts over it. His contacts were a pain to get out, but he did his best to stay still. Hatsum still had him wearing crop tops, 1, so he could get used to the feeling of having his midriff exposed, and 2, so they could see the bandages and change them if blood seeps through. He was so glad not all crop tops were skin-tight, or short-sleeved, otherwise he probably would have died. Hatsum changed just as quickly when he was putting his causal clothing away, and when she had put her stuff beside his, Shinso entered after knocking, and put his stuff away. His hair was back to defying gravity, and Midoriya was jealous. Since Hatsum had straightened his hair, it would stay that way for another good hour before going back to its original state. Together, they walked out of the room and met the men standing in different areas of the room, inspecting Hatsum's outfit, which was the least harmed except for her gloves, and Shinsu's outfit, which was sitting in a sink, soaking to get all of the blood out, Hatsum's babies and Midoriya's sketches. He continued his notebooks, writing down his analyzations, but he didn't do it so often, since he could keep what he was writing in his head like a book. "Do you want to see Spider and Puppeteer's old outfits?" Hatsum asked, and Midoriya slumped into a groaning Shinsu's side. The heroes whirled around, probably not used to the way they were so silent. Shinso had joined Hatsum in her game of trying to sneak up on Midoriya and blinked. "You have their original costumes?" Nizu asked, sounding delighted. Hatsum nodded vigorously. "Of course. You'll be shocked by how similar they are." With the men's interest on the costumes, Midoriya slowly trudged over to the couch and Shinso darted over to a cabinet to grab painkillers. He made his way back to the boy and handed them to him, who swallowed them dry. "That's disgusting." Shinso crinkled his nose. "You're just jealous I can swallow dry." Yamada tripped over his own feet and they snickered. Shinso nodded at the room. "Want to see their reactions?" Midoriya groaned again, but allowed Shinso to gently tug him up and towards the room. Seeing the relic room calls for enough shock as it is. Seeing the room and never seeing its contents before then adds for an amusing amount of shock. The men were standing in the doorway, only Nizu was by Hatsum who was pointing out the best friend's old costumes, and they shifted embarrassingly when it got through the pros' heads that these boys had been using sweatshirts and leggings to take down mob bosses and supervillains. They whirled around and stared at the two boys in shocked awe. "That's what you used?" Yamada breathed, and the boys nodded. "Hatsum made me a new outfit after the staged murder," Midoriya said, and Tsukachi flinched. He had been so ashamed to say he was a policeman when that story came out. "I ran into someone from my..." He paused, realizing he actually couldn't say anything else. "Never mind. There's something you're not telling us," Nizu said matter-of-factly, still staring at the blueprints for Midoriya's voice changer. Midoriya cringed, curling into himself. "Please," he whispered brokenly. "Don't make me talk about it." "From your past?" Yamada asked, remembering the way the boy had said a fire quirk had orphaned him. He nodded. "Well," Hatsum said, "I should probably head home. My parents think Midori got sick and I was helping him back to health, but I said I would be back today." She turned to the heroes. "My parents never find out." They nodded. Hatsum hummed in approval, before saying goodbye to the boys, and making her way out. An awkward silence fell upon the group, Nizu oblivious to it all. So, Akatani-kun, is that what you're calling yourself? Midoriya tensed, and Shinso put his hand on the gun baby Hatsum had given him. He still hadn't taken it off. Nizu stood up straight and turned towards the boys, his beady eyes scanning them for weaknesses. I know that is not your name. Midoriya took a step back, fear flooding his face, making him shake, and Shinso pulled out the baby, keeping his finger on the trigger but aiming the barrel at the ground. The men tensed at the sight, but Nizu held a paw out. I'm not going to make you tell us who you really are, because I do not think it is an issue. I will speak to you on the matter later, but for now, I think we're more concerned about your living state. Where are your parents? They're orphaned. Aizawa spoke, staring at the two boys his boyfriend still wanted to adopt. Okay, maybe he did too. Shut up. Nizu hummed, before turning to the two heroes. Well. Yamada instantly brightened. He turned to the two wary boys with a bright grin. We want to adopt you. Both boys jolted, shock making their jaws drop and eyes blow wide. Tsukachi mirrored their expression. Aizawa instantly whirled around to his boyfriend. You can't just drop the bomb like that. You have to ease into these things. I'm sorry, Yamada said hotly. We've been looking for them for how long? You want me to be calm? Yes. You can't. Are you serious? The couple turned to see Shinso fighting back tears, Midoriya shaking with his head dropped beside him. You really want to adopt us? He whispered, his nose turning red with the effort of keeping his tears in. Yes, Aizawa said softly. Hizashi has wanted to adopt you since we first met you guys at the store. Shinsu's tears spilled over his cheeks. Even thought we're illegal vigilantes? That doesn't change the fact that you're children without parents. Shinso sobbed, dropping the baby and pressing his hands against his mouth in effort to stifle them. Yamada smiled softly and opened his arms, Shinsu's eyes widening at the familiar, but not, gesture. Come on, bring it in. In the next moment, Yamada was stumbling back with the force of Shinsu's hug, the boy a blur as he crossed the room. He allowed himself to cry, not on his favorite hero, but on a man who wanted to be his father. Akatani, Aizawa said, the boy still shaking and doubled over, his hands covering his face. Midoriya felt guilty. He wanted parents so bad, but he had one. He had a mother who was sitting at home, unaware that her son was still alive. How could he betray her like that? How could he just abandon her, when she's always been there for him? 58 days. 58 days. That's how quickly she moved on. She had mourned him long enough to show that she cared, before she was moving on, and he was glad she was happy, but when he compared her recovery time to everyone else, hers was minuscule. She moved on from him like he was the pebble Bakugo said he was. 6 years. That's how long he hurt, every day for 6 years. It was time for him to move on. He stood up and sniffled, wiping his eyes with his sleeves. There was a collective inhale from the heroes, as if they just saw the wrappings around Midoriya, bruising peeking out from underneath. He looked up at the underground hero, and got a soft smile. Surprisingly, he held open his arms for his own hug. Midoriya's eyes blew open, and he quickly found himself gently wrapped up in the arms, the feeling different from his mother's hugs, better. He felt safe in the hero's arms, like the man would protect him from everything, where in his mother's, he had just felt comfort, as if she was always apologizing for his quirkless state. This hero held him like a precious gem, not easily breakable like porcelain, but something to be cherished. In that moment, he knew why Shinso cried. He had never felt such a loving embrace from an adult.